No, he's not. Not out, says umpire Bailey. What a little. Here's Proctor in bowls. Lovely straight drive by Lloyd for 4. That's a handsome stroke. Drives it straight back past Proctor, who...
As Guthrie begins a new over, and that's off an edge down to third man. He drove at it. The bat was a bit away from his body there, Caleb Jewell, but he has picked up 4 runs.
Cap later in the game, driven handsomely by Lloyd through cover for 4. It's a long half volley from Luke Proctor and punished by David Lloyd, who goes into double figures, 10 to him off.
As Guthrie's next delivery is driven for 4 by Caleb Jewell. That's a bit more like Caleb Jewell. Out towards the cover boundary.
496 is Proctor in bowls and hits Lloyd on the pad. Appeal for LBW out, says umpire Lewis. Proctor, who, as I say, has only picked up 1 wicket in the first 2 games before that. 3rd year with the club. Forward, edged and caught at 3rd slip. So Proctor gets his 2nd wicket. Came edging low into the slip cordon. No mistake made. I was saying about Northamptonshire's.
On his way in again. Oh, that one beats him. Has he got a nick? I think he has. You know, he's got a little feather through to the keeper. He swishes his bat over the top of the stumps, and Caleb Jewell goes now. And Derbyshire in a spot of bother here. Northamptonshire well on top. Guthrie bowls to him, and he's flicked this one away. Might get 4 runs first ball here. He will get 4 runs first ball, as it was slightly misdirected.
In and bowls to Madsen, drives beautifully through mid-off for 4. Mid-off is fairly wide, and once it had beaten the boot of Proctor, who's...
On his way in the bowl to Madsen. Oh, that wasn't far away from the man leg slip. It would have been some kind of catch from Calvin Harrison, because that was hit quite hard by Wayne Madsen. The ball going...
Prophecies were correct. His Broad in bowls and punched away off the back foot for 4 by Brooke Guest. Nicely played, stood tall, good balance. Cracked it away past Leach in, and that's a gorgeous extra cover drive by Brooke Guest, and that will run away for 4 runs. Well deserved, lovely shot. Down below us, short ball pulled away by Wayne Madsen, and that has split the 2 fielders on the leg side and run away for 4. Broad in again, bowled short, cut away by Madsen, and that will be 4. I think I say that, yes, yeah. It is. James Sales giving chase. Harrison in again, sweep from Guest, and a good sweep, and it's going to be 4 runs. There was a man back, safe save. He didn't have that far to go, but Guest really did hit that hard. Harrison in, driven this time. I think man had extra cover, just got a hand on it, took a little bit of pace off it. That's just in Broad, but they're back for 2, and that is 50 for Brooke Guest. 50 off 69 balls for the Derbyshire keeper batsman. And how well, as I say, he has played this morning. Really?
As a football team, yeah. Next delivery is played off the back foot by Madsen, and he's got it past the man at backward point, George Bartlett, and he runs away and leaches into bowl to the Derbyshire skipper, who turns it into the leg side. The manager, as Guthrie begins the afternoon session with the ball wide of the off stump. It is filthy down there.
Here's Proctor in bowls and clipped away uppishly by Madsen, but it's gone wide of Broad, and it's going to race away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Madsen into the 40s, 41 to him. Running into bowl to him, straight drive, 4 more. That's a handsome shot. He played one this morning, very similar, off Proctor, that Proctor...
Guthrie bowls, Madsen pulls. He's only going to get a single amount to safe as there. Oh, he's not. He's going to get 4 runs, and there's his half century. The ball must have bobbled just in front of Safe Zabe, and it goes to the boundary. This next one is up in the air, down towards fine leg. It's come off a top edge, and it's gone all the way for 6, I think. Yes, it has. Rob Bailey signals 6, and it's the first of the match. Over the wicket bowling to Guest, who drives this. That's a more conventional shot, and it's gone away to the cover boundary for 4. Really nice shot. It was James Sales giving chase.
Proctor in bowls and cut away by Madsen. Long chase round the boundary for George Bartlett, who has not managed to keep it in. He managed to get a hand to it. Proctor in, bowls to Madsen, clips it away down to fine leg for 4. I think he got bat on it. Yes, he did. Signalled as a boundary by
the racecourse bowls, and is driven by Madsen out towards the cover boundary. I think that might go all the way for 4. It's been chased down by James Sales, but again, he gives up the chase to Madsen, who guides that away. Late cut by Madsen, 4 runs. He's in, bowl short. That one is turned around the corner nicely by Brooke Guest for 4. Not Leach bowls edged and down into the ground and away down to third man for 4. He cuts this away. That might go all the way for 4 as well. It does. There is a despairing dive out there on the Leach is in again. That one is driven by Madsen. It's into a bit of a gap here, and Rob Keogh looked at it and thought, nah. And he was probably right, because the ball has gone away to the boundary. But just for a moment I thought, oh, he's going to chase this now.
Here's Broad in, wide outside the off stump, and I'm afraid that got exactly what it deserved. It was short, it was wide, and it was 4. Here's Broad in, wide outside the off stump. Has he got a nick? He has. Well, Broad, that was not the best delivery he's bowled today, or will ever bowl. It was wide outside the off stump. Madsen threw the bat at it, got a little edge through.
In runs towards us, and it's cut away by Brooke Guest. Sort of, I was going to say, in between second slip and point. Is in and bowls, and that one is clipped away for his first run by second run by Lewis Rees. Down to long leg. Guest faces the first delivery after the lengthy break and hits it for 4 out towards the cover boundary. Neil Godrich.
Here's Guthrie in again, and Rees lets that go outside the off stump. Dom Bess is 57, not out, but they are off for bad light there.
Hello everybody. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire here at the county ground in Derby. Just about to get going for a 104 over day. So if you want to get your timings sorted. Andrew Rad from Radio Northampton's next to me.
Morning,
lunch is at 1:10.
It is.
Tea is at 4 o'clock?
Tea, I did check this with the scorers
That's
earlier.
good, 'cause I didn't.
It's just going to be, it'll be 32 overs.
Oh, still?
To go. It's still that.
Okay.
I don't think that affects necessarily. I mean, in theory, it would be, if the over rate is marvellous, it will be 10 to 4. But,
So it won't be.
But it won't be.
No, it won't be. I think we can guarantee that it won't be.
And we finish when we finish.
Yes, yes.
He said helpfully.
Which could be absolutely any time. So, yeah, I was just sort of marking your card. I know 1 or 2 of you will be out and about as well watching club cricket. The Derbyshire Cricket League starts today. Good luck to everybody and their arms, but it's more for tomorrow, really, and the day after, when you wake up. And your heads as well, mainly because 1 or 2 will be celebrating the return of the club season, and quite right, too. So as a result, I think the crowd will be slightly smaller today, but perfectly serviceable. Derbyshire resume on 216 for 4. I may have said 214 for 4 on my video, but I haven't watched it again and I can't remember. Brooke Guest on 87 and Lewis Rees on 2. Wayne Madsen missing out on a century yesterday, missing out for the second game in a row. He was slightly shorter this time, 89. I think he made 89 yesterday, 96 at Leicester, and we're about to get underway.
Liam Guthrie it is to complete the over from last night. 2 balls of it to go from this race course end. First ball to the left-handed Lewis Rees, just drops a bat on it, runs out into the offside. Save fields, 2 slips in place. Any close catches, the point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and long leg down there in front of the members' pavilion. It is overcast, but a bit of brightness over to our left, and forecast is pretty good for the day, and better, I think, for tomorrow. Here's Guthrie in to complete the over, on leg stump, turned up to mid-wicket, That is the end of Liam Guthrie's over that began at around about 20 to 6 last night, when we had an 8-ball stint. We were off for rain and bad light at around about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Came back on at 5:35. Had 8 balls, and then we were off for bad light, and then not long after that it did start to rain again. So that was it for the day. So we lost basically half a day's play, but as Fletcher was saying, we will be making up some of that time in the course of the next couple of days. So yes, absolutely right. If you're arranging your lunch, then you need to be mindful of this and when to put the oven on and when to switch the microwave on or whatever. Northamptonshire League starts next week, so quite a lot of friendlies today.
Luke Proctor from the City End opens with a bouncer that Brooke Guest ducks underneath.
Interesting chat with Luke Proctor last night, and he said that he was a bit disappointed having got Derbyshire 29 for 3 early on, and he was the pick of the bowlers without a doubt. But he said he wasn't very happy with the lines and lengths generally of the attack later in the day. Come back to that in a sec.
As he's in again, bowls to Guest, who has to push this one out into the offside. Off the back foot, safe Zabe, who was wearing the naughty shirt today, I noticed in warm-up after his missed field to allow Wayne Madsen to go to 50 yesterday, does the fielding.
Proctor was saying that, quote, we need to come back tomorrow, so today, and try and do better. He was not massively impressed.
All right. It was Proctor again. That one is played down into the ground, probably hit Brooke Guest's foot as it dribbles out into the offside. Wayne Madsen was reasonably pleased. I mean, disappointed, obviously, to have been dismissed for 89. He said it moved a little bit. He was reaching for it a lot, in truth. But yeah, hard work this morning and then move on. And they bat quite deep. Yeah. So he's quite pleased as Proctor bowls, and that one is guided into the backward point region off the edge of the bat. Barrett does the fielding. Bartlett, I beg his pardon, Bartlett does the fielding. There is no Barrett.
I mean, Proctor was excellent yesterday overall. Justin Broad, I think the second spell was a lot better than the first. I thought he bowled well in the afternoon after probably not having one of his best spells in the morning. But it was a bit patchy yesterday, wasn't it, across the whole bowling unit?
Proctor's next delivery to Guest is pushed out to the offside, and again it's safe Zabe who does the fielding. As if Liam Guthrie's figures of 11 overs, 1 for 55 don't do him justice, because he bowled really nicely to start with.
Yes, he did, and he just shipped a few in the afternoon, didn't he? But yeah, I think all the bowlers had their moments, but equally most of them also had a couple of overs, perhaps when they were not quite on the money.
Proctor bowls another bouncer to complete the over, so an over bookended by short deliveries comes to an end. It was a maiden over. Derbyshire are 216 for 4, very much as they were on when they resumed earlier on this morning. My phone's playing some strange. There we go. Anthony from Hena. It says banished. Oh dear. What a terrific fight back yesterday in the growing gloom. Unfortunate that the weather intervened. My prediction of a short shower was way off yet again. There's that new umbrella, Anthony. However, you should have a better day of it today, as I'm on the south coast in Hilsey.
Very nice
sitting there and watching coverage on tenterhooks. Sorry, I've just talked all over the first delivery.
As Guthrie starting a fresh over from this racecourse end, bowls to Rees, who just drops it down. Where Guthrie himself fields. Yeah, a couple of other takeaways from the Luke Proctor interview last night. I did say that he must be relieved yesterday to get a couple of wickets in the wickets column, having only picked up 1 in the first 2 games, despite having bowled really well. There's Guthrie, and again bowls and driven nicely by Rees, but straight to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. And he said, yes, he'd been taking a bit of stick in the dressing room for the fact that bowling averages were showing him 1 wicket at 80,
Awkward.
after the first 2 games. But as I say, you made the point about Liam Guthrie a moment or two, Fletch, and Proctor has bowled really well this season, just without having got more than 1 wicket.
Too small a sample size.
Well, indeed, yes, this is true. Early days. Here's Guthrie, running away from us. In and bowls, that's on leg stump, that's a bit of a gimme. And it's turned away for 4 by Lewis Rees. Not the best ball Liam Guthrie has bowled, and all Lewis Rees really needed to do was get some bat on it, which he did, and it raced away down to the permanent temporary stand, or temporary permanent stand, for 4. 220 for 4 first runs of the morning here at Derby. The other thing which I did rather enjoy in the chat with Luke Proctor, he was talking about, asked him about the fact that he's currently opening the batting and the bowling. Guthrie in and bowls, and driven straight drive, well fielded off his own bowling by Guthrie, sticks down a left hand, nicely timed by Lewis Rees. And he said I say, in club cricket you'd be saying you're getting your match fees worth. And he said he'd had a message from Simon Kerrigan, his old mate, of course, former teammate with Northamptonshire and Lancashire, now involved with running the seconds at Warwickshire. And he said he had this message from Kerrigan as Guthrie is in bowl short and pulled away by Lewis Rees down to long leg. There's a nice bit of fielding on the boundary. They're going to come back for 2, and Brooke Guest was dawdling down for the second run. Lewis Rees was adamant there was a second, and in the end Brooke Guest had to get the afterburners on because Lewis McManus had taken the throw and was looking to underarm it at the stumps at the other end, at the non-striker's end. I think Guest was probably home, but it was an anxious moment. Anyway, double Nelson, 222 for 4. Rees is 8. Here's Guthrie in again, bowls and just dropped down into the offside by Lewis Rees, and that's the end of the over. 222 for 4, 8 to Rees, 87 to Guest, and Kerrigan's message said, "Are you the pro?" Meaning, in the days of the Lancashire leagues when the pro opened the batting, opened the bowling, did just about everything, took the collection and
bowled from one end.
Yes,
for the entirety of the innings.
So you can see where they're coming from. But it is. We were wondering even in the first game, and we've been wondering since whether. I think it's happened before in terms of players for a county opening the batting and the bowling, but not necessarily captains.
No. Ooh, that one goes past the edge of Brooke Guest's bat. Beautiful delivery from Luke Proctor as he begins a new over from the city end.
In fact, the last player I saw do it in county cricket was playing in this match, David Lloyd, for Glamorgan. Opened the batting and opened the bowling, and I think he was. I think he might actually have been captain.
Could have been captain,
in that game.
Yeah, could have been.
But it doesn't happen that often.
Lewis Rees will almost certainly open the bowling, but he's not opening the batting anymore. Proctor in and bowls to Guest, who defends this one back down the track. He has done that. He's never skipped the side, as far as I'm aware. I don't think he's skipped the side, but he's opened the batting and the bowling. He likes to be involved.
My thought, and it's one of those things you just have to find time to look it up, but I wonder whether Freddie Brown might have done it. Certainly opened the batting occasionally and opened the bowling occasionally when he was captain, so he might have done both.
Next delivery, Guest clips up to mid-on. And there is no runs. It's fielded there by Dom Leach. No floppy sun hat today for Bartlett.
No, it only seems...
Just the first session of the match, rather than the first session of every day.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no sun at the moment. It's trying to break through. It did break through momentarily about 10:15. There is a sort of shadow as Proctor runs in. That one squares up Brooke Guest, and the ball comes off a leading edge up towards Rob Keogh. Mid-off, and he was looking to play it into the on-side.
Yeah, there was a bit of rain. Went down to breakfast in my hotel this morning at about 7 o'clock, and it was just raining a little bit. But by the time I got in the car to come to the ground, it had stopped. And a bit breezy, a bit parky, but handled that.
Proctor bowls and Guest defends. Well, you look at the car park, and it's quite dry now, isn't it? There was some rain overnight, but the outfield has been so parched that it was always going to sink straight in. The problem is if it lies on the top because the soil is so hard that it's almost like concrete. But
a bit like Exeter yesterday.
Yeah, very much like it is. Proctor bowls and Guest defends it straight back to the bowler, and the over comes to an end at 222 for 4. Standing at the bottom of the steps about an hour or so before, perhaps a bit more from the start of play, and down the steps came Anuj Dal and Zach Chappell together to go out to the nets. I said, oh, here come the all-rounders. Zach Chappell, always happy to join in. But yesterday, in his interview, Wayne Madsen said that Zach Chappell would be the next of the all-rounders to get a century. Didn't predict when. It will be quite quick as well, I fancy.
Yes, he doesn't hang around, does he? Still 2 slips in as the left armer Guthrie starts a fresh over to the left-hander, Lewis Rees. Just played out onto the onside. No run. Big day, of course, for the Derbyshire women's team, who are involved in Metro Bank one-day cup match at Bristol. Sad to say, I think there's a delayed start there. Yeah. Obviously, they've had a bit of rain. The Northamptonshire's women play against Leicestershire tomorrow. And, of course, we'll keep an eye on both those matches. Of course, of our commentary. Here's Guthrie in, bowls, and forward comes Lewis Rees. Runs it down towards point. And there's no run, fielded there by Justin Broad. Vasconcelos at first slip. Calvin Harrison is at second. The old guard of Rob Keogh and Luke Proctor at mid-off and mid-on and mid-off respectively, the left-hander. And here's Guthrie. And again to bowl to Lewis Rees, forces it up to mid-off. Proctor fields and there's no run.
Yeah, suggestion it's been raining since 9:30 at Bristol, which is a bit disappointing. They've got 2 away games on successive Saturdays at Bristol and Canterbury, the Derbyshire women, which for part-time cricketers seems a little bit excessive.
Yeah, that's a lot of travelling, isn't it? Liam Guthrie. And again to bowl to Rees. Very full, and you just see that shaping away from the left-hander. But driven without any great timing by Rees up to mid-off, where Proctor again fields and there's no run. The good news, I mentioned to Fletch earlier, is that I did manage to come off the Pentagon roundabout at the correct exit this morning, first time, which is...
No, that's a good
effort. I feel you've achieved something when you actually...
Have you collected your certificate yet?
Yes, the Order of Merit coming off at the right exit. Here's Guthrie and again bowls. And again, giving it a chance to swing, driven by Rees, but can't get it past the sandbank at mid-off, that is Luke Proctor. And there's no run. 222 for 4 it is, resuming this morning on 216 for 4. A few of the members out there on the balcony, the members' pavilion, a smattering elsewhere.
I think a lot will be using the new stand.
Yes. Guthrie in again, bowls to Rees on leg stump. Just got a bit of pad on that. It's tidied up by Lewis McManus. They come through for a leg bye, signalled with aplomb by umpire Rob Bailey. One more on to the total, 223 for 4 at the end of the over. 8 to Rees, 87 to Brooke Guest, who hasn't added to his overnight score so far this morning. And remember, slightly altered playing hours today with 104 overs to fit in, so lunch at 1:10 to disgrace.
I like it when Rob Bailey signals leg bye, because if they don't respond immediately, the scorers, there's almost a startled look in his face that I'm not going to be able to hold this pose for too long, you understand? He likes a prompt light. He's just stretching out his shoulders at the moment at square leg as Rees prepares to face Proctor and defends the first delivery back to him. It's very much a former Lancashire match going on at the moment, with Proctor bowling to Rees and Guest, both Rees and Guest arriving at Derbyshire from Lancashire. Rees had obviously had much more first team experience at Lancashire than Brooke Guest had. A lot expected of Lewis Rees when he was a youngster at Lancashire. As this one is pushed out into the offside. He's delivered for Derbyshire, certainly. He delivered for Lancashire for a long time. But has clearly found his spiritual home here at the county ground. There's 4 people in the moved stand, which I'm going to have to think of names for all these. They keep building stands, and I'm struggling. The moved stand next to the old scoreboard away to our right. Proctor's in, that's wide of the off stump, but full again, and Rees just pushes it out into the offside very comfortably towards Bartlett.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? It's like the what I still call the new pavilion at Northampton, because it's newer than the Spencer Pavilion. It has a sponsor's name, but it was Jonathan Doidge when he was with us last year. He said, "So when does that cease to be the new pavilion?"
When they build another one.
When they build another one.
Yeah.
Newer pavilion, I suppose, is probably slightly more accurate.
His ball is beating Lewis Rees outside the off stump, squaring him up, and going through to wicketkeeper McManus. He just slaps his gauntlets together after releasing the ball. Broad doing some stretching at his 4th slip, really, rather than gully, but first and second, and then a little gap. I hate those gaps. You know where the ball's going to go if it flies off the edge at catching height. As Proctor's in, that one's left alone by Rees outside the off stump. Once again, it goes through to McManus. Delayed start at Southampton, delayed start at Birmingham, due to start at 11:30 at Edgbaston, and indeed at Southampton, and indeed at Manchester, where there's a delayed start.
It's the western,
western
fringes, isn't it?
We definitely got away with it yesterday, despite losing just more than 25 overs, so a bit more than a quarter of the game. Oof. I was going to say, oof, that was a good lead, but he'd stepped across his stumps, and it was probably about 6th, 7th stump line. So comfortable for Rees to leave alone. Another maiden for Proctor. 5 maidens in his 15 overs, 2 for 47. The ball isn't doing as much as you would expect, with it being 54 overs old this morning as it did yesterday morning, certainly through the air. The odd one has moved, has swung a bit, but they were getting the ball to do a bit yesterday. The 2 openers, Guthrie and Proctor, and had, as Andrew mentioned, Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble at 29 for 3.
Guthrie it will be to continue from the end from which we are commentating, with this cracking view. It's directly behind the arm. We have to be careful when we move. Here's Guthrie in and bowls, and forward comes Brooke Guest, playing it out into the mid-wicket region. Guest still to add to his 87, which he made yesterday. Never made 100 against Northamptonshire. Mind you, this is only his 3rd championship match against Northamptonshire, but yet blasé with the number of that Wayne Madson's made against everybody. But, thought he was on for a 4th against Northamptonshire yesterday, when they just managed to nip him out before the weather closed in. Here's Guthrie in again, bowls, and a lovely drive from Brooke Guest, and he has added to his overnight total, and it's run away for 4. Rob Keogh at mid-off is fairly wide. Once he got it past the bowler, it was just going to run away to the boundary immediately below us. Luke Proctor running down from mid-on to retrieve, and it takes Brooke Guest into the 90s, 91 to him, 227 for 4. Brooke Guest's highest score this season, 68 not out. So he's gone past that. Highest score previously against Northamptonshire, 76, so he's gone past that. Here's Guthrie in and bowls to him, and he's watchful in defence, playing it back down the pitch. Guthrie fields, and there's no run. Mentioned about the league cricket. I say Northamptonshire start next week, but a lot of friendlies I noticed this morning looking on social media. A lot of clubs having a run out. Mine have got Town home and away matches against Burley Park, which is a lovely club up in Stamford.
Nice.
So first team are at home at Milton Road. Seconds, which my son is playing, are up at.
Is that close to where the horse trials are? Then? Is it in that
yeah,
area?
very close. Yeah. Very full, and he's played on. Well, that was a bit of a bonus wicket for Northamptonshire. It was a full toss, very full, and in trying to push it away through the offside, Brooke Guest got an edge into his stumps. Bit of a bonus wicket for Northamptonshire. We said that about the previous one for Wayne Madsen, but they all count. Liam Guthrie picks up second wicket of the innings, and sad to say, from Brooke Guest's point of view, he won't be getting to his first 100 of the season today. He's bowled by Guthrie for 91 and Derbyshire 227 for 5.
Another example of a batter reaching for the ball and not quite judging it, whether it's just moved a little bit, but it was, as Andrew said, it was very, very full. It gets a good round of applause as he leaves the field, and Anuj Dal bounds down the steps. 227 for 5. So despite losing those 25 overs yesterday, the game moving along nicely. And you can never trust the weather forecast as far ahead as Monday. Tomorrow looks okay. So still every prospect of one of these two sides picking up a victory. Good to see Ben Aitchison out there as well as 12th man. Hasn't played since... What year is it now? He hasn't played since 2023.
Gosh, missed the whole of last year.
He's had another operation on his back. He was telling me he's got 2 plates in there now. I think this might be his final shot, but he has been bowling. Picked up some wickets for the twos in the week and was bowling yesterday lunchtime as well. Big George going off with the drinks from a Northamptonshire perspective as well.
Oh yes, of course, George Grimshaw.
Yeah.
Who I remember the public address. The first time I think I saw him bowl was in a T20 game here, and public address announcer kept referring to him as Scrimmy.
Yes.
Come on, Scrimmy.
I'm afraid so. We could only apologise. Yeah, he's a good man. Good man is George.
Yes, he is. It's just a frustrating time for him.
He's been blighted
Oh,
throughout his
absolutely,
career,
yeah,
hasn't he?
yeah.
He's sort of the wrong shape. Because he's extremely tall and not very wide.
It's a bit like the sort of Bruce Reed type of years gone by, the Australian who just looked fairly slender. Well, here is Guthrie to bowl to Anuj Dal, a new batter, 2 slips and a gully. Guthrie is in bowls, and again, it just swinging it a little bit into Anuj Dal, but he plays that crisply up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run. Final stats of Brooke Guest's innings, if you like to keep a note. 137 balls he faced, 91 runs, and he hit 6 and 12 fours. He's 91, but goal bowled by Luke Guthrie playing on. And here's Anuj Dal facing Liam Guthrie, pushed out into the covers, and a successful over for the Aussie-born UK passport holder. He's bowled 14 overs rather, 3 maidens, 2 for 65, and Derbyshire at the end of the over, 227 for 5.
Bungalow Billy on Blue Sky,
Right,
which I am on, and I haven't received the odd message.
Yes, so am I.
Says, apologies if this has been covered, which it has, but why do some Northamptonshire caps have piping and some don't? It's to do with capped players and uncapped players. We discussed it yesterday, I like the piping. I have to say.
No, I do. I think they look smart.
Also got a message from Mark Beecroft. Strikes the pad of Lewis Rees. There's a big appeal. How's that not out unless it's hit him outside the line? Proctor seems to have something to say to Lewis Rees there as well. Must have been outside the line because it was a very full delivery, so it wasn't going to do anything. On pitching, that would be my guess, and it would only be a guess.
Well, Looked very, very confident, Luke Proctor. It did look a good shout.
It did. Proctor's in again and bowls to Rees. Again, he's getting quite a long way across. I think that may well have saved him now. Not whether it would have crashed into the off stump or not, it matters little.
Yeah, I think actually, I just watched the replay. I think you called it absolutely bang on. I think it might just have hit him outside the line, coming round the wicket.
And of course,
a shot.
They make that extra movement as well to try and put in
Yeah.
the umpire's mind that it was outside the line of off. Proctor around the wicket, bowls to Rees. That strikes him high up on the pad and could never have been out in a million years. I mean, that's not precluding the fact that it could have been out, because clearly things can be out. Mark Beecroft Stretton, a regular contributor, is in the ground today. Well, he says he's infesting the ground today. This time over the wicket, Proctor bowls to Rees, and he pushes it very carefully up to mid-on. Keep up the fight for adequacy, he says. Yes, absolutely.
Well, we do our best on a daily basis. So there was a couple of Northamptonshire supporters up here yesterday. I'm not sure if they've come today, whether they have other things to do.
Rees waits and Proctor bowls one that goes across him and through to the keeper.
Some might have, I suppose, gone up to Newcastle last night for the rugby, which the Saints just about managed to win. And they stop off on the way home.
Yeah.
In Derby. That'd be a nice weekend.
Yeah.
Kingston Park on Friday night and here today.
Tight game last night.
Was,
Blimey.
yeah.
I watched it. I know they were much changed, the Saints, but Proctor around the wicket again, bowls wide of the off stump, and it goes away. So Rees just leaves it to go through to the keeper. When they lost the line out in the last minute, Newcastle spent the next 5 minutes trying to pass the ball around, getting out of their own 22. It was, I don't think it was ever alarming, but it looked a little bit twitchy.
Well, I was sort of keeping half an eye on the score, but there was a rather fine performance of the Brahms German Requiem on Radio 3 last night from Chapel of King's College, Cambridge, which was very, very fine for Friday evening. So that kept me entertained. Guthrie it will be to continue. Still 2 slips and a gully. Running in away from us to bowl to Dahl, and that's a lovely straight drive, but Guthrie manages to get a hand down to it. At least Liam Guthrie seems rather more intent on using your hand to arrest these straight drives than Luke Proctor, who famously, well, got one on the boot up at Old Trafford that meant he couldn't bowl on the last day. And yesterday was doing his best to get his boot in the way of a couple that just managed to elude him. Now, change in field, we have another man dropping out on the leg side, so deep backward square, and the man coming across from gully to mid-wicket. And here's Guthrie, and it is short at Anuj Dahl in the line of the body. Manages to keep it down, but I think Guthrie may just have an idea that Anuj Dahl is worth dropping a couple in short too early on. Lewis Rees comes down and gives him some helpful advice, I'm sure. So there's only 2 slips now. Broad, who was in the gully, has come across to mid-wicket, and the man has dropped back at deep backward square and a long leg on the boundary as well, as Guthrie is in, bowls to Anuj Dahl, nips that one back in to Anuj Dahl, who drops it down at his feet, holds a hand out, offering to pick it up, but James Sales comes in to field instead from backward point. I can think of 1 or 2 older coaches who would be horrified. The late great Brian Reynolds in particular, if anybody offered to pick the ball up. Oh, it's not your job, it's their job.
There might be an old commentator sitting next to you who agrees with that. It's good to see Anuj Dahl offering that, because he had a bad back in the game against Leicestershire, which might be why they're bowling short at him.
Here's Guthrie in again, and Anuj Dahl nicely, solidly in behind that, and plays it back down the pitch.
Had a back spasm, so couldn't bowl after day one. Batted nicely, shared in a big stand with Martin Anderson, who got the century. But then they started bowling short, or they bowled short at Anashdal because they knew he was slightly incapacitated.
Well, that may be what...
I don't think he's necessarily, when he's fully fit, susceptible to that.
No. Well, maybe what the analyst has picked up is that was short, but Anashdal looking to pull it, and it finishes up going back to the bowler. I think he was a tad early on that.
Start of the World Snooker Championships today.
Oh yes, of course. Yes. Well,
That's just his homage to that with getting the Q
let's
end.
get the Q in. Well, Northamptonshire, of course, with the defending champion, Karen Wilson from Kettering. Nice to see him retain it. Here's Guthrie in again. Oh, it's a beautiful drive from Anashdal to get himself off the mark. It's running out towards extra cover. It's not going to go. The outfield obviously would have slowed up a little bit by the rain we've had, but they come back for 3. A nice way to get off the mark. Aesthetically pleasing extra cover drive. So 3 to Anashdal, and Derbyshire at the end of the over, 230 for 5, with Lewis Rees on 8. Guthrie now 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 68. Proctor's going to continue for now, but as I say, I strongly suspect we shall see a bit of Justin Broad in the near future.
Broad has just practiced his run up at the City end, but you say it's definitely going to be Proctor again. Oh dear, look at those exercises.
Ouch.
Actually, that's Broad, isn't it? It wasn't Broad who practiced his run up. It was Dom Leach. I apologise. Broad is warming up and stretching ridiculously. 230 for 5. Dahl on strike. Proctor into Bolton. Short delivery. Ducks underneath it. Well, it bails out more than ducks underneath it. Bails out to the shop. Allows it to go through to Lewis McManus.
Of course, we also saw Sean Murphy win. Was it the UK Championship? The Masters, wasn't it? And
I'm not an aficionado.
no, I think it was the Masters he won. And
is he one of yours?
we claim him.
Excellent.
Although he's not born in our part of the world, he did live there for a while.
Next delivery from Proctor is pushed out into the offside. Safe Zabe does the fielding cover. Yeah, Radio Derby claim Dave Gilbert.
Yes. Yeah.
Again, I'm not sure what the connection is, if I'm entirely honest with you, but...
Well, Sean Murphy lived in Earthlingborough for quite a while.
That'll do.
And I actually remember interviewing him when he was about 12, which goes to prove how old I am. He came in the studio as a young prodigy.
Next Proctor delivery is driven, but not particularly well driven by Anashdal. However, he is going to pick up runs here as the ball is eventually chased down by Dom Leach. Anashdal, who is the quickest runner between wickets I think I've ever seen, was more than halfway down for the 3rd, but Lewis Rees wasn't interested at all, so they just pick up 2. Dahl moves on to 5, 232 for 5. Now, Derbyshire in the 58th over, so still away. It would be probably just after lunch when the second new ball becomes available to Northamptonshire if they don't get the remaining 5 wickets before then. Proctor bowls, that is short, it's pulled around the corner and he's hit that really hard, but straight to Liam Guthrie down at long leg, and he picks up a single to move on to 6, 233 for 5.
Of course, we also have Peter Ebden.
It's a hotbed.
Well, although from London, he again lived in Wellingborough for a long time. Practiced at the snooker club in Raunds.
They used to have a tournament or two at the old Rushden and Diamonds ground, didn't they, in the conference centre there.
Yeah.
Proctor around the wicket to restrikes him on the pad outside the line again, at some distance outside the line.
We also have the at the Derngate in Northampton, the old Hofmeister World Doubles, which Steve Davis and Tony Mio, I think, used to dominate, if I remember rightly, back in the 80s.
Used to follow the bear. A vivid recollection of those adverts for some reason. As in comes Proctor again, that's clipped in the air out towards mid-wicket. It hits the ground a long way before it arrives at safe save, and Lewis Rees picks up another single to move to 9. He's faced 39 balls. Dahl has 6. Derbyshire 234 for 5, having lost Brooke Guest this morning for 91, having added just 4 runs to his overnight score.
Yeah, both, as you correctly said, both Broad and Dom Leach are limbering up, so it is going to be Broad from this end, replacing Liam Guthrie. So I suspect it's going to be a double change. Justin Broad, as he did yesterday, has picked up some of this green sawdust and deposited it where his feet are going to be landing, next to umpire Rob Bailey, who tucks his 2 Northamptonshire sweaters, long sleeve and short sleeve, into the ring on the sort of tab and Rob Bailey's coat. Takes his Northamptonshire cap.
And hands his hand warmers to Luke Proctor.
That is, yes. Far more importantly.
Can't bowl with hand warmers in your back pocket, apparently.
You could, well, it wouldn't be hand warmers, would they?
No.
His Broad running into bowl to the left-handed Lewis Rees on leg stump, clipped away by Rees down to deep backward square. James Sales fields out there on the boundary, sends in his return, and Rees is up to 9, and Derbyshire to 234 for 5. Cloud is high. I haven't really seen any sunshine yet. I think the forecast I saw suggested that it was just gradually going to get better, I think, as the day goes on. But it's perfectly serviceable at the moment. And in there, pretty tight in at mid-wicket as Broad comes into bowl to Anish Dahl. Outside the off-stump, nasty one for Lewis McManus. Reaches him on the half volley. Hits him just on the inside of the pad, but no damage done.
Showed, what David Griffin showed, I was just happened to be with him. Brooke Guest a pair of, or the first pair of gloves that Bob Taylor wore. He was alarmed. Here's
Broad. In and bowls to Anish Dahl. Big appeal for LBW and out, says umpire Bailey. I think we could give that from here. Just nip back in, and Justin Broad, we said, bowled well a great deal better yesterday afternoon than he did yesterday morning, and in his first over that was absolutely on the money. Just nip back in a little bit to Anish Dahl, hits him on the pad, and the only thing I suppose might have been whether it hit him outside the line, but Rob Bailey says no. So Anish Dahl goes. It's another success for Northamptonshire this morning, and it's now 235 for 6. Anish Dahl, LBW to Justin Broad for 6.
To be replaced by Martin Anderson, who walks down the steps, the Centurion from Grace Road. His maiden first-class century at the age of 28. And his mum and dad were there in the crowd to watch, which was wonderful. Brilliant. I spoke to him afterwards. He said they'd seen him fail so many times over the years that it was great that they could be there to watch him get that maiden first-class century. He cramped up a little bit towards the end, it has to be said, but yeah, it was a terrific innings from Martin Anderson.
That is terrific. So Northamptonshire have nipped out a couple in the first 40 minutes this morning. Managed 3 in the first 40 minutes yesterday.
Well, it's sort of reminiscent of yesterday morning, isn't it? The pace of the batting, the accuracy of the bowling. Proctor was absolutely right if he wanted them to go back to that. It seems to work.
Yeah, he's again he's very upfront. He's very honest in his interviews. Doesn't necessarily give the longest answers, but you know exactly what he means, and you know exactly what he's driving at. And he was clearly not happy with the performance of the bowling unit in the second half of the day's play yesterday. So, Martin Anderson, man in form, 2 slips in place, faces his first ball from Justin Broad, and Broad just again on that line of off stump, just touch outside. But Anderson playing that defensively out on the onside to mid-wicket. Elsewhere, Yorkshire bowled out this morning for 307 against Durham up at Chesterley Street. Durham just started their reply. 4 for no wicket. Game continues to move ahead at Chelmsford. Here's Broad. And again to bowl to Anderson. Hits him on the pad. Broad is interested, nobody else is. just rolls out into the onside. Essex all out for 179 yesterday. Worcestershire 129 for 5. They are underway after a slightly delayed start down at Southampton, and Somerset still having problems with the bat. 101 for 7. They are now. Tom Abel is still there, 10 not out, but the lower order absolutely crumbling. Here's Broad bowling short, and Anderson is off the mark, pulling that one away down to deep backward square. Safe Zabe Fields in front of the main scoreboard, and so Martin Anderson is away. 1 to him, and that's the end of a successful over from Justin Broad and for Northamptonshire. 236 for 6 at the end of it. Broad 11 overs, 2 for 42. At Hove, Sussex 256 for 2 against the champions Surrey. Tom Haynes 108 not out. Tom Alsop 49 not out. As Tom Leach prepares to bowl from the far end. Warwickshire 38 for 2 against Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. They are just underway there. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 418 for 9 against Kent down at Canterbury. Cameron Green came back after his retiring. Hurt was out for 112, but James Bracey 123 not out.
It looked like cramp on the video.
Yeah,
I saw.
it was apparently. I was reading up Ed Seaborn, our colleague said. Lancashire 68 for 3 against Leicestershire at Old Trafford.
Leach is on his way in from the city end. The ball to Anderson, clipped into the leg side off his pads for a single at 237 for 6.
And last but not least, at Lords, Morgan 199 all out. Middlesex in reply are 75 for 1. Nathan Fernandez 33 not out.
Well, good news from Bristol is that there will be a toss at midday. A 50 over contest between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire's women. Although the scorecard I see it says toss to occur at 12 p.m. That's a very strange way of putting it. As Leach bowls outside the off stump, and it's guided by Rees very nicely. Backward of square on the offside. Anderson looks keen to come back for a third. I'm not sure that he will. He won't. And they'll stick to 2. Rees moves to 12, 239 for 6, yes.
Sounds as though somebody's been watching too much Gavin and Stacey.
Yeah.
Like, what's occurring?
Toss to occur at 12 p.m. Or toss at 12 p.m. There we go. That would have sufficed. It'll be in the computer program. We can't alter that. Too tricky. Or don't know how to. Which is equally likely. Here's Leach again. To bowl to Rees, who defends this one this time. It was a better delivery. And it just pushes it out gently into the offside. Bartlett does the fielding.
I think there's a bit of a Northamptonshire contingent on the committee balcony as well. So much mistaken. Easily distinctive figure of Gavin Warren, Northamptonshire president. I can see him up there.
Stacey with him? No.
Ian Peck is up there, the former vice chair.
That's Leach's next delivery to Rees is pushed into the onside this time. Barely goes off the cut strip.
They were both up at Old Trafford. It looks very much as though that might be just Chaplin up there as well, David Chawner.
Excellent. We're looking at the ball. I thought this
you said it happened yesterday.
I thought it might have happened yesterday when nothing was happening. Now that something is happening, there's clearly an issue with the ball here. It's been handed to umpire Anthony Harris, who's walking across to Rob Bailey. He's actually just shown it to him. I don't think they're even going to put it through the calipers. No. They're not. They just tossed it back to Luke Proctor to say, get on with it.
Say it very quietly, but the sun is very nearly with us.
Glinting off the cars in the car park. Which is excellent news. Pitch, which is a hybrid, still has a tinge of green to it, but I haven't taken much notice of that here at Derby. As Leach around the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who pushes it out into the offside. And once again, Bartlett does the fielding. Debbie Griffin had been positioned in the grandstand where the players go up the steps, mainly, I think, waiting for the potential of a Brook Guest century, because that's usually where they raise their bat. Well, that's towards the area they raise their bat. He's moved. As Leach is in again, and that one is, leading edge just past the right hand of Dom Leach and up towards Proctor at mid-off. Bounced before it reached Proctor, but it did go at a very catchable height. Past the bowler, no chance of him changing his direction in his follow-through to move to his right, of course, but a false shot from Rees, who has 12. Anderson has 2. That's the end of the over. 239 for 6, Derbyshire.
So 2 wickets apiece so far for Luke Proctor, Ian Guthrie and Justin Broad. Dom Leach still looking for his first, and we had a short glimpse of Calvin Harrison, having seen an awful lot of him at Old Trafford. Bowled just 3 overs before lunch yesterday. Broad it will be to continue, looking for his 3rd wicket of the innings. 239 for 6. Here's Broad into bowl to Anderson, who's clipping that away just behind square on the leg side for a single. Justin Broad has a bit of a tumble. His follow through, but looks okay. 240 for 6.
Wait till you see Blair Tickner.
Oh,
He spends a lot of time on the floor. A New Zealander, bowling himself off his feet on a regular basis.
He bowled beautifully here last year in the match between these two sides.
Probably dropped a few catches off him, did they? I imagine, because they dropped about 15 off him last year in the slips.
Well, Northamptonshire couldn't really say too much about that. His Broad in bowls on leg stump, clipped away by Rees. Goes down to long leg. Safe save, comes in off the boundary. Energetic as ever, sprints to his fielding position out on the leg side for the right-handed Anderson. One more to Rees. He goes to 13, 241 for 6. So Northamptonshire have got their 2nd bowling point. Derbyshire 9 runs away from their 1st batting point. Interesting listening to David Griffin this morning on this little video pre-match. Is Broad down the leg side, and Martin Anderson doesn't get a bat on it, saying about bonus points and how he's not a fan of them and they should go back to 3 points. Well, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, must make it like football. And pointing out the fact that if you were saying he'd done a study of, I think, 7 random seasons, he was saying, and if you award those points for the matches that were actually played, it makes virtually no difference to the final table.
The odd team swaps places, but
here's Broad in and bowls and clipped away nicely by Anderson down to deep backward square for 1, fielded by Safe Zabe, who sets off again for his fielding position deep on the leg side on the other side of the ground.
Keep him warm.
The left hand. Well, yeah, that's true, but he's never lacks energy. Safe Zabe. 4 to Anderson, 242.
There was a time back in. Sorry, Andrew. There was a time back in the day when you got a point for a win, nothing for a draw, and you got minus one for a defeat.
Yeah, that's right.
And I can't imagine much would have changed there either.
No, probably not. No, that's right. And of course, the other issue that they had in going way back is the fact that counties didn't play the same number of matches. Mind you, same as like Division 1 and Division 2, and come back to that in a second as Broad is in and bowls. Rees defensively back down the pitch, fielded by Broad himself. The fact, and we were talking about this at Old Trafford with Bumble and Paul Allott, that talking about Division 1, but of course there is an element of sort of random element to Division 1 in that it depends which teams you play twice and which teams you don't play twice, because you've got 10 teams in the division, of course 8 teams in Division 2. Here's Broad in again, bowls to Rees, who's again, as Fletcher was saying earlier, setting up around about off stump or even just outside. Pushes that out into the covers, end of the over, 242 for 6. Rees is 13, Anderson is 4. So for a long time they had to decide the championship on a percentage basis.
Yeah.
There is a thesis, I'm sure, to be done about different ways of deciding the county championship down the years and how they should perhaps think about doing it now.
Well, the early years they decided on fewest defeats almost.
Oh, yeah.
All sorts of. But it's never been the same for more than about 5 years. We did have 5 points for a draw for a year a couple of years ago.
100 over limitation on first innings.
Here's Leach from the City end bowling to Anderson. It's a short delivery that he tries. Well, he does pull it in the end, but not convincingly out off the bottom edge of the bat down towards Guthrie at long leg, and they go through for another single. Anderson moves to 5, 243, 4-6. Well, Derbyshire got their first championship taken off them, of course, in the 1800s, because they only played about 4 matches, I think.
Well, I remember seeing Northamptonshire follow on when they hadn't been bowled out. The 100 over limitation down at Eastbourne. Sussex got a lot of runs. Guion Mendes and Kepler Vessels they got I think it was 482 for 3 in 100 overs. Northamptonshire, I think, were about 315 for 7 when the overs ran out, and so they had to follow on.
Bizarre. Here is Leach around the wicket to Rees, who just pulls the bat inside the line at the last minute. The ball was quite close to the edge of the bat as it went through to the keeper. And this morning I held a very unhistoric bat.
Oh, yes.
I held Levi Wright's bat. One which he scored 195 here in 1905 against Northamptonshire. He was Wisden cricketer, one of the Wisden cricketers of the year in 1906. As Leach is in, that one is striking the pad of Lewis Rees and dribbling out into the onside. Stifled appeals again. And on the back of it, he'd written in very neat handwriting the opposition and what he'd scored in each innings, if he indeed had 2 in any match. He'd scored 3 successive centuries, 2 against Warwickshire, 1 against Northamptonshire, with a bat that appears to be made out of balsa wood. I have no idea how he managed to do it, but magnificently. Got 1,800 runs in the season. 1905.
Just first year in the championship.
He was mentioned yesterday because Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest broke the 4th wicket stand here at Derby against Northamptonshire, and Wright was one of the holders of that. That was 1907. As Leach is in, bowls way down the leg side. Good stop, diving away to his right by McManus, who stretches out to the leg rather like a gymnast. After he'd stopped the ball, Lewis Rees couldn't get anywhere near it, as it turned out.
That was a good take.
243 for 6 it remains.
The spectre of 4 byes, I think, was
I'll
galvanised him into action.
This next delivery is on the stumps this time, turned into the leg side by Rees and fielded down there by Guthrie. Very obligingly as a left-arm thrower.
We're talking about yesterday about Charlie Smith, the Northamptonshire keeper who dropped Levi Wright in the course of that 195. And he, as I say, was advanced in years when Northamptonshire created first-class county, and he only played for a couple of seasons before retiring. He was well, mid-40s. But he had a bat that he used to get signatures of leading opponents on it.
Leach bowls to Anderson, who drives, and he does well, Leach, to get a left hand to it and take the sting out of it, and there is no run. End of the over, 244 for 6.
And I often wonder if it's still in existence. I've never seen it, but he used to, apparently, all the sort of the big name players that he played against, he would get them to sign this bat. But I've never come across it. So if anybody knows where it is,
it's like the Holy Grail.
It is a bit, yeah. So as far as the Northamptonshire archive is concerned, it definitely is. But Charlie Smith was he was an amateur, he played as an amateur, and he was a shoemaker, and used to...
Wasn't everybody?
Well, pretty much everybody in our part of the world, yeah. But he used to put in a couple of hours at his last before going up to the county ground to play for Northamptonshire.
Brilliant.
Broad, starting another over. 2 slips in, bowling to the left-handed Rees, who pads up. Not out, says umpire Bailey, in response to the appeal. Looked a bit high.
It did, but it's dangerous, isn't it?
Well, as Northamptonshire discovered against Kent, when the 3 in the second innings were out padding up, prompting Darren Lehman to observe that if your bat costs £500, it's probably a good idea to use it.
Wasn't far away, you know. Just watched it again there. Very close.
Well, Broad in again and bowls to Rees. That's full and pushed by Rees back past the bowler up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Charlie Smith lived until the 1940s, and Dennis Brooks told me that he would sell players their boots in later years, and "you can pay me next week" became his sort of catchphrase. Here's Broad in, bowls, and turned away off a thickish inside edge, just behind square by Lewis Rees, just wobbling it around quite nicely just in Broad this morning, as he did yesterday afternoon. One more to Rees, he goes to 15, Derbyshire to 245 for 6, so I doubt he made a great deal of money out of selling footwear to Northamptonshire's young professionals in the 30s, but they're sort of unsung heroes of Northamptonshire cricket, going back a long way. Here's Broad in again, bowls and turned away nicely by Anderson. Certainly one, they'll think about 2, but Safe Zabe is quickly to the ball from his fielding position down on the boundary, deep backward square, and they settle for the single. Anderson is 6, 246 for 6. Just coming up to an hour's play we've had this morning. Derbyshire 216 for 4 overnight. They've lost a couple of wickets. Brooke Guest playing on to Liam Guthrie for 91. That was 227 for 5. And Anish Dal, LBW to Justin Broad for 6 at 235 for 6. It's down the leg side. Goes Broad. Rees has a little flick at it, doesn't get anything on it, and it's taken by Lewis McManus.
Kirk's pointed out that in club cricket there's all sorts of strange scoring systems, aren't there? You know, and all sorts of different lengths of matches, and I mean, I don't think any two leagues are necessarily the same.
No, absolutely. Here's Broad, in and bowls, and off the back foot, played back down the pitch by Lewis Rees, end of the over, 246 for 6. Yeah, in the Northamptonshire League's Premier Division, which my club's first team plays in, you have half the season with win-lose-draw matches and half the season with win-lose. So the first half of the season is there's a draw, and you play in whites. Second half of the season is win-lose, and you can play, if you wish, in colours.
How bizarre.
We this year have gone down the route of having a different captain
for each format.
Each format,
wow.
Yes, which is a first for us. But
That is unusual.
as we approach our bicentenary next year,
Good grief.
2026, 200 years of our little town up the Badgers.
Indeed, it's Leach. Hit from the city end bowls to Anderson, who defends this into the onside. Never tire of hearing that. I shouldn't have started this over because I'm going to have to go and do my update.
No, that's fine. I was just having a little look at where Dom Leach was following through. I don't think he's had even an unofficial word, Anthony Harris, but 2 slips, Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second. From the city end, Leach in going a little bit wide of the crease and driven nicely by Martin Anderson, but Leach does well to get a hand on it rather than a boot on it. It rolls up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. And then there's also, middle of the season, the T20 competition. But all the other divisions, the lower, I think Division 2 down, plays just straight win-lose. 15, 16 divisions, I think, in the Northamptonshire League this year. His appeal, that's half an appeal, as Anderson is hit on the pad, shaping to play that on the leg side. It is a leg bye, but I think it's clearly going down, hence the fact that the appeal was stifled. So a leg bye onto the total, 247 for 6, brings left-handed Rees on strike. But yes, when it comes to point systems, it's hard to keep up sometimes with various changes. And multiply by 7, take away the number you first thought of. Now, slip cordon. No, it's not the slip cordon going to be reinforced. They've got a leg slip in then for the left-handed Rees. Safe Zabe going in there. 2 slips and a leg slip. His Leach round the wicket and oversteps, to his frustration, because it's becoming a little bit of an issue with Dom Leach this year. 2 more onto the total, 249 for 6. I mentioned he had a problem with no balls in the first game of the season against Kent. Bowled, I think, 4 in his first 3 overs from the David Capel end, and also had a bit of a rash of them yesterday as well. Bowling from the City end. Leach bowled 3 yesterday, another one this morning. Round the wicket again, bowls and clipped uppishly by Lewis Rees. First bounce up to Rob Keogh at mid-on. Was in the air for a while. The scoreboard hasn't yet registered the no ball. It is 249 for 6, so Derbyshire just 1 run away from a point.
Very exciting.
The good burghers of Derby have been informed as to what's going on, to their immense satisfaction. Leach with the temporary permanent stand behind him, runs in and bowls short, pulled away on the first bounce down to Guthrie at long leg. It is a single to Rees, and it takes Derbyshire up to 250 and their first batting bonus point of the match. Still says 248 on the board, but they didn't add the no ball.
It's weird because the old scoreboard is being operated independently from the new scoreboard.
Ah, they've caught up now.
Yeah,
there we go.
There we are.
Excellent. Brings Martin Anderson, right-hander, onto strike. Leach back over the wicket, bowls to him, and solid forward defensive from Anderson. Rolls up to Keogh at mid-off, end of the over. 250 for 6, with Rees on 16, Anderson on 6.
Yeah, so they've been reasonably slow batting this morning. Just the oh dear, I shouldn't have started that.
34
Thank
runs.
you very much.
34 runs in 15 overs and 2 balls.
Yeah, so it's been a little bit sluggish compared to when Guest and Madsen were in full flow. Derbyshire will be looking to add another 150 runs, I would suggest, in the next 45 overs if they possibly can. So they're looking to get to that 400 mark as a new over begins from Broad from the racecourse. And first delivery to Lewis Rees is clipped into the leg side. Bartlett does the fielding out to deep backward square leg. They go through for a single. Rees moves on to 17, 251 for 6.
Didn't mention yesterday, and I did put it up on social media, but to wish a happy birthday to Graham White, Northamptonshire fielding, spin bowling and second 11 coach. I think he's here today or yesterday, but celebrated his birthday yesterday.
This next delivery is forced off the back foot by Anderson out into the offside. Fielded in the covers by Bartlett again.
And talking as we were about caps, Graham White made a little bit of Northamptonshire history. He was the first player to be given his county cap purely on the basis of white ball performances.
Really?
Yeah. David Ripley did that when he was head coach.
That's unusual.
I remember ringing up and asking if there's any reason why he couldn't do it. I said, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think there is.
He goes Broad again, bowls to Anderson, who pushes this one out to Bartlett.
Just because it's never happened before, it doesn't mean it can't happen.
Well, yes.
And certainly with the way the game's going, it's probably something that's going to be increasingly prevalent. But caps it's always difficult when you historically looking back at caps, because certainly with Northamptonshire, I don't know if it's the same with Derbyshire. Griffel, I'm sure no, but Northamptonshire used to award caps pre-war. An amateur could just go out and buy one. You know, it wasn't. There was no sort of merit involved.
Justin Broad in again. That one just jags back a bit at Martin Anderson there and gets some bat on it, forces it into the onside.
Seriously, I had a descendant of a chap who played once or twice for the county before the First World War with no success at all, and it was never seen again in terms of first-class cricket. And they got a beautiful thing, an old Northamptonshire cap that he'd basically gone out and bought, I think.
Would they be on the list of capped players then, or as Broad bowls? That one's guided down to third man. There isn't anybody at third man, so they're going to get at least two. They might even come back for the three if Reese is... No, he's not, and I don't blame him, because three players descended on the ball and hurled it back in. Two more to Anderson, moves to 8, 253 for 6.
He's not, Fletch, for the reason that it's really only post-war that the caps have been awarded on merit. So Northamptonshire's list of cap players tend to really goes from 1946, because before that it was a little more random.
There was money involved as well, wasn't there? When you were capped,
absolutely,
you got a nice pay rise as Broad bowls. That's driven very nicely by Martin Anderson, but straight to George Bartlett at cover. And there is no run. It was the final ball. No, yes, it was the final ball of the over. Anderson has 8, Reese has 17, 253 for 6. There's a few capped players in this Derbyshire. There weren't many when I first started in 2016. Not many were capped, but there's a fair few of them in there now.
Yeah, the Northamptonshire players used to be awarded a cap players tie when they were capped, and very nice thing with the gold band, maroon tie with the gold bands across, and the gold Northamptonshire rose there as well. And the only time I think you ever see those now tends to be former players' day, when a lot of the old players that were capped do wear them, and wear them with great pride. But I don't even know. I suppose they must still probably get one, a tie, when they are capped now, but not many people wear ties, myself included.
Well, I've got a couple. I've got a lot of sponsors' ties from my time covering rugby league. They always gave away a tie at the draw for the rugby league, but of course they've all got the names of tobacco companies on them. This is not really, and they're very wide as well at the bottom. But yeah,
stylish.
I got a Yorkshire centenary, bicentenary or something tie as well for no apparent reason.
Well, there's fielders running around all over the place out there.
Well, Rob Keogh's just gone off.
Yeah,
so
Rafi Weatherall's on.
Yeah, and he actually, Ricardo Vasconcelos had been off before him, but they're sorted now.
Here's Leach, bowling very full and clipped away by Lewis Reese, down to Liam Guthrie, who does really well down on the boundary below us. It's a cracking bit of fielding. Looked as though it might run away for 4, but Liam Guthrie reels it in. They just have to settle for 2. Takes Lewis Reese up to 19, 255 for 6, but Leach just straying onto Reese's leg stump. Yes, it's not many ties I wear, but it's 3 or 4 that if the occasion requires. Down the leg side again from Leach this time. Reese gets nothing on it. Yeah, Cricket Writers Club, Northamptonshire, my club tie, Handletown, and my old Northamptonshire Schools tie, and I think those are about the only ones I ever tend to wear these days.
Original, is that an original?
What's that?
The old school, or is it an old boys tie?
No, it's Northamptonshire. It was the Northamptonshire Schools Cricket Association.
Oh, okay.
Used to have a tie. Wow. Here's again on leg stump, and again turned down to Liam Guthrie, and again nice bit of fielding, not quite as acrobatic as the previous one in this over, but it's just a single to Reese this time. He goes up to 20, Derbyshire to 256 for 6.
He's got a dilemma, Guthrie, because if he lets them get 2, he stays where he is in the field.
Yes.
If he keeps them down to a single, he has to move right the way across to the other side of the ground, with them being right-handed and left-handed, so I'm sure that doesn't enter his thinking.
A bit of a change in the field for the right-handed Anderson, in that they've gone slip and a gully and a backward point for Anderson as Leach is in, bowls to him full, dug out by Anderson, rolls up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Rafi Weatherall on at replenish the hand warmers or answer a call of nature or change his boots or something.
Grab a bite to eat.
Well, it could be.
Quick shower.
A bit peckish at this time of the morning, isn't it? Especially 1 for lunch. Dear me. Here's Leach in and bowls, and Anderson drives. And this time it's Weatherall at mid-off. He gets a touch of the ball. 256 for 6 it stays. Just lost that little bit of brightness that we had perhaps 20 minutes ago when it looked as though the sun was going to come out. It's thought better of it. But clouds still high and absolutely no problems. And as I say, the forecast suggests that it's just going to get better as the day goes on.
We will see the sun at some point.
Cracking the flags tomorrow, aren't they? I think.
Possibly even 16 degrees.
Gosh. Here's Leach in bowls. That's a handsome shot from Anderson. Little bit of a floaty half volley and smashed away through the covers by Martin Anderson for 4. Takes him into double figures. 12 to Anderson, 260 for 6. Lovely way for Martin Anderson and Derbyshire to end that over. 260 for 6 it is, with Anderson on 12, Rees on 20. And it's going to be Justin Broad who's picked up one of the 2 wickets to fall this morning. He'll continue from this racecourse end.
The toss has occurred
good.
At Bristol.
Excellent.
Derbyshire have won it, and they're going to have a bowl first against Gloucestershire's women. We'll keep across that as best we can over the course of today. Yeah, new 2-tiered women's county system. As Rees, but just the 2 slips now, settles over his bat. Broad is in, and that one is on the pad, hitting the outside leg stump.
Who's looking after the Derbyshire women's team? Fletch?
Oh, I do know, and I've interviewed him. Somebody's going to have to come in and tell me. Is it John Cartwright? Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm glad you asked, though.
We've got David Ripley doing ours, so it's to forget that.
I'll find out, or somebody will come and tell me, or send me a message as this next delivery is helped on its way down the leg side off the bat. And so there was a valiant effort by Lewis McManus diving away to his right-hand side to try to stop it. He couldn't quite manage to do so. And it goes away for 4 runs. That's not right, is it? Because that definitely isn't right. I can't read that one out. No, somebody will tell me. 264 for 6. Now Rees moves on to 24 with that boundary. And the wayward delivery from Justin Broad.
My favourite tweet of the match so far, which I'll share with you after this delivery. In fact, they're faffing around. So Chappers, morning Dave Chappers. Umpiring at Foxfields, can I claim my earphones are a hearing aid so I can continue to listen to our commentary? Of course you can.
Broad bowls again on the leg stump, turning down towards long leg by Rees. He's run at the first one quickly, but he'll settle for a single. Rees moves to 25, 265 for 6. I'm getting nowhere at the moment, but I will. Nobody's helping me either. I've interviewed him. That makes it even more embarrassing, really. John Dyson.
Oh, right.
So nobody called Cartwright at all. This next delivery is striking the pad of Martin Anderson. A squeal from behind the stumps from McManus, but nobody else. He ended up with his hands on his head.
When you were saying about Cartwright, I think about Harold Cartwright, who played here years ago.
That's probably what I was thinking
Yeah,
about.
I'm sure you probably were.
Probably exactly.
It's the same reason that I used to refer to the former, did a couple of times on BBC Radio Northampton sports bulletins, to the former world heavyweight boxing champion as Frank Tyson.
Yes. It's easily done though. There's broad bowls. That one is off the inside edge down into the ground. And Martin Anderson. I don't anymore, but when he first arrived, Jack Morley my son knows Jack's cousin Harry. We played various sports with him. And not calling him Harry Morley was almost impossible. He's now a human being in his own right, though. He has his own personality and everything. Young Jack. 265 for 6. This next delivery comes back in and cuts him in half. Martin Anderson's appeal for a catch, I think, by the wicket-keeper. The bowler's got his hands on his head. Anderson was certainly discomforted by that delivery, which jagged back very sharply on this hybrid pitch. And for a ball that's 67 overs old, he's done really well to get that delivery to do anything. Ends up being a dot ball, but that was as good a delivery as we've seen today.
Where did that come from?
No idea. 265 for 6.
Yes, Northamptonshire bowling coach Rory Kleinveld is having a walk around the ground with Ben Sanderson. Not fit for this game, but they're hoping he will be for the next match against Leicestershire in a couple of weeks' time. And they would have been just sort of side on at the moment, so they wouldn't have had a chance to see that. But that was extraordinary delivery. So
bit of bounce as well.
It was.
It was all sorts. It had everything.
He's been
Apart
very
from an edge.
That's right. He's been very impressive again this morning, Justin Broad. 265 for 6, and we are going to have a change of bowling from the City end. Luke Proctor coming back into the attack. Proctor really the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers so far. 2 for 51 off 17, starting his 18th over and right on the money straight away. Played defensively by Lewis Rees. Proctor saying last night, if you're just joining us, we were discussing this right at the start of the day, that Northamptonshire needed to come to the ground this morning and try to do better. He wasn't very happy with the bowling performance generally of the unit in the second half of yesterday's play, such as it was. I think he'll probably been quite heartened by what he's seen this morning. Is Proctor in again, bowls clipped away by Rees for a single. There is a man back at deep backward square. Justin Broad sends in his return, and it's one more to Lewis Rees. He goes to 26, 266 for 6. Kleinveld and Sanderson continue their walk around the ground. A few Northamptonshire wickets for them between them. Sanderson now up to 550 wickets for Northamptonshire across all formats, coming up to 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire. Here's Proctor in, bowls short, and Anderson followed it round. Fortunately for him, didn't get a little glove on that. It was a good take down the leg side by Lewis McManus, who has Ricardo Vasconcelos for company. He's the only slip. They have a gully. Calvin Harrison, backward point. Calvin Harrison starting to do a passing imitation of a Tiller girl at the moment. Here's Proctor in, bowls and covered up by Anderson, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Benefit of younger listeners, Tiller girls, popular troupe of high-kicking dancing girls back in the 1950s, 60s.
I think everybody's seen Moulin Rouge now, haven't they?
They probably have, yeah. Or Angela Rippon on Morecambe and Wise. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
more likely to have seen Moulin Rouge, sadly, but Angela Rippon was magnificent.
Here's Proctor in. Anderson takes a step down the pitch. Proctor bowls short. Nice little tussle this, and Anderson pulls it down to James Sales. It's about 2/3 of the way back at the backward square, and they're through for a single. So Rees back on strike. Anderson 13, 267 for 6. Field changes over for the left-hander. They've kept it pretty tight this morning. 51 runs scored in the 19 overs we've had this morning. Proctor in, bowls, and it's a lovely drive, lovely looking drive from Lewis Rees, but can't get it past James Sales at point. And that's the end of the over. 267 for 6. Rees is 26, Anderson is 13. Men out this morning. Brooke Guest bowled by Guthrie for 91, 227 for 5, and Anujdal LBW to Justin Broad for 6. That was 235 for 6 now, 267 for 6.
A quick thank you to David Folkes and James Tarry for your kind words. I won't read them out. Modesty forbids. Well, it's been a good morning so far for Northamptonshire. They're 12 overs away from a second new ball, as well as Broad begins the next over from the racecourse end, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Anderson, who I wish I'd mentioned before you mentioned how he'd advanced a step down towards Dom Leach in that last over. He did that throughout his century at Leicestershire.
Really?
It's clearly something that's in his well, he wants to put the bowler off his length or what, but he did it a lot. Broad in, and he pulls a real horrible cross-batted looking shot. Misses it, goes through to the keeper. Terrific pair of red trousers just walking across the car park, the gap towards the car park. You know.
Well, I wondered if it might have been the aforementioned Northamptonshire president who's well known for wearing those, but it's not him because he's up on the balcony.
Greg Smith next door again, as he was yesterday as well. Taking advantage of this perfect view of the action that we have for this match here at the county ground. As Broad is in, that one is defended by Anderson with minimal foot movement on this occasion out into the offside, where it's fielded by Leach. A light aircraft making a terrible din up above, somewhere out of our sight.
Used to be a lot of, I don't know if it's still the case, used to be a lot of air shows sort of Easter weekend. There used to be one at Sywell in Northamptonshire, used to go to.
You can feel the vibrations from this one in the desk as this next delivery is bowled him. Broad got one just to basically swing back in to Martin Anderson. He tried to flick it away down the leg side, and Broad picks up his third wicket. Anderson goes for 13, and Derbyshire 267 for 7. Broad 3 for 55 now from his 15 overs. Terrific effort from him. Anderson dismissed for 13.
Well, I was thinking coming to the ground this morning, Fletch, that, you know, what would Northamptonshire, after Luke Proctor's comments last night, and I was thinking, well, if they could, you know, if they could bowl Derbyshire out for 300 or not, you know, not too many more than that, I think they'd be, from where they were at the start of play this morning, they'd be reasonably happy. Well, they may not do that, but 267 for 7, they've got a chance to do that. And Justin Broad, it was interesting, wasn't it? We were having a conversation at lunchtime yesterday, and talking obviously about the morning's play and the fact that Justin Broad had struggled a bit. 4 overs for 25, I think, in that first spell. But certainly the afternoon, his spell was much, much better, and he's been excellent again this morning, and just underlines what a very, very valuable member of the Northamptonshire side Justin Broad is now. And well, you see, we don't the media player of the year. We don't pick no hopers for that. That huge accolade. But no, he's fine young cricketer, Justin Broad, and just it's the trajectory, isn't it? Always with a cricketer making their way in county cricket, and his trajectory is very much in the right direction, I would suggest.
The award's just given him the impetus, the confidence.
Well, I'm sure he would say that.
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't.
If he had his arm twisted, he might.
I had a nice chat with him at Old Trafford, and we were joking about that. But no, he's got very clear goals, and it's one of the things that all of the Northamptonshire players that I speak to about the new head coach say, we know what's expected of us. We know where we fit in. We know what expectations are, and that's a very big part of. Right on cue, Darren Lehman has put in his first lap of the morning.
Zach Chappell, the new batter, as in comes Broad, bowls a short delivery that almost goes over the head of Zach Chappell standing up, and he's Blair Tickner apart. He's the tallest of the Derbyshire batters. The expectation on Zach Chappell is clearly high from the changing room, with Wayne Madsen saying he'd be the next of the all-rounders to make a century. I think he's still very much a bowling all-rounder at the moment, but can hit the ball a long way. Broad, final ball of his over, in and bowls, and he drives it very pleasantly. They're going to go through for a quick single as there's a tumbling stop from Rob Keogh. And Chappell is off the mark and keeps the strike at 268 for 7. Rees on 26 will be at the non-striker's end. Things are likely to move on slightly quicker with Zach. I mean, not for any particularly protracted length of time, and that's slightly unfair, but he scored a really good innings against Gloucestershire. Unfortunately, on the Saturday when I was elsewhere, but
well, I seem to remember. I mean, absolutely, that's clearly the way he plays. But I do seem to remember in that match that we were talking about, the two sides met here last year when Derbyshire was 7 down at tea on the last afternoon. It looked very much as though Northamptonshire were going to wrap up victory, and they only managed 2 more wickets dropped to catch in the last over, and Derbyshire fought their way to a very commendable draw as Proctor starts a fresh over, and it's another bouncer to Zach Chappell, sails over his head. But I seem to remember the latter stages of that, it was Zach Chappell, one of those that dug in and played rather against type. Just trying to find
fair play to him.
the game on here. I may be imagining things, but
No.
it's a sign of age. But,
I've got full faith in you.
Yep, 72 off 101 balls, clipped away by Chappell out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. When Derbyshire were 149 for 7, chasing 371, that was tea. And Zach Chappell came in after tea. And it's Anuj Dal that really dug in, 31 off 139 balls, but Zach Chappell 72 off 101. Here's Proctor in bowls, and Chappell on the defensive to a ball homing in on off stump, pushes it out to the offside. The substitute fielder Rafi Weatherall fields, and there's no run. Blair Ticknow 0 off 21 balls.
Yes, batted Blair.
And then Dupavillon.
Of course,
not out.
Darren
Darren Dupavillon played in that game. All in all, a bit disappointing for Northamptonshire. Thought they'd got the game in their grasp. Here's Proctor in bowls and clipped away by Chappell up to Bartlett at mid-wicket, and there's no run as the Northamptonshire head coach comes almost down below us.
The high score of 96, Zach Chappell scored on this ground on debut for Leicestershire. Some years ago now. Went on to play for, or to sign for Notts at least.
Here's Proctor in, and Chappell goes for an enormous swing, which would have landed it somewhere in the temporary permanent stand.
I think that might have reached the Pentagon Island.
You reckon?
I mean, he put a lot into that. That was 300 yards down the fairway, wasn't it?
That really was a serious golf swing, but it met with nothing. The bat sweep went through to Lewis McManus, but a statement of intent as Proctor comes in, bowls short to him again.
Drive that.
And he ducks underneath it. It goes through his McManus. Zach Chappell's one of those cricketers that he's just, you can almost tell what he's thinking. He's great fun to watch, bat or ball. So wholehearted. Terrific cricketer. 268 for 7 at the end of the over. Lewis Rees is 26. Zach Chappell is 1.
In quiet periods when they're fielding, you can usually hear his voice bellowing out. Zach Chappell offering words of wisdom or doing a funny dance, or he's a proper character. And as we discussed last week, has an interesting nickname which I'm not going to go into here. Here's Lewis Rees on strike now for Justin Broad's next over. Over the wicket comes Broad. That one strikes bat and pad and loops up into the air into the onside, and Broad can't quite get there in time before it hits the floor. I think that would have been a catch. Certainly wouldn't sound in there.
Yeah, I think so.
George Bartlett's the... No, it's not George Bartlett at all, is it? It's Rafi Weatherall's gone off now. I just saw the 4 on the back of his shirt. He's gone to sit back on the pavilion balcony away to our left-hand side. So Northamptonshire back up to their full complement of starting 11 players. As this next delivery is turned into the leg side, not defended, turned into the leg side. And There's no run. The Derbyshire women's game is 38 overs a side. Now, having started a little bit late. The very first delivery by the new Derbyshire women's team was a wide. Next delivery from Broad is lifted into the leg side. He's going to bounce in front of the fielder out there at deep backward square leg, who was James Sales, and they go through for another single. Ball actually overshot. His return overshot Lewis McManus and was well backed up by Safe Zabe. Actually hit the deck, and there was just a moment when everybody was having a look. It's Rhiannon Nolan-Davis who's bowling the first over, the historic first over for Derbyshire's women. This one is left alone outside the off stump by Zach Chappell in a very extravagant manner. You talk about you can tell what he's thinking. You certainly can when he's bowling if it's not going right. He always looks very angry, and he's not an angry person when you speak to him. Like many cricketers, they're good as gold, aren't they? But he's just not an angry person at all. There's the next delivery. Oh, he's edged it and been caught behind. He played that ball a long way from his body, Zach Chappell. That's not a good shot at all, I'm afraid. And Broad has his 4th wicket of the match. Chappell goes for 1. Derbyshire now 269 for 8 and in danger of being bowled out before lunch, which will not come until 1:10. A disappointing end to Zach Chappell's all too brief innings, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Justin Broad's putting in a serious stint this morning for Northamptonshire. 4 for 57, of course his career best 7 for 33, which we were talking about yesterday in that bizarre and brief game down at Bristol last year when the match was all over shortly after tea on the first day, abandoned because of the state of the pitch. He obviously likes bowling on hybrids.
Well, yes.
But impressive stint from Justin Broad. It's a good comeback after a not great start. If you look at his 17 overs, all but 1 ball, 4 for 57. 25 of those came off his first 4 in that opening spell yesterday morning. Been very, very good since then. Players just helping themselves to a drink as we still have 35 minutes to go until lunch, and of course if another wicket falls then presumably we could be into overtime for lunch if 9 wickets are down.
That would presuppose that that Blair Tickner and Jack Morley can hang around.
It's nice to see Jack Morley playing. He bowled beautifully for Lancashire at Old Trafford a couple of years ago when Northamptonshire were there on the test pitch on the 8th day that they'd used that surface, and it was turning. But I have to say, I thought he out-bowled Tom Hartley on that occasion, but obviously making the move to make sure he gets regular
That's it.
county cricket, and he's too talented a bowler not to, I think. It is going to be, though, Blair Tickner, the Kiwi, coming out to face Justin Broad with his tail up.
He's got Jack Morley, just talking, I know he's going to come out to bat at some point, you would think, in the near future. He's got 49 first-class wickets at 30.55. I think that's a pretty decent return for somebody of he's not 24 yet. So,
absolutely.
Anyway, well, more about his bowling at some point in the near future, because it's Blair Tickner on strike now. Very tall man, has to crouch down a long way as Broad bowls to him, and he's swinging and missing at that one outside the off-stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. Then he plays a far better, more aggressive shot in practice. Afterwards, the over comes to an end, a successful over for Justin Broad. Picked up his 4th wicket, 4 for 57 from 17 overs now. And Derbyshire with Rees on 27, and Tickner yet to get off the mark at 269 for 8.
4th wicket of the morning for Northamptonshire, 3rd wicket of the morning for Justin Broad. Now, Proctor is he fancies another go. Continue from the far end. I love that the little bouncer wall with him and Zach Chappell a few moments ago. That was good fun. Proctor is going to be to continue. He was certainly the pick of the bowlers yesterday. going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees. Proctor in bowls and Rees swings that away on the leg side. First bounce down to deep backward square. They come through for a single. I was actually going to ask you, Fletch, how you thought, bearing in mind Blair Tickner in now and Jack Morley to come, Lewis Rees might play this, and I think that stroke possibly gave us an indication because it was kitchen sink.
Yes, it was a bit uppish and was very hard, wasn't it? I mean, Tickner was yet to make a first-class half-century.
Oh. 270 for 8.
83 matches. Averages 13. Make up your own minds. I mean, yes, he can hang around a bit, but I'm not sure. He dances around. We'll put it that way. Get ready for a bouncer.
Well, Proctor's bowling to him. It's short, and it's pulled away. Nothing wrong with that stroke at all. He's going to get just, they're just going to settle for the single. He'll be disappointed because I think there were probably 2 there if they'd gone straight away. It was a long chase around the boundary for James Sales, but they'd settled obviously for the single to bring Lewis Rees back up. It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ted Dexter. 271, 271 for 8. Taking on Hall and Griffith in the gloom at Lord's in 63. Anyway, 271 for 8. I'm wandering off. My mind's wandering again. Proctor it is going to be to continue to bowl to the left-handed Lewis Rees. Now he turns that away out through mid-wicket. Certainly one. Don't think they'll risk a second to safe save. No, they won't. So quickly to the ball from his fielding position out there on the boundary. So 272 for 8, Lewis Rees. To 29 off 75 balls. So he's been pretty patient so far. Good job for his side. Derbyshire will be hoping certainly to get something north of 300 from here. Get the second batting point. Proctor in bowls to Tickner, and he clips that away again. Nothing wrong with that. Down to long leg where Liam Guthrie fields, and they're through for another single. Tickner to 2, and Derbyshire to 273 for 8. Field once again changes over for the left-handed Rees. Slip and a gully. 3 saving 1 in an arc on the offside. As Proctor is in and bowls to Rees, and he's going to get another single as it goes down just behind square on the leg side. Full length, clip down there to Justin Broad, sends in his return. 1 more to Rees, he goes into the 30s. And Derbyshire 274 for 8. Interesting game developing at Chelmsford. Essex bowled out for 179 by Worcestershire yesterday. Worcestershire 183 for 7, so they've just crept into the lead. It's going to be quite a tight old game, you suspect. His Proctor in again, bowls to Tickner. It was short. Outside the off stump, he thought about another pull and then, probably wisely, thought better of it. Drops the hands underneath it, goes through to McManus, end of the over. 274 for 8. 30 to Lewis Rees, 2 to Blair Tickner. Adam Hose made 48, Brett D'Oliveira 48, Matt Waite 32, so useful runs down the order for Worcestershire, who were in strife yesterday at 22 for 4, but they've got themselves a lead there with power to add.
Justin Broad's going to continue, as you might expect, as he hunts a 5 for. And Rhiannon Nolan-Davis, who made history by bowling the first delivery for Derbyshire's women down at Bristol, has also picked up the first wicket as well, and Gloucestershire a 13 for 1 in the third over. Third of 38 overs aside in that match at Bristol. Here is Broad in and bowls, and Rees just defends it up towards Luke Proctor at mid-off. He's just had his bat put through the bat gauge as Blair Tickner. First time in his career I would have thought anybody's questioned whether he's got a legal bat or not. It looks so tiny in his hands.
Big unit, isn't he?
Oh, he's huge. Next delivery, struck the pad. Was that a little inside edge? By the way, it looked quite close. The appeal was stifled. Tickner will do well to stay away from facing Justin Broad in his current spell, which has been terrific. This is the 8th over of the spell, and he's got 3 for 17. Has really given Northamptonshire the upper hand once again. They relinquished it a little bit yesterday afternoon, but so they've had the best of the 2 morning sessions, and a little bit disappointing post-lunch yesterday as Broad bowls short delivery, taken on by Rees, who turns it down to long leg. Oh, there's a fumble down there as well, and they're going to come back for the second, which is slightly disappointing. Tickner actually running towards the non-striker's end. The fumble down there was from Dom Leach, which will be a disappointment to him and indeed to Broad, who would fancy picking up the wicket of Tickner, I fancy. But they get 2. Rees moves to 32, 276 for 8. Broad is in again. That's well wide of the off stump and taken in front of slip by Lewis McManus, moving away to his left-hand side.
I can reveal exclusively
excellent.
that the Northamptonshire president has donned a Northamptonshire bobble hat.
Oh dear.
On the
I'm not sure
on the committee balcony.
I can't say I blame him, but I'd go back behind the glass. Broad is in and bowls, and Rees drives that up towards Proctor. They run through for a quick single. If that had hit it, it would have been close, but it actually bounced a long way in front of the stumps and then over the top of, potentially over the top of the stumps. We're right behind it, so we couldn't see if the direction was good, but it wouldn't have hit anyway. And Rees moves on to 33, 277 for 8. It's all very well taking quick singles with one of your leading bowlers. In fact, these are probably the 2 best bowlers that Derbyshire have had statistically this season so far. But you don't want to pull anything. That's all I'm going to say. Tickner on 2. Bowls to him, and he plays a shot with his bat about as far away from his body as he could have got it, and then plays the shot that he wanted to play, or he thought he'd played in his own mind. The one that he practiced was probably exactly how he thought it went, but it didn't. No run, 277 for 8, 2 to Tickner, 33 to Rees, and Proctor now has 2 for 58 from 20 overs, which is a very good reward for him. No, Broad has 4 for 60, which is a very good reward for him. That's what I meant to say.
Now we have a change of bowling from the far end, the city end. It's going to be Dom Leach, who's going to replace Luke Proctor. 277 for 8. We have 25 minutes or so to go until lunch. Still 80 to go in the day, so an awful lot of cricket to be played today. If we get all those in, then that will be, I think, pretty well advanced by the end of today. Cloud has just come over a little bit more. It's high though, and there's absolutely no issues with the light at this stage. Gloomy yesterday, wasn't it? Here's Leach then, start of a new spell. Down the pitch comes Rees, hoists it up in the air. It's going to clear Rob Keogh running back from mid-on. It's tidied up by Safe Zabe, and they come back for 2. So, as we said a couple of overs ago, it's very apparent the way Lewis Rees is going to play this, and I think it's probably very sensible. 279 for 8, Rees to 35. Big swing, didn't quite get hold of it, got under it a bit, but he had enough on it to clear Rob Keogh, who's about sort of halfway back and fairly wide at mid-on. Leach in again, bowls, pulled again by Rees. Very good sliding stop out there by Justin Broad at deep backward square. One more to Rees. He goes to 36, 280 for 8.
He hit that hard, didn't he?
Hit that very hard. It was at Justin Broad very quickly indeed. Now for Tickner, who's now going to be taking strike. Northamptonshire have gone with slip, gully, backward point. And Leach running in towards us and towards Blair Tickner, and Tickner covers up. He was nipping back a little bit towards off stump, but he got in behind it, played it out into the offside.
I think
top
of off is the way forward against these the last couple of bowlers, I would suggest.
Well, again, Lewis Rees has come down and made I'm sure, a helpful observation to his batting partner. As Dom Leach in his 18th over is in and bowls to Tickner short, and Tickner's got something on that. It's running down towards the boundary down below us. It's gone for 4, and it's 4 runs. So a bit of glove. Dom Leach trying to Blair Tickner out with a short ball, but he's conceded 4 runs, 284 for 8, Tickner to 6.
Whatever you do, if you're in the ground or you're watching on the stream, don't take your eyes off Blair Tickner. He never stops moving.
No, he's a fidget, isn't he? A serious fidget.
Yeah.
But nothing wrong with that. He's got a little bit of glove on it, maybe. Here's Leach in again. Down the pitch comes Tickner. He was looking, I think, to hit that somewhere in the direction of the members' pavilion.
Yep.
He finished up splicing it out to extra cover. Now, the angles would suggest that's impossible, but it isn't, because we've seen it.
Extraordinary.
It's good stuff. Now, Justin Broad is dropping back at deep backward point. Tickner was rehearsing the sort of baseball shot. Here's Leach in again, bowls to him. He's taken,
he's done it again.
He's done it again. This time I think he was looking to pull it away over square leg. And again, it's looped out off the splice out to extra cover. He's now trying a sort of overhead tennis smash, like Ken Rosewall or something. 284 for 8 at the end of the over. High jinks here in Derby, 36 to Reece, 6 to Tickner.
Great value, Blair Tickner. Top bloke.
You can't help but think, though, that maybe to Tickner, fast and straight
might do for him.
Might be the order of the day, rather than trying to bounce him out. But anyway.
I'd have thought so.
What do we know?
I can't remember clearly. He was caught at slip, I assume. Peter Hanscom got him out, but he made 26 at Grace Road, and Jack Morley was not out 19 at the end as well. They actually added a fair old 47 or so for the final wicket, a pair of them. So they'll fancy themselves. It's Liam Guthrie back, his left arm from the racecourse, and bowling to Lewis Reece initially, who drives it straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Lancashire have managed to creep to 100 off 40 in the 41st over at Old Trafford, 100 for 3. So they haven't lost a wicket today. Middlesex still 1 down, 91 for now against Glamorgan. Gloucestershire batting on 468 for 9. This one, he tries to pull it round the corner, he gets a feather on it, and he's caught behind Lewis Reece. So that's a disappointing end to Lewis Reece's innings as well. He's gone for 36, a short delivery down the leg side from Guthrie. Not the best ball he's bowled in this innings by some distance, but he picks up his 3rd wicket. Derbyshire are 284 for 9 now. I don't think lunch will be delayed, by the way. We've still got another 20 minutes to go until then. And Reece becomes the 2nd successive victim for McManus.
Yeah, I admire your optimism on this particular point, Fletch.
In fact, lunch might be at 1 o'clock.
Well, there's a ripple for Lewis Reece, who made 36 off 85 balls, hung around for a long time, and then obviously with the wickets falling at the other end, felt he just needed to get on with it, and perished in the attempt. Blair Tickner is now adjusting his clothing, and it is indeed Jack Morley coming out.
It couldn't be anybody else, really. It couldn't be anybody else. Poor old Jane was falling over her words for the dismissal of Lewis Reece.
Well,
all those scores, ignore all those scores I gave you before, they're miles out of date.
It's just this wonderful, I'm just transfixed by the sight of Northamptonshire president on the balcony with the bobble hat on. It's It's probably practical, but it's an interesting sartorial choice.
The correct scores are Kent 47 for 1, trailing Gloucestershire by 431 at Canterbury, Lancashire 138 for 4 against Leicestershire at Old Trafford, and Middlesex 115 for 1, trailing Glamorgan by 84 at Lords. We now have the long and the short of it out there with Jack Morley, who isn't particularly tall, and Blair Tickner, who is. And there's been Morley on strike, still left hand, right hand.
And those of a certain age, when you say the long and the short of it, will think Revenell and West Variety Act, and that was their billing.
Oh, is that right?
It was, yeah.
That wasn't what I had in mind, but the first ball by Guthrie to Morley is pushed out into the offside. I always think of Harry Pilling.
Oh, yes.
And whoever he was batting with, really, or Clive Lloyd next to him, or something like that.
Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth, anybody.
Anybody,
much,
yeah. Jack Simmons. That was the team I started watching when I was growing up. Farouk Engineer. The Lloyd brothers. Here's Guthrie over the wicket to Morley, who turns that off his pads into the leg side.
Had the enormous pleasure of commentating with David Lloyd Bumble at Old Trafford last week, and he told a great story about Farouk Engineer. We were talking about the 1976 Gillette Cup final, which Northamptonshire won, and the great moment for any Northamptonshire supporter was John Dye bowling Farouk Engineer very early on for naught. And I'll come back to that after this ball.
2 balls to go in the over. Guthrie is in, bowls to Morley. Oh dear. He decided to duck a bouncer and then decided he ought to play it, and I think it came off a glove. And he's looking back at Blair Tickner saying, well, what would you have done? I think that's the conversation that they're having.
And bearing in mind, John Dye had a long run, a long curving run, and Farouk Engineer apparently said he was going to see off the Doctor, Doc Dye as he was known, and bowled him through his legs pretty much for naught very early on to give Northamptonshire a great start. And Farouk's comment was, he bowled before I was ready.
Guthrie, and that's down the leg side. Taken by McManus, just moving a step or two to his right. The slip cordon had failed to count to 6, but everybody else is happy with it. It was the last ball of the over, 284 for 9. Morley yet to get off the mark. Tickner on 6. Yes, he always opened the batting. Didn't open the batting for India as well. I think he still lives somewhere up the Accrington Way. Farouk Engineer made his home in England after retiring.
Well, was a wonderful cricketer. That was, I think, if you were to ask 100 Northamptonshire supporters that were there that day, what was the best moment of that game? I think almost all of them, certainly I would say it was that moment that dear old Doc Dye castled Farouk Engineer early on, because it's Northamptonshire's first final, and they just suddenly felt, yeah, okay, we belong here, you know, we're in this game. But yeah, John Dye took a long run to pretend he wasn't ready. I think was an interesting excuse. But anyway, good fun. 1976, nearly 50 years ago. Crikey.
Seems like yesterday.
284 for 9. Now, can Northamptonshire polish this innings off, or as they have done a time or two in the last 2 or 3 years, be frustrated by the tail? Tickner is going to take a single, as Leach was basically allowing him the single. The fielders on the leg side, both all 3 of them, all very deep. And Tickner just dropping it out towards mid-wicket, so he goes to 7. Derbyshire to 285 for 9. Jack Morley taking guard from umpire Harris.
He's actually just been spoken to again by Tickner, who's run the entire 22 yards to come and punch gloves for some reason. I don't think, when they took that single, I don't think Tickner realised that the entire field was out.
Here's Leach looking for his first wicket of the innings. Bowls to Morley, who chops that into the offside. They're going to come through for a single, which they get comfortably. Again, the field is pretty deep on the offside. Slightly not entirely sure what the plan here is, but anyway, 286 for 9 from Northamptonshire point of view, because they seem to be prepared to give either of them a single, which seems...
I can't work out who they want to bowl
No,
at most.
No. Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, the leg side field is now scattered far and wide. Leach is in and bowls to Tickner, short. Tickner pulls. It's gone down to Liam Guthrie, and they've taken a single. So Tickner goes to 8, 287 for 9. Leach is the only one of the seamers not to have picked up a wicket in the innings. 3 to Guthrie, 2 to Proctor, 4 to Broad. I have my thought that if leggy against the 10 and 11 might not be a bad idea if need be. Morley doing his best to get a little nick on that one from Leach. Outside off stump, a little fish at it, and it goes through to Lewis McManus, who might have thought for a moment he was on for his 5th catch of the innings. Zabe getting loose, but I doubt if he'd. I don't think he's going to get on before Calvin Harrison. Derbyshire still need another 13 runs for another point. Leach round the wicket to the left-handed Morley. Appeal for LBW, going down, I think. Yeah, that's umpire Harris's view. Looked to be swinging down the leg side. Another light aircraft flies overhead.
Look at it wobbling. Wouldn't catch me in that for all the money in the world.
It's a bit it's a little bit breezy, isn't it?
It is.
Out there today.
Not a chance.
Leach turning in the far distance. At the city end, runs in and bowls to Jack Morley, who winds up as though to do a sort of an IVA Richards spear through extra cover, and it finishes up rolling up to mid-on. End of the over, 287 for 9. Morley is 1, Tickner is 8. Entertaining for the spectators, potentially frustrating for the bowling side, but I think...
Well, Northamptonshire won't have to bat now before lunch.
That's
anyway.
true.
That is something.
Well, Ricardo Vasconcelos will be relieved to say we talk about David Lloyd having struggled in the early stages, and Ricardo Vasconcelos similarly has had a bit of a ropey start to the season by any standards. So I'm sure he'll be relieved about that.
Last time we went to Old Trafford, John Abrahams walked into the press room and immediately came up to me. It was very nice of him. He didn't need to. And introduced himself, John Abrahams. And I thought, well, yes, you won the man of the match in a final without batting or bowling. That one is edged over the slip cordon down to third man, 4 runs by Blair Tickner. He moves into double figures. He moves on to 12, 290, or has it already gone on?
290,
No, yes, 291 for 9. He might have batted. I think he got 0, but he didn't bowl. Certainly, he got the man of the match for his captaincy.
I remember that.
Which was one of the more bizarre man of the match awards, I think, in the history of cricket.
I'm trying to remember who gave him the award. I ought to remember that.
Yeah, it was just amusing that he introduced him. I mean, he wouldn't have known who I was, but I certainly knew who he was.
Of course. Yeah. Am I alone in thinking that fast and straight is still probably the
I think so.
preferred option here?
I think so.
It's a little strange.
I might have to go after this delivery.
Okay.
Guthrie's on his way in to bowl to Tickner, and that's a short ball that's just guided out to the backward point region. He's only going to get a single for that. And he moves on to 13, 292 for 9.
Very tall man, Blair Tickner, as we've been describing, and he's just rehearsing a most magnificent looking hoik over deep mid wicket, and there we go. Oh, that's the cut. He's showing all the shots he's got without the ball present, of course. Now field change is over for the left-handed Morley. 2 slips. Liam Guthrie over the wicket, bowls to Morley, and Morley's rock-like in defence. Plays it up to mid-on where Rob Keogh fields. And there's no run. 292 for 9. Jack Morley. Short-sleeved shirt. Blair Tickner favouring the long sleeve. He's having a chat with Luke Proctor, who's at mid-off. Here's Guthrie in bowls to Morley, who squeezes that away to backward point. Can't get it past Safe Zabe. And there's no run. I wonder whether Luke Proctor will think that maybe his best chance of nipping this pair out quickly might be the leg spin of Calvin Harrison. We haven't seen bowl since just before lunch yesterday, when he bowled 3 tidy overs, having sent down 76 overs in the previous game at Old Trafford, 57 in the second innings. Here's Guthrie in bowl short, and Morley drops everything, drops the hands out of harm's way, goes through to McManus. Now they Safe Zabe scurrying back towards the boundary at backward point. So I would suggest they're prepared to give Morley the single, keep him on strike. Here's Guthrie, bowls to Morley, just jabs it down into the offside. They go through for an easy single. Nothing wrong again with that from Morley. That was the end of the over. So if Northamptonshire were intent on giving him the single, mission accomplished. 293 for 9. Morley is 2. Tickner is 13. And we are still going to see Dom Leach bowling from the far end. 19 overs, no wicket for 86. He would dearly love, obviously, to get something in the wickets column, which with 10 and 11 out there, you would think he will have no better opportunity. But, as I say, whether trying to bounce out Blair Tickner is a good idea, I'm not convinced.
No, I'm not. Leach from the city end, bowling to Morley, who plays and misses at that one. That's where to bowl to him. Goes through to McManus. Caitlin MacDonald has picked up a wicket now for Derbyshire's women. 8 overs gone in their one-day cup game at Bristol against Gloucestershire, who are 37 for 2, 38 overs aside. A wicket apiece for the 2 opening bowlers. Derbyshire's first game. Northamptonshire women play their first game tomorrow. As Leach around the wicket bowls. That one is, well, it's a sort of drive up to mid-off. It's not a particularly convincing drive from Jack Morley. He did go for a net this morning. I didn't see Blair Tickner go for one. I'm sure he did, but he's a very casual customer, is Blair Tickner. Very casual indeed. Peter May, the adjudicator for the Abrahams Man of the Match Award in 1984. Thank you, Kirk. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside by Morley. Of course, having said that lunch was at 1:10, it might not be anymore.
No, well, I'll tell you, somebody who will not be happy with that is umpire R.J. Bailey.
Yeah.
Thought of delaying lunch. Now, the leg spinner, Calvin Harrison,
Looks
is
like
having
it,
a little...
doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that would surely make sense to me anyway.
Having said that,
Tickner might take after.
well, I'd rather bowl to him from the city end. Bowl from the city end, actually. This one is driven by Morley, a glorious drive, and he has to negotiate his way around Dom Leach.
There was a touch of the Frank Woolies about that, wasn't there?
He moves on to 3, 294 for 9, and now he's got some words of encouragement for Blair Tickner and trots down the pitch. Yeah, punch your gloves. Did you see that? That's how you do it, Blair. All right, mate. Don't worry about me. I'll be absolutely fine.
This is good fun.
2 balls left of the Leach over. 294 for 9. And Leach is in, and there's a defensive shot of sorts by Tickner, who then goes for a walk and swings his bat, puts it on his shoulder, swishes it on the ground, takes his gloves off, puts them back on. I mean, he is perpetual motion. He's similar when he's bowling, actually. When you watch his follow through a little bit later on, he probably won't take the new ball. That's usually down this season to Rees and Chappell, but when he follows through a long way and then turns around and runs back as Leach bowls to him, gets his bat down on that one somehow, gets an inside edge. down towards long leg, picks up another single. It's fielded by Guthrie. Tickner moves to 14 and pinches the strike. Perhaps that's what Morley was telling him. Get a single off the last ball, will you? Tickner's got 14, Morley's got 3, 295 for 9. And a helmet is brought out, and we're going to see some leg spin.
Well, Northamptonshire, I'm sure, will need reminding that when they played here last year, they conceded a 58-run partnership for the last wicket in the first innings, which was Ross Whiteley and Darren Dupavalon.
Yes, Ross Whiteley scored most of them.
He did. Oh, yes.
From memory.
Yeah, so he scored almost all of them, I think.
I think so.
But
and Darren, bless him, wasn't known for his batting.
No. But, yeah, it's certainly their inability to polish off the lower order cost them a win here last year, because, of course, then Derbyshire finished 9 down. So
I think this is the wrong end for the leg spinner, personally. I think, and it's still quite a long boundary, but it's a lot shorter. I know you'd have to hit against the spin, but I'm not sure.
Well, Calvin Harrison
get a wicket first ball.
Almost 24 hours since his last over in this match. He's going to have another go from this racecourse end. 295 for 9. Harrison in, bowls with a slip. Chopped away into the offside by Tickner for a single. Fielded by George Bartlett. So Tickner to 15 rather. Off 16 balls, 296 for 9.
Strike rate.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have got their maximum bowling points, but Derbyshire 4 runs away from the second batting point, which they will, I'm sure, dearly love to get now. Safe Zabe, who was down on the deep point boundary, decided he's going to be surplus to requirements down there, so he's coming into the ring. And that beats Jack Morley outside the off stump. Lewis McManus has the bails off in a trice, but Morley had not strayed. Harrison in, bowls to Morley, forces off the back foot up to Liam Guthrie at mid-off. There's no run. Calvin Harrison bowling in his short sleeve jumper. In again, bowls to Morley, and Morley again forces off the back foot, runs for him here as it's gone through extra cover. Safe Zabe chases back towards the boundary. A ripple from around the ground for that stroke from Jack Morley, with which there was nothing wrong. 5 to him, 298 for 9. Rob Bailey will now be getting worried about whether the starter is on the table yet, because it's coming round to 10 past 1. Here's Harrison in, bowls to Morley, forward. Goes Morley, pushes it out to the onside. Bartlett fields at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's just told Harrison, you hit the pads, lad, and we're off.
1 ball to go in the over. Here's Harrison. Bowls to Morley, and Morley rock-like again in defence. Plays it back down the pitch. Harrison fields. That's the end of the over. 298 for 9. Tickner is 15. Morley is 5. These two have put on 14 for the last wicket. Clock ticks round to 10 past 1.
We'll get the announcement. Extra half hour. Thumbs up from Rob Bailey. That was the question he was posed. He didn't bother to get his walkie-talkie out this time. So they will have whether half an hour is required or not remains to be seen, but that is now available. Caitlin McDonald's got a second wicket now, and Gloucestershire 45 for 3 against Derbyshire Falcons women. 2 for 21 in 5 overs she's got. Here comes Leach from the city end, bowls to Tickner, who pushes this one up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh. And there's no run. They have reached lunch in 2 of the other games. In the second division, that is. Middlesex 118 for 2 at lunch, trailing Glamorgan by 81. Kent 49 for 1 at lunch, trailing Gloucestershire by 423. Leach bowls, and that is pushed again up towards mid-off by Tickner. 2 runs away from the extra bonus point for what it's worth. Well, they clearly are worth something, because Kent had won 2 out of 2 and weren't top of the table because they hadn't got any batting points.
And I think that's what inspired the. There was a discussion.
There was a
on
wisdom
it,
rant, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. A bit late to the party, but well done anyway. Tickner waits. Leach is in and bowls, and that one is defended into what's happened here. Into the onside. No swishing of the bat at the moment, which is disappointing.
Stick a rhubarb.
Well,
Or whatever the New Zealand equivalent is. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I'm not going to be here for the next game. Jane comes up with these lovely cakes. Was saying she's got a glut of rhubarb.
Yes.
And was going to do
Very
something. I'm
exciting.
very partial to rhubarb.
Next Friday. Something to look forward to. Wishing my life away. As this takes deliveries down the leg side and he misses out there, does Blair Tickner, and he lets out a raw. Leach is bowled a short of a length delivery. He swiveled and that isn't a shot, but he tried to sort of fiddle it away down the leg side. Missed it completely.
Well, Northamptonshire missed the next round of matches. So,
Well, you could come up.
well, I couldn't. Unfortunately, I'm actually reading the news on BBC Radio
okay.
Northampton next Friday. So.
Fair enough. Here's Leach bowled. That's defended by Tickner on the walk. Pushing it up towards Proctor. It's going to be a maiden over here, you know. Madness. One ball to go in the over. And indeed, the second new ball will then become available.
That could be a serious waste of money, couldn't it,
Oh,
potentially?
yeah, absolutely. Go straight into the box. The replacement balls have got to last at least 10 overs, though, with it for it to be of any use to anybody. As Leach bowls, and it's pulled into the leg side. And there is the 300 for Derbyshire, out towards the straightish mid-wicket boundary. He was on it like a flash, Blair Tickner. He moves up to 19, and at the end of the over, Derbyshire are 302 for 9. And we have had exactly 80 overs.
Well played, Blair Tickner. There's nothing wrong with that stroke at all, but I'm just slightly puzzled as to what Dom Leach is trying to do here. I know he's trying to get him out, it's stating the obvious, but the way in which he is opting to do it seems a little surprising. But anyhow, Calvin Harrison it's going to be to continue with ring of 3 on either side, saving 1, bowling to the left-handed Jack Morley with a slip, and Morley digs that one out, rolls out to extra cover, and there's no run. Harrison ready back at the end of his mark. New ball not taken. Big swing from an ugly-looking swipe from Morley, but he's going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket. Goes to 6, and Derbyshire to 303 for 9. The field now departs to all parts of Derby. As Harrison is in to bowl to Tickner, and Tickner just very calmly squeezes it away, just out past umpire Harris at square leg. A couple of fielders converge on it, but they can't stop the single. Tickner to 20. And Derbyshire to 304 for 9. Useful runs these, 20. Last 2 have added so far. Good stuff for Derbyshire. Frustrating, of course, for Northamptonshire. Here's Harrison in and bowls, and Morley, without necessarily exuding an air of permanence, pushes that one out into the covers, and there's no run. Calvin Harrison trots in again and bowls to Morley, who goes for the late cut. Thinks he's Ranjit Singh all of a sudden. Goes to backward point, and there's no run.
Levi Wright.
Absolutely. He's playing all the shots round the wicket. Calvin Harrison decides to switch his line of attack. In and bowls to Morley. Big appeal for LBW. Rob Bailey has a look at it. Despite the fact that I'm sure he wants his lunch, as the fine professional umpire that he is, he says not out. 304 for 9. Morley is 6, Tickner is 20. Are we going to see the new ball taken?
I wonder.
Are we going to see Dom Leach pitch it up?
Well, Yes.
There's a certain amount of discussion
Well,
going
Leach has
on.
removed his cap, but I don't think he's convinced
No, well,
that he's going to be bowling.
captain and vice-captain are having a little chat there, which Rob Keogh, as senior pro, has joined in the discussion. And
Yeah, Proctor's back.
yeah, Dom Leach.
I think he's searching for the new ball in his right pocket here. Umpire Harris, is he? Have you got it? Well, somebody must have it. The old one's been thrown off the field anyway.
I don't think it's been. I haven't seen it being brandished to our. Oh,
Yeah,
it is. There we go.
There we go.
Brandished towards Jane and Q.
Yeah.
Quentin sitting next to us.
Sort of technically the second new ball, of course, but will it have the desired effect? 26, I think, Tickner made in the game against Leicestershire, the only time he batted. That was his first game of the season, having missed the first match because he was still in New Zealand, which is a good reason for missing a game, playing for Central Districts. Here comes Proctor over the wicket and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside very pleasantly by Tickner. They want two here. No, there isn't two there, exactly. Tickner tells Morley in no uncertain terms that there isn't two there. Rather exposes the number 11, 21 to Tickner, 305 for 9.
So presumably he would have worked out in the winter with Ben Smith. It was.
Yes, he was in the yes, he was in the Central Stags team that won the Super Smash. Talking to Ben about that, he was on the television almost non-stop. He was their go-to man whenever they wanted to speak to a coach.
He's very good.
On the sidelines with the headset on. Here's Proctor around the wicket to Morley, who gets this one on his pads and just deflects it down towards long leg for a single. Moves to 7, 306 for 9.
Ben was a regular summariser for us on BBC Radio.
I did a 50-over game with you, the pair of you once. I remember.
Right, yeah.
I remember that was the first time I'd met Ben, I think.
Yeah, well, he was working in Northamptonshire for a while at my club actually at Oundle, and before he got the batting coach's job at Northamptonshire, and was regular on there with us.
Proctor bowls, a little leading edge into the offside off Tickner's bat. Falls short of safe save. Well, he has an open invitation to come and sit in one of these two chairs, but he's yet to take it up.
Well, it'll be very good to hear from him. Yeah, I mean, and he is his analysis is as you would expect. With his long career as player and coach, is very much well worth listening to. We had some good times in the commentary box.
Tickner, bristling with aggression, turns this ball from Proctor into the leg side for a single. 307 for 9. Tickner up to 22.
I say in the commentary box, although a couple of the years,
we were in the main bit, weren't we?
Yeah, that's right. A couple of years that we had Ben with us. Most of it was when we were actually able to commentate outside at the other end of the ground. David Capel end.
Yes. Here's Proctor, bowls, edged and caught. And Morley goes, just a tentative prod outside the off stump, and the new ball, the second new ball, is just 5 deliveries old when Jack Morley edges behind for 7, and Derbyshire all out for 307 at lunch on day 2 of this county championship match here at the county ground. He'll be a little bit disappointed by that shot, in all honesty. It lasts for 81 overs and 5 balls, the Derbyshire innings.
I think Northamptonshire will be, notwithstanding that little sort of flourish from the last pair, I think to picked up the last 6 wickets for 91 in the session, 32 overs. I think that's responding very much to what Luke Proctor would have said, and I'm sure Darren Lehman had said the same, that they needed to be better, and what Luke Proctor said in the interview last night, they needed to be better this morning, and I think Northamptonshire were. Justin Broad in particular, Proctor again, excellent, and I think to bowl, considering Derbyshire were 198 for 3, weren't they, with Madsen and Guest going well yesterday. I think to bowl them out for 307, they'd settle for that. Equally, Derbyshire can turn around and say, well, we were 29 for 3 after you stuck us in.
I suppose.
So we've got up to 307, we've done pretty well. So I think both sides have reason for satisfaction, which is always very nice.
That's how it should be.
Yep.
The dreadful noise in the background you can hear
Sounds like my car.
are two heavy rollers. One currently trundling up and down the pitch, which seems a bit early to me to have a heavy roller 40 minutes before that you go out to bat, but there we are. What do I know? And the other one is a rather rattling. It looks like a classic heavy roller. The other one, to me, and that's going to be preparing one of the pitches for the near future. We're going to leave you for 40 minutes. You'll be delighted to hear. Derbyshire had a very poor morning, a great morning for Northamptonshire. Derbyshire's women, incidentally, in the 14th over Gloucestershire, are 67 for 3 in a 38 overs a side match in the One Day Cup League 2. We'll keep you abreast of that, and as it goes on throughout the course of the afternoon as well. But for the time being, with Derbyshire 307 all out at lunch, we'll see you in around about 40 minutes.
This crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor.
They certainly
The
are.
ball from the City
Oh.
end, Zach Chapel.
He certainly is. Welcome back to the county ground in Derby, the afternoon session. What I didn't ask Jane, oh, she can't hear me, is when tea is. Did you ask?
No, I didn't. No. I suspect the answer is probably 32 overs remaining.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
I've just been told.
Right.
We've just done a bit of semaphore. So tea will be at 4 o'clock, which is good news because otherwise this session would have to be 39
Oh,
overs.
crumbs.
So,
It'd be supper, wouldn't it?
yes,
Rather than tea.
we'll be making plans for breakfast in the morning. Derbyshire all out for 307. Good effort in the end by the Northamptonshire bowlers this morning. Good effort by the Derbyshire women's bowlers as well, who now have Gloucestershire 111 for 5 in their one-day Cup League 2 match. More details to follow. Zach Chappell's going to open the bowling from the City end. 3 slips and a gully, and he's in and bowls, and Ricardo Vasconcelos leaves the ball alone and it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, Vasconcelos could do with the score. 3 innings so far this season have yielded 22 runs, and 16 of those came at Old Trafford after he'd been dropped on naught. So he has had a bit of a struggle. Didn't really make a lot of runs in pre-season either. But well, his record suggests what a talented player he is. But he just needs to get away.
Batting a long way outside his off stump. As this one is edged, and is that short? I think it
think so.
probably is short of David Lloyd, who's filling at third slim. Got up on his toes, which still isn't very high, bless him, for Ricardo Vasconcelos, and down into the ground. Adriana Darlow, the skipper, she's picked up a wicket, as has Gemma Rose, to go along with those wickets for Rhiannon Noling Davis and Caitlin MacDonald earlier. So 113 for 5 in the 28th over. Gloucestershire 10 to go. Chappell's in and beats Vasconcelos outside the off stump. Great delivery. Have to make the most of the new ball here, Derbyshire. So far, the first few deliveries from Zach Chappell have been bang on.
Yeah, Vasconcelos made 1 and 5 in the first match of the season against Kent, when Northampton's batting didn't distinguish itself. Nobody really got big runs. And then 16 at Old Trafford last time out.
Next delivery from Chappell is guided off the face of the bat, but down through the slip cordon for the first runs of the Northamptonshire innings. 2 of them, in fact. Bit of relay work there by Caleb Jewell and David Lloyd to get the ball back to Brooke Guest. 2 without loss. I was just double checking there wasn't a 2 o'clock news. I knew there wasn't. I'd been told there wasn't, but you don't always believe what you're told.
No, quite.
There wasn't. 2 without loss, 4 deliveries gone. Fascinating afternoon in prospect. Can Derbyshire's bowlers match their Northamptonshire counterparts? Someone's left alone by Vasconcelos outside the off stump to go through to Guest. So 3 slips and a gully. A point, who is Anuj Dal. The gully is Martin Anderson. Harry Kame, sort of mid-off cover kind of area. Blair Tickner at mid-on, and Jack Morley at mid-wicket. There must also be. There he is. Lewis Rees down at long leg, away to our right-hand side in front of the tent. As this one, oh, bit of bounce as well there as it goes past the shoulder of the bat. Vasconcelos will tell us that he left it alone. I'm not so certain, and the first over comes to an end with Northamptonshire 2 without loss, and it indeed will be. Lewis Rees, who went into this round of matches as the leading wicket taker in Division 2, to open the bowling from the racecourse end.
13 wickets, just a hair over 19 for Lewis Rees, including 10 in the first game against in the win over Gloucestershire. So
First time he'd got 10 wickets in a match.
So, I seem to acknowledge the rapturous applause that greeted Jane's announcement. 3 slips in a gully in place to bowl to Luke Proctor, who, as we were saying this morning, is role he has this year is opening the batting and opening the bowling. He's played well up at Old Trafford, made 64. Northamptonshire's only innings, very solid, 64 off 133 balls, went past 5,000 runs for Northamptonshire across all formats during that innings. He's going to be facing the left armour, Lewis Rees, who starts his run just down below us from this racecourse end. Runs in and bowls to Proctor on leg stump, just outside leg stump, and Proctor just shaping to try and get something on it, tickle it away down to fine leg, doesn't manage to do so, goes through to keeper Brooke Guest. Have a quick canter through what's happening elsewhere. Of course, we had that belated lunch. Oh, see, Rob Bailey had a chance, didn't he, to take us in a bit earlier.
Yes, he did.
The LBW shout and turned it down. What's going on? Here's Rees in again, and he does hit Proctor on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW, maybe a little bit high, maybe going down. Either way, Rob Bailey says not out. Durham are 108 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 307 all out in the first division. Alex Lee's 63 not out. Emilio Gay, formerly of Northamptonshire, is on 30. Innings side completed at Chelmsford. Essex were all out for 179. Worcestershire getting a modest lead. All out for 202 in reply. Here's Rees in again. Bowls to Proctor, who drives. First runs for him as it goes away through the covers, and they pick up 2. Reeled in just inside the boundary rope down by the main scoreboard, so Proctor is away, 2 to him, and Northamptonshire 4 for no wicket. Essex have started their second innings there, 26 for no wicket, so that game is moving ahead. At Southampton, Somerset bowled out for 184, which I suppose you'd have to say represents a little bit of a recovery, because they were 90 for 6 and 100 for 7. Finished up with 184 all out. That's a beauty from Lewis Rees that draws Proctor into playing at it, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Brad Wheel, who's having a terrific start to the season, 4 for 46. And it was Miguel Pretorius that made 47 not out down the order for Somerset, just to give himself something to bowl at. Hampshire 1 for no wicket in reply. At Hove, Sussex 313 for 4 against Surrey. Tom Haynes 136 not out. Rees in and bowls to Proctor, turns it away just behind square on the leg side. There'll be just a single. Down to Zach Chappell on the boundary. 1 more to Proctor. He goes to 3. Northamptonshire to 5 for no wicket. At Edgbaston, they're off for rain again. Warwickshire 92 for 7 against Nottinghamshire. Sam Hain made 43, but other than that, very little. Fergus O'Neill has picked up 4 for 19. Brett Hutton 3 for 37. Rees in, bowls to Vasconcelos, and that's gone off, I think, the pad. It's gone down to fine leg, and it's signalled as leg byes by umpire Rob Bailey, so 4 to the total. And at the end of the second over, Northamptonshire are 9 for no wicket, replying to Derbyshire's 307 all out. In Division 2, Gloucestershire eventually all out for 472 down at Canterbury. Kent 68 for 2. In reply, Daniel Bell Drummond 37 not out. Lancashire 164 for 4. A bit of a grind against Leicestershire. They're in the 59th over there. Marcus Harris 68 not out of 137 balls. And Middlesex 144 for 2, going nicely, replying to Glamorgan's 199 all out at Lords.
Zach Chappell begins new over from the City end, and that one is first ball is defended by Vasconcelos. Back towards the bowler, it actually picks it up himself, which is very refreshing. there is no run. Another wicket for the Derbyshire women. This one has been taken by Harriet Parkin. Gloucestershire are now 122 for 6, 123 for 6 in the 30th over, 38 over match, as this one from Chapel is down the leg side, just helped on its way by Proctor down to the fence below us. You heard it crashing into the bottom of this building. He moves on to
Leg buys, I think.
It's been given us leg buys.
It has, yeah. I thought he had, but
he remains on 3, and the score moves up to 13 without loss.
every little
Thank
helps.
you.
But,
Well, absolutely. I'm sure he got some bat on that.
it sounded. He must have something inlaid in his pads or something. But like that, it sounded
a
like
wooden thigh pad. Chapel's in again, and that just swears Proctor up a little bit, but he's comfortably pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run.
it's, my son playing for Oundle Seconds is scoring at the moment, so he's obviously not expecting to be required to bat for a little while. But it's just lovely, the start of club cricket again, isn't it? Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, 13 without loss, Northamptonshire. As Chapel is on his way in, and that one is defended again by Proctor up to Kame at mid-off. Once again, there is no run. The crowd looks to have thinned out a touch in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. Whether they're just gone for lunch, or I don't think it's particularly warm out there, is it? It wasn't this morning, certainly. Even when it brightened up, it wasn't that warm.
It's quite blustery first thing when I got to the ground and was doing my little video.
Tree still moving. There's Chapel bowls, and Proctor drives down the ground for 4. Nice shot to the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and away down to the boundary in front of the permanent temporary stand, and that definitely came off his bat. And Proctor moves on to 17 without loss, with 1 ball of the 3rd over to be bowled.
Just slightly concerned when you see it's raining in Birmingham, because it's.
They lost an awful lot yesterday,
They did,
didn't they?
yeah. It's just hope it's not coming in this direction. Well, it's supposed to. I thought the app is still saying nice all afternoon, but hopefully that is true.
Chapel to complete the over. That one's turned into the leg side by Proctor. He's going to get 1. Will they come back for the second? No. Lewis Rees gets the ball now. They don't take on his arm. Proctor counts to 6. He's got 8 and has pinched the strike. Vasconcelos has 2. And Northamptonshire at 18 without loss, which means they trail by just 289 now.
There's a bit of I was just looking at the radar. There's a band of showery rain. It's a very narrow band, but it's not a million miles away. It's just sort of coming up towards Leicester. Well, I mean, obviously they're welcome to it, but yeah, there's a wee bit about. But hopefully it won't bother us here. Rees, it's going to be to resume. First over went for 3, 18 for no wicket. 3 slips and a gully. Rees, left arm over, bowling to Proctor, who just drops a bat on it, rolls out to extra cover where Harry Kame fields. And there's no run. Conversation between Blair Tickner and it's Jack Morley, isn't it? They just say how we, this talking through that last wicket partnership, how we added 23 for the last wicket. Talk me through it, Blair. Here's Rees in bowls, and Proctor dropping it down into the covers, and the aforementioned Harry Kame smartly to the ball, but can't stop the single. Proctor to 9, beg his pardon. Northamptonshire 19 for no wicket.
Jack might be apologising for ruining Blair's opportunity to get a maiden first-class half-century.
Well, it's a nice little red inker though for Blair Tickner. 22 not out.
Yes.
He said he's already got a 20. Was it 26 this year? So well, there you go. Yes, he's averaging 48 at the moment in this season. Rees in, bowls to Vasconcelos, turns it out to square leg. Morley is just in front of square on the leg side, and there's no run. Tickner just keeping himself loose. Imagine he'll have a go in the not too distant future. So yeah, Blair Tickner, 2 innings this season, 26 and 22 not out. He'll be demanding promotion from number 10. Rees, and again, and bowls, and Vasconcelos drives, and it goes off a thick inside edge, dangerously close to off stump. Just jammed it into his boot. There was a bit of excitement from Rees. He thought he might have got through. Anderson quickly up from the gully. He's got the hand warmers as well. They're just shaking them to try and get them activated. Breeze looks to have picked up a little bit actually this afternoon, looking at the trees over to our right. Not in full leaf yet, but just a little more breezy than it was. And that's a fish outside the off stump from Vasconcelos. Didn't move his feet at all. Luckily for him, he didn't get a nick on it. That rather sums up some of the issues that Ricardo Vasconcelos has had so far this season. Closing in on 5,000 first-class runs for Northamptonshire, so he has the pedigree, he has the record, but to say at the moment, it's just a little bit of a struggle for him. Here is Rees. In and bowls to Vasconcelos. It's wide outside the off stump. He leaves that alone, taken by Brooke Guest in front of first slip. End of the over, 19 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. So bright start, just 4 overs bowled, 9 of those to Luke Proctor, 2 to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and leg bys going nicely with 8. But it's still overcast here at Derby. We saw a little bit of brightness this morning when we thought we were going to get some sunshine, the promised sunshine. Hasn't really materialised as yet. Hopefully it will a little later. We have a lot of overs to get through, still another 67 to bowl in the day. An hour and 3/4 to go until tea, which as Fletch said is at 4 o'clock today. Slightly concerned whether our local supermarkets were still going to be open when I left the ground later this evening. I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be okay.
I'm slightly more concerned about the pizza shop, but Zach Chappell's just had a very long conversation with his skipper Wayne Mountain, who is now trotting back into second slip.
That wonderful cap.
Yes, there it is.
Well worn, doesn't come close, does it?
Sun bleached. Chappell bowls. Proctor leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. They like that one. Martin Anderson leg slip with his hands thrust deep into his pockets. As does Blair Tickner, who's at mid-on. And Caleb Jules going through his bowling action. He hasn't bowled in either of the first 2 matches, and I think it's highly unlikely we'll see him bowl in this one, but just standing next to his captain, giving him a little nudge. Chappell is in and bowls. That one is driven off a thick edge, and it's gone all the way down to a wide third man for 4. Now, Derbyshire supporters won't need reminding that they conceded 118 runs down through the third man area against Leicestershire in the first innings, which is a lot of runs because they didn't have a third man. Now, Leicestershire immediately put a third man in at the start of their innings, and it slowed Derbyshire down, surprisingly.
I think there's certainly some of our colleagues who become almost apoplectic at the absence of a third man.
Edward Bevan, good afternoon to you. 23 without loss. Chappell bowls, and this one's off a thick edge down to third man for 4 more. It's the same shot with the same result, but they're not willing to bottle up that particular area. And I know it means you've got to take somebody from somewhere else. That's just what happens. So you take Jack Morley out of mid-wicket, you move Blair Tickner around to a sort of hybrid mid-wicket, mid-on, and you put Jack Morley down at third man.
The thing at the moment is they've got the leg slipping, haven't they? And you see a lot of counties do use it against Luke Proctor, although I've never seen him caught there.
Well, he knows they're there. It's Chappell in bowls to Proctor, who defends this one back down the pitch, 27 without loss. It remains.
He's had one or two narrow, ones that have gone close to there, and I think the only time I saw one go to hand was Taunton, beginning of 2023, when I think he was dropped there.
So he's due.
So, yeah. But it's an interesting one, isn't it?
I'm not sure. In comes Chappell again and bowls. That one is defended by Proctor again. Straight back down the pitch. Harry Kane comes in to do the fielding. I think that's Ben Aitchison with a sweater for somebody on the edge, on the boundary's edge, away to our left-hand side, acting as 12th man. He's going to come around the wicket now, Zach Chappell, for the final ball of the over. 27 without loss. Quite a quick start here by Gloucester, dear oh dear, Northamptonshire, as this next delivery is pushed into the offside by Proctor, picked up by Hanoj Dahl, by his fingertips by the look of it, and the over comes to an end. 5 gone, 27 without loss. 2 to Vasconcelos, 17 to Proctor.
And it was very nice at lunchtime to see the respective club chaplains, both of them.
Yes.
I think I mentioned earlier, I saw David Chawner, Northamptonshire's chaplain, sitting over on the committee balcony with the president and Ian Peck, and Derbyshire chaplain came up as well at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Double dose of spiritual
I
guidance.
felt uplifted.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, I felt uplifted.
Well, Lewis Rees would like to come in and bowl, but at the moment,
Tickner's putting another
yes,
sweater on.
he is. So he now moves to his fielding position at mid-on, and Lewis Rees, 3 slips and a gully, is in and bowls to Vasconcelos. He was on the front foot, pushing out into the covers, fielded there by Hanoj Dahl. Number 65 on his back. Yeah, I think you're right. There aren't that as many spectators over that far side, but the breeze really has got up in the last 20 minutes or so. You can see the trees now over to our right, just next to the hotel, really being buffeted in this quite strong breeze. Rees in, bowls very full and dug out by Vasconcelos. He was looking to play his sort of trademark extra cover drive, but just catches it on the toe of the bat and runs up on the onside. Jack Morley resuming his conversation with Blair Tickner, and both of them have got both hands jammed into their pockets, and I don't blame them. Fortunately, we didn't have to have a little walk round at lunchtime, but
No, there's no future in going outside, I don't think.
Not on a day like this, no. Rees. In again and bowls to Vasconcelos. No ball called by umpire Bailey. It's short, and Vasconcelos has cracked that away through point for 4. So Vasconcelos to 6, and the total to 33 for no wicket with the no ball. Called by umpire Bailey. Vasconcelos, as I mentioned, having had 2 early dismissals against Kent in the second innings. He was one of those to be dismissed without offering, and he was dropped on naught at Old Trafford, the ball going on to go for 4 through the slip cordon. Here's Rees in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, hits on the pad, appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Bailey. Maybe just sliding down the leg side, certainly from the stroke Vasconcelos was attempting. You would hope it was sliding down the leg side. He was looking to clip it away through mid-wicket. When he was dropped on naught, just thinking maybe that's the bit of luck he needs, but got up to 16 and was then caught behind off George Balderson. This is Rees. In and bowling to him, and Vasconcelos drives, doesn't time it. Goes back to Rees, who fields off his own bowling.
I think he might have bowled all the no balls that Derbyshire have bowled so far this season, Lewis Rees.
Well, that's an interesting one. I'm trying to think if anybody other than Dom Leach has bowled any, because he's had
He bowled Logan Van Beek off a no ball in the first innings at Leicester.
he's had a bit of a plethora of them. Dom Leach. Rees is in, bowls to almost a full toss. I think it was a full toss on leg stump, and again it's toe-ended by Vasconcelos. He's going to get a single down to
Rees doesn't
backward
look well.
square, and Lewis Rees is struggling. Sad to say. Vasconcelos wants some chalk, I think, from the pavilion to chalk the toe end of his bat. He goes to 7, 34 for no wicket. Lewis Rees, I don't know, maybe just it's that little area there that Justin Broad was putting the green sawdust down this morning when he was bowling round the wicket. Of course, Rees' left arm are bowling over the wicket, but he's just jarred something. You can see
Hobbling.
he is. Well, hopefully it's nothing too serious.
The only person who offered him any sympathy was David Lloyd. Came down to check he was okay.
Well, here's Rees to have another go. Runs into bowl to Luke Proctor, and again it's very full, and it's dug out by Proctor. It rolls up to Morley at mid-wicket. That's the end of Lewis Rees' third over. 3 overs for 11. Northamptonshire 34 for no wicket. 17 of those to Luke Proctor, 7 to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Must mention also Lewis McManus, 5 catches in the Derbyshire first innings. Went past 100 first-class dismissals for Northamptonshire in the previous game against Lancashire up at Old Trafford. So on his way to the second 100, and we're going to see the first bowling change. Anuj Dal is going to replace Zach Chappell from the City End.
It's an early bowling change. Just the 3 overs for Zach Chappell, 3 overs for 15. Now replaced by Anuj Dal, who's quicker than he looks.
Change of ends, maybe? I don't know.
Potentially. That is Zach Chappell's preferred end, the City End, I think. In as far as he has a preferred end. 34 without loss. Conversation with Blair Tickner, who is the undisputed leader of the bowling attack, I would suggest. He's the one who Wayne Madsen turns to the most. He's the one with the experience, of course. Played international cricket for New Zealand. Vasconcelos batting a long way outside off stump as Dahl comes in round the wicket and bowls to him, and he's turned around the corner for 4 runs. Thud into the advertising board, short of a length from Dahl. And given the treatment by Vasconcelos, who picks up his first, no, his second boundary, I beg his pardon. The scoreboard was a little bit tardy. He moves on to 11, 38 without loss.
Hit that hard, didn't he? With feeling. Once more.
Tickner's just getting up off the floor where he's been stretching his legs out. And that Dahl is in. That's a better delivery. Just beats the outside edge of Vasconcelos' bat. First one we'll put down to a loosener. Unless there's another. That was a much, much better delivery from the Derbyshire all-rounder. You're just looking around at the crowd. There's a lot of people in bowl hats out there, and it's not pleasant. Given the weather we've had at the start of the season, as Anuj Dal loses his run-up, it's quite a stark contrast. This is probably more like you would expect it to be in April.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
As opposed to what we had a fortnight ago, which was more like July. Dahl is in and beats the edge of the bat again. So we're definitely putting that first one down as a loosener.
Larry Loosener.
Yeah. Gloucestershire are now 7 down. It's been a run out. 169 for 7 with 4 overs of their 38 over innings to go against Derbyshire's women down at Bristol. Dahl, very straight run. In now and bowls to Vasconcelos, who guides it off the outside edge of the bat down towards third man. David Lloyd gives chase. They come back for a second. Vasconcelos moves to 13-40 without loss. I did make a note yesterday. Derbyshire got to 15, 12 overs and 2 balls. With Northamptonshire, we're only in the 7th over and are ready to blow that out of the water.
Comfortably, Northamptonshire's best start of the season at this early stage.
As Vasconcelos waits and pushes this into the offside, but it's fielded by Harry Kane. And there's no run. It looks as though it is Ben Aitchison. He's got a very sculpted beard and moustache combination going on there. If it is him. If it isn't him, I've no idea who it is. Here is Dal, bowls. That one is driven down the ground and not stopped by the man at mid-off, who is Zach Chappell. I think he got something on it. Yeah, and the ball is going to stop just inside the rope, and they're only going to take 2.
I think
They had to wait until they knew he hadn't stopped it, yes.
Yeah, I think Vasconcelos thought he might have just gone, it might have beaten him, but in the end, it did well actually get anything on it.
Somebody shorter might not have. He's a very tall individual, and at the end of the over, it's 42 without loss. 7 overs gone. Vasconcelos has 15 and Proctor has 17, and we're going to get Blair Tickner. And I wonder if Reese is going to hobble off. In fact, Reese is hobbling off.
To bowl in the racecourse end.
And we do have a 12th man on, and it is Ben Aitchison with his beautifully sculpted beard. I didn't recognise him there for a moment. That was a magnificent effort.
Well, we are going to see a bit of Blair Tickner. 5 wickets so far, first couple of games. Average of 34 or thereabouts. Bowled beautifully against Northamptonshire here last year, if I remember rightly, without a great deal of luck. There's Northamptonshire dignitaries are up here.
Is that the mayor?
That's the president and Gavin Warren.
You could tell by the ties who they were supporting.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see.
Just to mark Ben Aitchison's return to the cricket field in first team action, albeit as a substitute fielder, but as I say, it's mid 2023 the last time we saw him, so it's great to see him back.
Absolutely, good to see him back on the park. 3 slips and a leg slip for Tickner, running away from us, round the wicket to bowl to Luke Proctor, who's just dropping that down to the leg side, fielded just in front of square there by Jack Morley.
Is it not the most remarkable run-up that Blair Tickner has? It is. It's unlike anything I think I've ever seen before.
High stepping. It's
the little running on the spot at the top of his mark. It's not a particularly long run.
Here we go. Whoop, whoop, boop, 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 ba-dum, 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 boop. It needs setting to music, doesn't it?
Yes,
It really
it
does.
does.
Here's Tickner in and bowls, and it's outside the off stump. Beats Luke Proctor. It needs. I keep thinking of. This will probably mean nothing to most people listening to this, but there was a famous Monty Python sketch over the fish slapping dance.
Yes, on the quayside
with Michael Palin and John Cleese.
Yeah.
And it needs that bit of Edward German. Diddly 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 diddly. It needs that. There we go.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah, it would actually work perfectly. He's running into bowl to Proctor, and that's outside the off stump, left alone.
I likened him last week to the those dancing horses that they have, the white horses that dance, but I got where they're from hopelessly wrong.
Lipizzano.
Yes, that's right. I wasn't quite as I'm not quite as cultured as you. I thought they were from Vienna.
Well, I think
There are some.
they are,
But I thought they were Spanish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here's Tickner in, and he's hit Proctor on the pad. He must have hit him outside the line. And Rob Bailey says not out. I suspect Rob Keogh would also have said not out.
I hope he would have done.
But otherwise he might have been batting at number 11.
Yeah, off you go, Proctor, off you go.
But not out. You could see because Proctor does set up, as you mentioned about Vasconcelos, sets up around the line of off stumps. He must have got himself outside the line. Vasconcelos just comes down and has a word with his captain. Tickner certainly put everything into the appeal, but not out, says Rob Bailey. A couple of balls left in this over. Round the wicket again, bowling to Proctor, and Proctor drops a batter and it'll out in the offside. They think about a single briefly, but Harry Kame is quickly to the ball, sends in his return, and there are then two of the three members of the slip cordon diving in all directions to try and stop it. That would have been one of the more embarrassing buzzers that had eluded them, but fortunately it didn't. I take my hat off to those members still outside on the balcony over the members' pavilion over to our left, because it really isn't the warmest this afternoon. Tickner in again to bowl to Proctor outside the off stump. Proctor leaves it alone, taken by Brooke Guest, and that's the end of Blair Tickner's first over, and it's a maiden. 42 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 15. Proctor is 17. Northamptonshire replying to Derbyshire's 307 all out, having lost their last 6 wickets for 91 this morning.
Ben Aitchison's error in not wearing a sweater has been rectified. It's been brought out by Ajmal Shahzada. He'll be feeling a lot warmer now, I imagine, with the long sleeves on rather than the short sleeves that he came on. So he was walking around the boundary's edge with a tracksuit top on. That was the issue. And then they decided that Lewis Rees needed to go off and have whatever ailment he's suffering from sorted out as quickly as possible. Vasconcelos on strike. Dahl bowls to him, and that's edge down to the third man boundary for 4.
And he held the pose.
I say I will add no further opinion. But that's 12. Now David Lloyd, Wayne Madison and David Lloyd in conversation. Caleb Jewell went to fetch the ball. Martin Anderson's in the vicinity, but I don't know how much he says on the field. He didn't say much off it. Martin Anderson. There were 2 slips and a point. Of course, the point would normally be Dahl, but it's Lloyd, and the others. The fact that there are 2 slips, 3 slips, first, second, and fourth. Dahl bowls. That one is driven but not timed into the offside, where Harry Kame comes to do the fielding. And they like what they're seeing out there, the Derbyshire fielders, clearly. Take 12 off the total, I'd like it a bit more. But it's their choice, clearly. There is Dahl again. Bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Vasconcelos. It was right on his toes, and he just clipped it away. Nice shot on the 50. Was already up, was it, the previous ball? I think.
No, it was.
So that's gone up. That's gone up really quickly.
Yeah, it has.
50 up for Northamptonshire to
8 overs and 3 balls. You'd settle for that in a 50 over game.
You would. Much quicker than Derbyshire did, and they got off to a decent start as well. 50 coming up in the after 12 overs for Derbyshire. 23 off 26, Vasconcelos. 50 without loss. Dahl is in and bowled. That's left alone by the Northamptonshire opener to go through to a Brooke Guest. So 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And sort of deep backward square leg rather than long leg. Blair Tickner in front of the groundsman's hut away to our right-hand side. As Dahl is in again, bowls, and that one is defended by Vasconcelos. Straight back to the bowler. And there is no run. The wind is sort of coming from a different direction today. It's coming sort of from the east, I think.
Yes, it is.
Which often means slightly cooler temperatures. Southerly wind is the one you want.
Blow the wind southerly.
But you certainly don't want a northerly wind here at the racecourse ground if you're sitting on the grandstand, because it just rattles down that mile, as this one is defended by Vasconcelos. Up towards Aitchison at mid-on, and the over comes to an end at 50 without loss. Vasconcelos on 23. Proctor on 17. Just 9 overs have been bowled. Tea will be at 4 o'clock this evening, or this afternoon, everybody.
Could be a longish last session, couldn't it?
Certainly could. Well, you're looking at 38 overs, I would have thought.
Yeah. And then I suppose it's a question of how many of those we actually get in, unless the conditions improve.
It shouldn't get dark,
markedly.
should it really?
Well, no, but I mean, it was. I was slightly surprised they came off when they did last night.
Well,
but
didn't get appreciably darker, did it,
No.
in those 8 deliveries?
to be fair, it did start to rain not long afterwards, so it was probably a fair call. Here's Tickner starting his second over, bowling, and it's flowing drive from Luke Proctor. Way through backward point for 4. Everybody just stood there, and it's a question of who goes to retrieve the ball. 54 for no wicket. Proctor up to 21. Purposeful positive start from these two. Two left-handers. Luke Proctor opening the batting, volunteering, I'm told, by Darren Lehman to do so. Northamptonshire a bit short of opening batting options. There's Tickner in bowls and Proctor turning that one away down for another run, down to long leg. He goes to 22, 55 for no wicket. Obviously Emilio Gay having left the club last year and gone to Durham. They were expecting Matt Britsky to play, the South African, to play in the first run of championship matches, but he was snapped up for the IPL. And so there weren't too many options, really. And so Luke Proctor's volunteered to go up the order. So he played well at Old Trafford. Here's Tickner in, bowls to Vasconcelos, head nicely over the ball, pushed up to Harry Kame in the covers, and there's no run. Other than that, Northamptonshire will be looking at bringing in one of the relatively inexperienced, or very inexperienced, younger players on the staff now, so the likes of Adi Sharma or Arush Brashake, Chris Patel. I'm sure they will get their chance at some point. Here's Tickner in round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. In fact, Krish Patel did make his championship debut in the last game of last season up at Headingley. And Northamptonshire were, as I described it at the time, a bit like the uninvited party guest, because it was obviously Yorkshire celebrating promotion, and fair enough, they thoroughly deserved it, but it was hard at times to realise there were actually two teams.
Good to see them
playing
go,
cricket.
though, wasn't it?
Here's Tickner in bowls. Vasconcelos outside the off stump, angling in towards off stump, but wide enough for Vasconcelos to leave with impunity. Yeah, and Krish Patel, his first 5 scoring shots on first-class debut were all boundaries. So various people ask the question, is this a record? And the answer is, I've absolutely no idea, and it would take far too long to discover if it is. But Tickner it is to continue. In and bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Vasconcelos. 23 to him, 22 to Luke Proctor. Northamptonshire 55 for no wicket. So we've got an hour and a quarter to go till tea. So if you say that's what, 18 overs at best, it could be a very, very long session at the end of the day. They have to take a few snacks out to the middle to the fielding's side, not to mention the umpires, just to keep the pangs of hunger from overcoming them. Anuj Dal it will be to continue from the far end, the city end. Still 3 slips in place. Round the wicket comes Dahl, driven by Luke Proctor up to mid-off. And there's no run. Caleb Jewell in there at first slip. Wayne Madsen at second. On this chilly afternoon here in Derby. Here's Anushdal round the wicket again. Bowls clipped away by Proctor. Thinks about a single, but a really good bit of fielding. Out at mid-wicket by Jack Morley. Prevents them getting away for the run. Hopefully there's nothing too much wrong with Lewis Rees. Just jarred himself maybe, but he's off the park at the moment. Here's Anushdal. In again, bowls, and that beats Luke Proctor outside the off stump. Had a little fiddle at that. It was probably wide enough, I think, that he could have left it, but drawn into playing at it. Wayne Madsen just looks to be having a word with the bowler, maybe seeing if he wants a change in the field, and the upshot of it is that one of the slips is now, third slip is going out of the slip cordon, going in, I would imagine, at mid-wicket, and they're dropping a man back. So 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side, man at deep square, just in front of square, and a long leg, and here's Anushdal in bowls, and it's full, and he hits Proctor on the pad. Appeal for LBW from the bowler, nobody else particularly supporting it, and again, because of this sort of setup that both these left-handers are employing, it's not difficult for them to get outside the line, and it looked rather as though that was what happened there. Anthony Harris, at any rate, deciding it wasn't out. Maybe just a little bit brighter than it was 10 minutes ago. Anushdal in again, bowls, and that's a beauty. That is a beauty from Anushdal. It's just done enough to beat the outside edge of Luke Proctor's bat. I think he probably did have to play at that one. But that was good stuff from Anushdal, who was, Fletcher was saying, he's just a little bit quicker than you think he is.
Just quicker than he looks, yes, than you think he's going to be. But there is, if somebody started batting outside their crease, not that either of these two are, Brooke Guest would stand up to him. I have no idea how.
Here's Anushdal to finish the over, bowls to Proctor, who's defending out into the offside end of Anushdal's third over, 3 overs for 16. It's 55 for no wicket, 23 of those to Ricardo Vasconcelos, 22 to Luke Proctor. This in reply to Derbyshire's 307 all out earlier in the day.
Derbyshire's women have dismissed Gloucestershire for 206 on the final ball of the 38th over. It is a 38 over aside contest down at Bristol in the One Day Cup League 2. 3 wickets for Caitlin MacDonald, 2 for Rhiannon Noling Davis, and 1 each for Harriet Parkin, Adriana Darlow and Gemma Rose. A couple of run-outs as well, as Tickner begins a new over here at the county ground, bowling to Vasconcelos, who leaves it alone outside the off stump. He bowled that delivery and then immediately pointed to Anushdal, because Anushdal was holding his sweater in one hand and his cap in the other. I'm not sure how useful it'd have been as a backward point if the ball got anywhere near him. He's walking back to his mark, smiling. Is Blair Tickner, the Kiwi. If we call them Kiwis, I think that's all right, isn't it? We're allowed to. Match referee's doing a lap of the ground now. That's interesting. Tickner in again, bowls very wide of the off stump this time, and Vasconcelos has absolutely nothing to do with it.
But unusually, the Northamptonshire perimeter walkers, led by Darren Lehman, are staying put this afternoon. It's maybe a little bit cold even for them. Although I don't think I've yet seen Darren Lehman wearing anything other than shorts, no matter what the conditions.
No, Mickey Arthur started like that, but he's obviously become slightly more English and now wears long trousers because it's cold most of the time. Here's Tickner. Bowls. Vasconcelos pushes it out to Kame, wide mid-off. And there is no run. Yeah, you don't often see match referees anywhere but in the box to the left of us here in the media centre, which is the old TV presentation studio, which was a requirement when the building was built, and I think it's been used once because it's no longer a requirement. Here is Tickner prancing in from the Racecourse end. It's up in the air. Oh, it isn't up in the air. It's dribbled out into the onside. I thought that had gone miles. Vasconcelos picks up a single. He miscued that completely. Aitchison Fields. I thought it was going out towards Jack Morley, if I'm entirely honest with you.
You can see, we're talking about the breeze, talking about the match referee walking round. He's got his lanyard that we all have round our necks to prove that we should be here, and his has been just blowing around.
They can hit you in the face, can't they? Have you noticed?
Well, it's an unusual industrial injury.
I'll be claiming, though.
Well, there's a blame, there's a claim.
Tickner in and bowls to Proctor, who gets his bat down on that one, turns it into the leg side. Morley Fields. There's no run. Yes, they sort of waft around in the breeze. But they help us get places, so
yes.
without being questioned, I mean, we can usually get places anyway, but at least we don't have to explain who we are. Far too realistic, the photograph on mine as well. Yep, I'd say that was you.
Yeah.
Slightly soft focus, which is nice. Here's Tickner. Bowls a short delivery to Proctor, who just leans back and allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. End of the over. 56 without loss. Our Northamptonshire, Vasconcelos has 24. Proctor has 22. Poor old Vasconcelos, though. Name's far too long for the old scoreboard.
Vasconcel.
He's just Vasconcel.
It's good to be down to put the whole thing in. Ricardo Surador Vasconcelos.
Yes.
That'll take a while.
Well, I've got a reason to take issue with the scorers for the future, because Northamptonshire have got their whole name on the scoreboard on the new scoreboard, whereas Derbyshire have Derbies.
They went Northants on the main board though, which, oh dear.
Yes.
I had a letter, an email about that. His Anish Darling outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. Gentleman wrote to the county club, which got passed on to me, saying, was it policy that it was now Northamptonshire rather than Northants? And my reply was basically, well, it's Northamptonshire because that's the name of the county.
Never been Northants.
Well,
although we all say it, don't we?
Well,
unfortunately, I try not to.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Northants.
No.
But it's an interesting one. Here's Anish Darling, bowled short and dispatched by Ricardo Vasconcelos away through mid-wicket, and you probably heard the sound of bat on ball. That just sat up nicely. We were saying yesterday that especially as the ball gets a little bit softer, if it lands, it's bowled short on this surface, it stands up very nicely, and Vasconcelos smashed that away through mid-wicket for 4. That was like the man who's been starving and finds himself at the buffet table. 60 for no wicket. In again bowls to Vasconcelos, turns this fuller delivery out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But yeah, it's there is no policy change. Gentleman did say actually when he responded that he was not surprised because he has heard me commentate and realised that I don't use Northants, and he said he wasn't surprised that I was not receptive. Pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. He was actually saying that he felt was he preferred it. He thought it was snappier.
Okay.
But it's not. It doesn't meet with my approval, I have to say.
I'm never very happy when people call the county Derby.
No, well, no. Don't get me started on that one, Fletch. We'll be here all day. Oh dear. Here's Anish Darling bowls and pushed up to mid-on by Vasconcelos, and there's no run.
I'm not even from here.
Well, no. My problem is that when Northamptonshire win, they sing a song that is appropriated from the Cobblers football team, which the Saints also use. Now that's fine because it's Northampton Town and Northampton Saints.
Oh, yeah.
This is Northamptonshire. When they talk about a finer town, well, which town? We've got lots of towns in Northamptonshire. Here's Anish Darling, bowls driven up towards mid-off, not really timed by Vasconcelos. And that's the end of the over. 60 for no wicket. 28 to Vasconcelos, 22 to Proctor, but I won't go on that about that
Are
anymore
there any
because
cities in Northamptonshire?
there are no
then?
cities in Northamptonshire. No, Peterborough obviously is a city and was in Northamptonshire, but is no longer in Northamptonshire. It was
Okay.
Northamptonshire and the soak of Peterborough until 1965. And then various local government changes have meant that Peterborough is, although it was, of course, even after that, a Northamptonshire venue and is still used.
So that's in Cambridgeshire now.
That's in Cambridgeshire, yeah. Although, then they were. It became a Huntingdon and Peterborough, didn't it?
Did it?
It's unitary authority. It's very, very complicated, but it's still regarded as sort of, for cricketing purposes, part of Northamptonshire's hinterland. But
Here's Blair Tickner from New Zealand in bowls, and Proctor leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper.
But when Northamptonshire played there, they had one of the 50-over warm-up games against Cambridgeshire, and it was played at Peterborough a couple of years ago. That was the first time Northamptonshire first team had played in Peterborough for 49 years, since the mid-70s, and last time they played a Sunday League game, because the that was the ground they use now is the present Peterborough Town ground at Bretton Gate, which Northamptonshire haven't used for first team cricket yet, but the two grounds that they have used for first team cricket in Peterborough, neither of them are used for cricket anymore.
Tickner in, left alone outside the off stump once again by Proctor to go through to the keeper, 60 without loss.
The old town ground, Crawthorne Road, where Northamptonshire played for 60 odd years. That's still an open space, but it's a sort of public park. But the Westwood Works ground, Baker Perkins ground in Alma Road, that was built on some years ago and is now a block of flats, sadly.
Yes, most of the venues that Derbyshire used in Burton, which is in East Staffordshire, have long since gone. This one is, good delivery, beating Proctor outside the off stump. Don't quote me on that.
Do I remember these? The Ind Coop ground?
Coop,
Ind
yeah.
Coop.
Yeah. I think they have 3 venues in Burton. They played quite a bit in Staffordshire because they played at Leek as well and at Cheadle. And others. At least they've started to claw back the run rate a little bit here, Derbyshire. 60 without loss. Tickner in again around the wicket, bowls, and this one is turned into the leg side. I shouldn't have said that. That ball is played down to long leg, where Zach Chappell does the fielding. One more to Proctor, who moves on to 23.
Of course, Derbyshire do have the gem that is Chesterfield that you go to every year. Northamptonshire have been 11 years now since we played a first team fixture anywhere other than Waltage Road. Haven't used any of the outgrounds for a long, long time now.
Here is Tickner once again. On his way in, that one is driven very pleasantly for 4 runs by Vasconcelos, who's just finding a bit of form now. Oh joy. Out to the extra cover boundary. He moves on to 32-65 without loss.
Well, you know what it's like, Fletch. We spend, we're privileged to spend a lot of time with a group of players, and you do sort of find yourself slightly sharing in some of their disappointments and trials and tribulations, and it's been a miserable start to the season for Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's quite hard on himself. He sets himself high standards. It is quite nice to see him at least getting a few runs.
He's got 4 slips in place though, and that one strikes the pad. There's a very half-hearted appeal for a leg before wicket from Blair Tickner. And the over comes to an end with 32 to Vasconcelos, 23 to Proctor, 65 without loss. Yes, Derbyshire will be at Chesterfield for the Championship match against Lancashire, which starts on Sunday the 29th of June. And then for the annual thrashing of Yorkshire on the 6th of July in the T20. That's going to come to an end at some point. I think 6 years in a row. Derbyshire have beaten Yorkshire at Chesterfield.
Well,
often in the pouring rain.
Yes.
It's just been magnificent over the last few years.
And former Players' Day, I think, is at Chesterfield as well,
Yes,
isn't it?
that will either be the first day of that on that Sunday, the 29th, or the 30th, I think.
And Northampton's former Players' Day this year is 22nd of June. That's the first day of the Middlesex match. Martin Anderson comes into the attack, so 5 Derbyshire seamers getting a fairly early bowl. We're only in the... this is the 15th over of the innings. So Chappell's bowled 3, Rees has bowled 3, Dahl 4, Tickner 4, and now Anderson's going to get a roll from the far end, the city end. Just 2 slips in.
Of course, we're at Repton on the 15th of August, Friday
Beautiful.
the 15th of August. Get your tickets quickly.
Round the wicket comes Anderson, turned away by Luke Proctor down to long leg. Blair Tickner is fielding, sends in his return, and they're through for another run. The Northamptonshire captain, he goes to 24, and Northamptonshire to 66 for no wicket, replying to Derbyshire's 307 all out. Yeah, it's always a good day, former players' day. Some great names there. All the autograph hunters come out. Clipped away, the next ball from Anderson. It's on Vasconcelos' legs. He's going to get a run down to deep backward square.
Jack Morley fell over. For no apparent reason.
I was going to say it wasn't going with enormous pace, but anyway, 33 to Vasconcelos, 67 for no wicket, the batters.
I've not walked around that part of the outfield, but I wonder if it's particularly bumpy out there, because that's where Saif Zaib had his,
Yes, that's right, yes.
his embarrassing moment.
Here's Anderson in, bowls, and forward comes Proctor. It's off a sort of thickish inside edge out into the onside. Once again, more work for Jack Morley to do coming in off the boundary. It's another run to Luke Proctor. He goes to 25. Northamptonshire to 68 for no wicket. And he already started putting together the list of acceptances for that one. So hopefully we'll have a decent turnout at Northampton, June 22nd. Anderson in, bowls to Vasconcelos. Forward he comes, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's great that, I know Derbyshire's is always very well
That's
supported.
the first day of our game, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, yes, no, yes, it is.
It is always very well supported,
Yeah, it
and
is.
it's nice to see. Northamptonshire still do theirs. I don't. Every county does one. Many do. Anderson in, bowls, and it's played away on the onside by Ricardo Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Yes, it's one of those. Does take a fair amount of organising, but I think it's appreciated by the former players who come for the day.
Griff always enjoys that photograph as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
It's the big lineup.
yeah,
The great and the good.
that's great. Here's Anderson in, bowls, driven by Vasconcelos. Not going to get it past mid-off, though. Good bit of fielding. Down there by... Is that Chappell down there? No, it's not.
Lewis Rees.
Lewis
I think.
Rees. It's good to see him back on the park. 68 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 33. Proctor is 25. Lewis Rees was off the field, having bowled just 3 overs in his opening spell. Just seemed to be hobbling a little bit, but whatever ailed him...
Yeah, he's had it rubbed back into place. Whatever it was.
Yes.
He's had a tablet. Blair Tickner's going to bowl his 5th over of this first spell. Just 11 runs conceded so far. They've done away with the leg slip. Martin Anderson is going to become a 4th slip. Wayne Madsen conducting a very long-range conversation with his bowler. He's no longer a 4th slip, he's a gully, but now he's moving back, so he's a 4th slip again. There we are. And he's going to be bowling to Luke Proctor. He waits now as this delivery is driven down the ground. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot from Proctor. And immediately sends his batting partner, Jack Morley, out to the square, or closer to the square leg boundary than he had been. He's not going to pitch it quite as far up next time.
One would guess not.
In fact, he's getting very close to that boundary now. That is a fair old hit into the wind, by the way. If he can find Jack Morley, he'll be kicking himself. There are vast acres of ground on the leg side that are being patrolled by Lewis Rees effectively. This one's on leg stump. It just turned into a part of those vast acres. Rees has to trot forward to pick it up, single taken. Proctor moves on to 30, 73 without loss. It was really just that one partnership for Derbyshire, wasn't there, between Madsen and Guest.
169.
Yeah, of any real consequence in that innings of 307. This one already worth 73. 73 without loss. Oh, that one has flown through. Lifted and gone past the edge of Vasconcelos' bat.
Just saw a couple, didn't we? And it was from Justin Broad yesterday afternoon, had one that absolutely flew.
He's done well not to get his bat on that. Tickner looking up hopefully at the scoreboard to see if it turns into a video, but it doesn't. It's generally just the wickets that appear on boundaries, in fact, not plays and misses. Tickner again. It's halfway through his 5th over. In and bowls. That one is pulled into the leg side. There are 2 fielders down there. Chappell gets the ball and gets it away really quickly, which keeps them down to a single. Nice work from Zach Chappell, who bowled 3 overs for 15 at the top of the innings. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Or will we see some Jack Morley, some left arm spin? Madsen has quite often turned to David Lloyd's off spin before Jack Morley's left arm spin, which is always fascinating. There are 2 left-handers out there, which might force him to do the same as Tickner bowls a short delivery that goes over Proctor's back as he bends down, gets out of the way. Breakfast show host Twiggy was here yesterday. Andy Twiggy threatening to come again today. Sure if he will or not, given the weather. He's going to give his purple suit another airing.
Purple suit?
Oh, he's got a purple suit.
Crumbs.
It's every bit as... well, it's everything you would imagine.
It's a serious sartorial statement, isn't it?
Yeah, well, corporate colours, you see.
Oh, of course.
I don't think that's the reason he has it. He goes Tickner and bowls. That one's turned into the... No, it isn't turned into the leg side, it's a leading edge, and Tickner stops it with his right foot and stands halfway down the pitch with his hands on his hips, unimpressed. But it was the final ball of the over as well. 74 without loss. Our Northamptonshire, they trail now by just 233 runs, which isn't very many.
No, good start from these two. Just the sort of start that Northamptonshire were hoping for. Batting to come for the visitors. George Bartlett, James Sales, safe save. Got 100 up at Old Trafford. Lewis McManus, Justin Broad.
All of it.
Calvin Harrison. Here's Anderson, hangs that outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. Liam Guthrie at 9, who's doesn't seem 10 rather. He doesn't seem to have a massive amount of batting pedigree. His figures, first-class cricket in Australia, might have indicated that, and so far he's averaging 3 in the first couple of games, and then Dom Leach at 11. So, bit of batting to come. Here's Anderson in again. That's a good ball, just back of a length, and Vasconcelos not the tallest. Gets into line, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Chappell warming up again, doing those side press-ups that he does.
Well, we have about 50 minutes to go till tea interval at 4 o'clock. So, as Fletcher's been saying, it will be a long last session in terms of number of overs to complete. Anderson in bowls. Turned away by Vasconcelos. That's going to be 4 runs. There's a man down there at fine leg who, I have to say, just stood rooted.
He didn't move, did he?
He didn't.
Tickner.
Tickner was just rooted to the spot as that raced way down below us for 4 more. Vasconcelos to 38. And Northamptonshire to 78 for no wicket. Still 2 slips in. 3 saving 1 on the offside. Round the wicket comes Anderson. Bowls turned away again by Vasconcelos, with exactly the same result in exactly the same place. And again, Blair Tickner just stood there. 4 more 42 to Vasconcelos, 82 for no wicket.
It's not been good from the Derbyshire bowlers, I think it's fair to say.
It's been a wee bit ragged at times, hasn't it?
Some good deliveries, no question about it, but not enough.
Here's Anderson, straight run, in and bowls, and Vasconcelos covers up. And the front foot plays it back down the pitch. The lady or gentleman that we singled out yesterday in the sort of fluorescent lime green cagoule is back at the far end of the ground. The temporary permanent stand or permanent temporary stand. We haven't got the pink cagoule that we had yesterday as well, to just add a little splash of colour. Anderson in, bowls, and Vasconcelos again covers up, plays it out into the offside. And there's no run, end of the over, 82 for no wicket, 42 to Vasconcelos, 30 to Luke Proctor. But as anybody sitting in there wearing anything today deserves a medal, because it is decidedly fresh. And well done them.
There's a lady on the balcony of the members' pavilion wearing a pink top, but it's more of a sweater than a cagoule.
Perhaps you're a little bit sheltered up there.
Yeah, a little bit, but there's nobody sitting outside the chairman's box anymore. The doors are firmly shut.
Well, the Northamptonshire contingent are up here,
Well,
sitting in the box next to us.
Put the heating on as well. If they can work it out and then show me how to turn it on, that'd be ideal. I've never quite been able to work it out. So, as we thought, Zach Chappell is going to come on to bowl, this time from the racecourse end, having bowled his earlier spell from the city end, 3 overs for 15.
Just tell you, Warwickshire have been bowled out for 93 at Edgbaston. They're back on there, and last 3 wickets for Warwickshire going down for the addition of no runs.
I say, oh dear.
You bears, etc.
Yeah. That's the trouble when you're noisy. If it goes wrong one day, it all looks a bit horrible, doesn't it? 2 slips for Zach Chappell, then he's bowling initially to Luke Proctor. And he's in now and bowls. That one is defended by Proctor up towards mid-on, where Tickner will do the fielding.
It's an odd-looking scorecard there. Sam Hain made 43. Hamza Sheikh 22. Nobody else in double figures. And the last 6 wickets going for 16 runs. 77 for 4, 93 all out. 5 wickets each for Hutton and O'Neill.
Chappell bowls to Proctor, pushes out into the offside, where it's fielded by Martin Anderson.
Yeah, Hutton 5 for 38. Brett Hutton and Fergus O'Neill 5 for 19.
It's difficult to know who you want to lose more in that game, though, isn't it? I'm afraid. I mean, I like Brett Hutton as a cricketer. Yeah. I really do like him. And he's not played nearly enough cricket for my money.
True enough.
Having been a flash. Comes Chappell and bowls. That's whipped into the leg side by Proctor for a single. Another short record. I'm on in 2 minutes.
Kent against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 472 all out down at Canterbury. Kent 129 for 5. Ben Charlesworth picked up 2 quick wickets. Jack Leaning and Joey Everson was out first ball. Ben Compton is 61 not out, but Kent 129 for 5. So Gloucestershire bossing that game.
He got a nice century here, Ben Charlesworth. The first game of the season in a losing cause.
Lancashire 206 for 6 in the 76th over against Leicestershire. At Old Trafford is Chappell running away from us. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends back down the pitch. Marcus Harris out for 77 there. Matty Hurst made 46. George Balderson 28 not out off 77 balls. So you would think, by the look of that, hardish going at Old Trafford. Middlesex going very well against Glamorgan at Lords. Glamorgan all out for 199. Middlesex 204 for 2. Chappell is in, bowls, and Vasconcelos steers that away, runs it away through backward point, and it's going to run away for 4. Again, no third man. So nobody to get close to it, really. Takes Vasconcelos to 46 and Northamptonshire to 87 for no wicket. So yeah, Middlesex 205 for 2. Max Holden is 74. Not out there. Nathan Fernandez made 58. Both wickets falling to Tim van der Hoogten. The Division 1 matches, Essex 71 for 2 in their second innings against Worcestershire. Essex 48 runs ahead. Durham 183 for 1 against Yorkshire, just 124 behind. 100 there for Alex Lees. Next ball, Chappell to Vasconcelos. Just dropping the bat on it, runs out into the covers, no run. End of the over, 87 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 46, Proctor is 31. So yeah, Durham 184 for 1, replying to Yorkshire's 307 all out. Alex Lees 116 not out. Emilio Gay 59 not out. At Southampton, Somerset 184 all out. Hampshire 52 for 2 in reply. And at Hove, Sussex ploughing on against Surrey, 366 for 5. Sussex at the moment against the reigning champions. Tom Haynes, 168 not out. Here, 87 for no wicket. It's going to be Martin Anderson to continue, running in, well, I say running in to bowl to Luke Proctor. Anderson finding that he lost his run, so he's to pull out and go back to the start of his run-up. Round the wicket he comes, bowls to Luke Proctor, clips it away through mid-wicket for 4. On his toes, and Proctor very, very strong through there. And again, 3 fielders on the leg side. It's just a question of which of them could go and retrieve it. So Proctor goes to 35, Northamptonshire to 91 for no wicket. Just a chat. Dahl having a word with his captain, Wayne Madsen. Quite sure what he's suggesting. Anderson in again, bowls to Proctor, and Proctor's pushing that out into the covers. And there's no run, fielded out there by Jack Morley. The fielders looking decidedly chilled out there, and I don't mean in the sense of relaxed, I mean the sense of cold. Anderson, he's gone for 15 at the start of his 3rd over. Persisting with this round the wicket attack, and again, the second time in this over, he's lost his run. He's got to go back and start again.
And Dahl lost his run from that end, from the city end earlier. So the breeze just whipped up and just blew him off course.
Yeah, could be.
Some of us are larger barriers for the wind than others, of course.
Streamlined. Here's Anderson in and bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. Tight leave, but a good one from Proctor. Encouragement from around the field, just trying to make something happen. Northamptonshire have had a pretty good day so far with the ball, picking up those last 6 wickets in the morning session. And then a good solid start here, 91 for no wicket. Anderson into bowl to Proctor, short, cut away, good, very, very good stop by Anuj Dahl at backward point. That saved 3 runs because it would have gone away for 4, I think. He got a hand to it and they scramble through for a single, but that's a super bit of fielding from Anuj Dahl. That's setting the standard to the extent that his captain has taken the trouble to trot round from second slip to congratulate him.
He's a fine fielder.
Well, that was a wonderful stop. He was slightly going the wrong way, I think, initially, but he managed to get a hand to it. 92 for no wicket. Vasconcelos back on strike, drives through extra cover. That's the trademark Vasconcelos stroke. It's running out towards the boundary, and it's going to run all the way for 4. That is 50 to Ricardo Vasconcelos. And, well, I know the Northamptonshire dressing room will be highly delighted about that, because obviously a fine player and a very popular one who's had his struggles at the start of this season, but he's reached 50 off 61 balls. And that's
10th, 4.
10 fours, and a very, very satisfactory little return to form for Ricardo Vasconcelos. 96.
I just had a message from the Vasconcelos as if you could say he's badly out of form and needs a few runs at the start of every innings.
Anderson switching to over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who pushes it up to mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 96 for no wicket. Funny thing was, Fletch, we were talking in the press box at lunchtime, and we were saying that pretty much as soon as you say somebody's struggling for form, they go.
Yeah.
But well, they say the commentators curse, but I'm not unhappy with if that's the case how it's worked out today. But yeah, 50 not out for Ricardo Vasconcelos anyway. 96 for no wicket.
The bearded Aitchison is. I do like that beard, you know. He is back. I'm trying to work out who might not be out there at the moment. It looks a little bit like it's Blair Tickner.
Can't see him anywhere.
Yeah, he's usually the first one you look for. Not because he's always off, but because it's easy to spot. And he's just finished a spell. Here's Zach Chappell. Racecourse sent in to bowl to Proctor, who defends that ball straight back towards the bowler. And there is no run. So just 211 behind now. Northamptonshire at 96 without loss. Harry Kame has a chat with Zach Chappell. Kame standing at mid-off. It's Aitchison at mid-on. 2 slips. A third man, everybody. A third man. Backward point. Cover. Mid-wicket. Long leg. But Chappell is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Proctor to go through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Derbyshire's women have started their pursuit of 207. They're yet to lose a wicket. They're only in the second over down at Bristol, so keep an eye on that and their progress.
Ricardo Vasconcelos, it's his 27th time past 50 for Northamptonshire. He's gone on to make 100 in 8 of those.
Here is Chappell in bowls. That strikes the thigh pad, it sounded like, of Proctor as he tried to play it into the leg side. And just dribbled out into the offside. Middlesex are now in front at Glamorgan. No, against Glamorgan at Lords. 219 for 2. There's deploy on 31, but it's Max Holden on 83 who is providing the bulk of the runs there, as this next delivery is driven by Proctor up towards Harry Kame, who looks at his hand as he feels it. The ball still looks, I mean, it is relatively new, it's only 20 overs old, but you can still see the gold lettering on it, even from this distance with my eyes. Kent 140 for 5, trailing Gloucestershire by 332 at Canterbury. Lancashire are 212 for 6 against Leicestershire at Old Trafford. Here's Chappell in again and bowls. Oh, and that's gone off a leading edge. It squared Proctor up a little bit. It was fielded by Dahl at backward point, even though he was aiming into the leg side. The odd delivery, they're still getting to do something. The trouble is, not often enough. I was amused by a Martin Emerson tweet last night as Chappell bowls and beats Proctor outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper end of the over. 96 for 4. Just looking at Durham, 187 for 1, which means they trail Yorkshire by just 120 now at Chesterler Street, where one of the, I think it was the Cricketer, had tweeted its close of play roundup of what's happened in the First Division and suggested that Yorkshire were on top. And he quote tweeted it and basically said, "I don't think so," which is very Martin.
Well, it is, and
Reese is back.
Yorkshire have Well, the Durham batters today have rather suggested that he had a point.
He had a point. He almost knows what he's talking about. I don't think I've ever uttered those words.
Lewis Rees, it is going to be. Just looking at the radar, there's a bit of rain that's not too far away. We talked about a little line of sort of showery rain. I don't think we're going to get anything very much here, but looks like it might be raining in Leicester, but, well, that's fair enough.
It always feels like it's raining in Leicester, doesn't it?
Raining in my heart.
It's very warm in Leicester on Friday and Saturday last week. Very warm indeed. Especially up the top of that pavilion where we are.
The 40 steps, which should be 39, but it's 40. Up to our commentary position. Yes, I'm looking forward to doing that a few times in the couple of weeks' time when we're up at Grace Road.
A lot of heavy breathing on commentary there is at the start of sessions.
Yes. There's a amount of wheezing going on. Yes, that's right. 96 for no wicket. Particularly when you have, it's always lovely, obviously, we get guests come up to the box. And last year we had Sir Andy Roberts, great West Indian fast bowler, came up to see us, but he just needed a moment.
Yeah. Rishi Patel, who was on for about an hour with us and spoke for about 57 of the 60 minutes he was with us, including doing ball-by-ball commentary. He was very good. He didn't seem out of breath at all.
Must be an age thing. Here is Lewis Rees in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who tries rather an expansive drive and goes off a thick inside edge out towards square leg, no run. Bailey, who's he dropped?
I don't know, but he wishes he hadn't.
It looks like he's just having a...
I think he's trying to work out which way the
wind's going. Yeah, I think it's raining.
Yes, I think you're right. That was the indication that I got from Anthony Harris.
Just a few spits and spots.
In fact, it's raining quite heavily now.
Yes, it is. It just caught one of the edges of one of those showers. Here's Rees in, bowls, and forward goes Vasconcelos, pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. I think they're just going to... Yeah, you can see the wind has now, again, got up a bit. You see the sort of the... what's it, Leyland Eye, I think, round by the net area there.
Yeah. The wind gets up because, obviously, as the weather's just changing a little bit, but it hasn't got dark, which suggests that the bulk of the bad cloud isn't necessarily above us, but it is raining. I don't know if the ground staff have moved. They haven't.
Here's Rees in, bowls to Vasconcelos, clips it uppishly, but it's gone away through mid-wicket. It's running out towards the boundary. Is it going to go? Not quite, is the answer. It's just reeled in inside the rope, and they come back for 2. Vasconcelos to 52, Northamptonshire to 98 for no wicket. Now the ground staff
are they moving now?
Are moving round towards the hover cover. They're donning their...
Not moving very quickly, though, are they?
It's not doing much, but it's probably as heavy as it was when we came off yesterday.
Godrich, the head groundsman, it seems to be on the phone.
98 for no wicket. Perhaps it's the Met Office. Forward goes Vasconcelos, pushed out to cover, and there's no run. Used to be, in the old days, you ring up RAF Wittering from where we are and find out what they said the weather was going to be like. Slip in a gully. A little bit of rain falling. The doughty patrons at the far end of the ground are staying put, at least for now. Rees is in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who straight drives, not going to get it past mid-on though. And there's no run, stays at 98 for no wicket. You can just see a very, looking on the radar, it's just a very narrow band of showery rain that's been very slowly edging its way up towards us. And we've just got a little bit of it. It's cleared to the north of Birmingham, that's why presumably they were off for part of this morning. Rees in and bowls to Vasconcelos, again clipped out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of another over. 98 for no wicket. 52 to Vasconcelos, 36 to Proctor. We've had 21 overs in the innings. We've got, assuming the weather doesn't intervene, about half an hour to go until tea. So it's going to be potentially north of 40 overs in that last session.
It will be, unless we see Jack Morley or David Lloyd. It'll be 42 overs plus, which is 10 more than usual. Blair Tickner is back. Ben Aitchison is still there. Martin Anderson's still out there. All the bowlers appear to be still out there. I hate this. Alice Dahl is off. Here's Chappell in to bowl to Proctor, who leaves the first ball of the new over alone outside the off stump. And you know that, really, because that's where Ben Aitchison has gone. A very good slip fielder, Ben Aitchison. Well, he was 18 months ago, the last time
so
we
we
saw
saw
him.
him. Well, now the ground staff, having moved en masse around to the hover cover, are now moving en masse back to whence they came.
Yeah, I think that shower is, you're right, we must have just been on the edge of it.
Yeah. It rained for about 30 seconds,
Yeah,
didn't
the
it?
light never deteriorated
No.
at all, which is great.
No.
98 without loss then. Proctor waits and defends this next delivery from Chappell. Back towards the bowler. I felt like a proper sports reporter when I did my last update. It's all very exciting.
Well, you do a couple more games? Or
Well, I did the women's game, and then I gave him 2 football scores as well, because there are 4 of our non-league sides that are in action today.
Who says men can't multitask?
I like the idea of just being thrown to every half hour to update the entirety of the world's sport.
Being a hub.
Yeah. Chappell bowls to Proctor, who drives, but straight into the right knee of David Lloyd, who's fielding at cover now. Bless him, David Lloyd patrolled the area in front of the old scoreboard at Grace Road for much of both innings last week. I must have run about 20 miles. This is a man who's not grumpy, he's never grumpy, but he's a bit down because of his batting form. As Chappell bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Proctor. So we'd be quite pleased to be in at cover. The only men on the boundary are actually the long leg and the third man. Martin Anderson down at third man in front of the bar. And Lewis Rees down at long leg in front of the members' pavilion. It's right underneath the chairman's box, actually. And as Chappell is in, and that was a swing and a miss from Proctor. That's the first false shot we've seen from Proctor for what feels like a very long time. Just had a swish at one that was going across him.
He's been very solid, hasn't he?
Yeah. I can't imagine that he's getting frustrated. He's on 36, Vasconcelos on 52. And his side is 98 without loss. He's doing all right here. Doesn't need to do anything silly, really.
Oh, normally patience is one of Luke Proctor's strong points.
Well, he waits now and defends that one out into the offside up towards Harry Kame. And there is no run. That felt like a maiden over from Zach Chappell. The overall run rate, though, was around about 4.5 for an over, which is more than adequate. And Northamptonshire after 22 and 98 without loss.
So as soon as anybody starts to talk about boof ball, I think they'll be knocked back
Well, you'd hope
by the
so.
head coach.
Yeah. Oh, 4.5 was the run rate throughout the entirety of the game at Leicestershire, which became became the highest aggregate scoring match in first-class history to only involve 1 century.
Oh, that's a good stat.
That was, well, you know whose it
Yes,
was.
I can imagine.
It was
Yes.
very much David Griffin's stat. It was something like 1,700 runs in only 1 century.
Extraordinary. It's a very, very good stat. Well, I was saying about I can't remember how we got onto the subject of Percy Fender's 35-minute 100 at Northampton in 1920 during the previous game, but during one of the days of that match, in which about 1,500 runs were scored, which in 1920 on covered pitches wasn't bad. Rees in, bowls, and Vasconcelos defends back down the pitch. They scored. There were 666 runs scored in a day, including 400 in a session, and that was the session in which Fender got
In a
his
session?
in a session between lunch and tea.
Blimey.
And that was the session in which Fender got his 35-minute 100, which doesn't add up in the scorebook. But
It doesn't add up.
doesn't add up.
Oh, no.
It's over 100, but it doesn't add up to 113, which it should do. Clipped away by Vasconcelos. It was full length. There's a man in there fairly tight at mid-wicket, and that has raced away for 4. It was in the air for a split second. It would have been an extraordinary catch. If the man had been in a more conventional mid-wicket position, he might just have been in business.
Martin Anderson.
But as it is, it's raced away for 4, and it brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire, 100 partnership in 22 overs and 2 balls. So, as Fletcher was saying, pushing 5 and over. Vasconcelos to 56. Well, this has been a very, very good start for Northamptonshire. Here's Rees in, bowls straight driven by Vasconcelos, but straight back to Lewis Rees, who thought for a second maybe about having a shot at the stumps, but decides against it on the basis that if you then stand to get a 5-run penalty, was what happened to Luke Proctor at Grace Road last year.
The clumping down on it even further on.
Yeah.
I think you get 2 demerit points or whatever it is now as well.
He threw it at the general direction of Rian Ahmed, hit him. 5 runs, and yes, and he was up before the beak, I think, at the end of the day. There's Rees impulse to Vasconcelos, who drives away through extra cover. He doesn't quite get hold of it. It's running out towards the boundaries. It's going to get a couple as it runs out towards the members' pavilion, but 2 more to Vasconcelos, 58 to him, and Northamptonshire to 104 for no wicket. Just go briefly back to that Fender match. I mean, it's a wonderful game of cricket. Bearing in mind, Surrey were obviously very strong then. Northamptonshire were pretty useless, but they only lost by 9 wickets, I think, the last session of the 3rd day. So it must have been a wonderful game to watch. Here's Rees in again, bowls to Vasconcelos. Turned out to mid-wicket, no run, and I did meet Northamptonshire's wicket-keeper in that match, Ben Bellamy from Wollaston, who was on the Northamptonshire staff actually before the First World War. He began to play more regularly after, and he kept wicket in that match. And I met him because he was, when he passed away in 1985, he was 94 then. He was the oldest surviving championship cricketer. Rees in, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives hard into the ground. Good half stop by Rees, no chance of a run. 104 for no wicket at the end of that over. 58 to Vasconcelos, 36 to Proctor. We've had 23 overs in the innings, and he's a lovely old gentleman, and very nice to talk to him. And he still referred to all the amateurs he played with as Mr.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah, it was. Oh yes, Mr. Jupp was a very good captain, or Mr. Nelson, Mr. Cuthbertson, whatever. Wonderful, lovely chap.
Didn't mention dropping Fender early in his innings or anything.
No, he didn't. But he was there was. It supposedly did happen.
No.
Yeah.
Zach Chappell from the racecourse end, bowling to Proctor, who's beaten. Doesn't happen, or hasn't happened very often throughout the course of this innings, but a decent delivery from Zach Chappell.
Depending which account you go with, he was dropped fairly early on because Fanny Walden, who obviously England Football International and brilliant fielder, was off the field, and substitute fielder supposedly dropped him quite early on.
And goes Chappell and bowls to Proctor, who defends into the offside. It was all early on.
Yes, that's true. Well, yes, yeah. But I think he was sort of single figures.
Yeah.
And then some accounts say that he was more difficult chance missed in the deep by a chap called Stuart Humphrey. There's an occasional amateur playing for Northamptonshire. And Stuart Humphrey became a very distinguished ophthalmic surgeon.
Yeah.
And always denied that he even got anywhere near it. So.
Couldn't say it. This one is that eyes, isn't it?
It is.
It is, thank you.
I feed you the lines.
Thank goodness for that. Ball played out into the offside and fielded. I suddenly panicked then, thinking that might not be eyes.
It
was eyes.
It certainly was eyes, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's still has I think I'm right in saying, still has a ward named after him at Northampton Hospital. I think there's still a Humphrey Ward, or S.H. Stuart Herbert Guys Humphrey, S.H.G. Humphrey.
Here is Chapel in bowls, and that one is driven out into the offside towards the cover boundary. David Lloyd is giving chase. Proctor's come back for the second already. Lloyd picks up and gives it to Aitchison and keeps them down to a couple. Well, the throw wasn't great. Tried to meet it on the half volley, Brooke guessed, but it went underneath his glove. It was well backed up though. And 2 more to the total, 106 without loss. Derbyshire in pursuit of 207 to beat Gloucestershire at 24 without loss after 6 overs. Jessica Cowser has 11 and Lara Shaw has 8. As Chapel goes in and bowls wide of the off stump, and it's not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. No chance in Bob's gloves.
No, he was saying about the webbing, wasn't he?
The first thing he noticed was, he said, "Where's the webbing?" And the thing that I noticed was that the current gloves have got about an extra 3 inches worth of finger length on them. So it's a bit like in the 1970s when we saw German goalkeepers wear huge gloves. That one is defended by Proctor out into the offside. There's no run.
Just looking at that match, the Fender match, 1,475 runs scored over 3 days at 4 and over.
It's going some back then, wasn't it?
Well, it was, and Fender actually wasn't even picked for the game originally. It was a fairly late addition to the side. Northamptonshire made 306 all out, which, say, considering how useless they were at the time, was pretty good going. And the first, Ben Bellamy actually keeping wicket, his first dismissal in Championship cricket was Jack Hobbs, caught behind off Vernon Murdin, who was also from Wollaston, from the same village. It's going to be Vasconcelos to take strike against Lewis Rees, and back of a length brings Vasconcelos onto the back foot, pushes it up, back down the pitch, and Rees fields off his own bowling. Definitely a little bit brighter than it was maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, and we had that brief shower of rain. Yeah, on that second day, Surrey were 160 for 4 at lunch and 574 for 5 at tea. Scored 414 runs in the session. Pulled away by Vasconcelos, clothed it a little bit, didn't make a particularly good contact. It's going to get a single down to deep square. Vasconcelos to 59, 107 for no wicket. So yeah,
was that was at Northampton? Wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah, Montage Road. Yeah, well, back end of the season. No, it was the late Laurie Newell who did a huge amount of research onto the innings, because the Surrey scorebook no longer exists. It was put out for salvage during the Second World War. Rees in bowls to Proctor, clips it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. When, you know, they were throwing newspapers away to make a Spitfire or something.
Yes.
And so all the Surrey scores, a lot of the old Surrey scorebooks were dumped. But Northamptonshire still exists. The beautiful copper plate handwriting of Leo Bullimer, who was Northamptonshire scorer at the time. But it doesn't add up. But when you think they've got 414 runs in a session, you can quite understand
They've done
why,
well to keep up with it, wouldn't they, really?
why it doesn't add up. Clipped away by Proctor. More runs from here. Certainly 1. Will they think about 2? No, they won't. As it's smartly fielded by Jack Morley out on the deep square leg boundary. 1 more run to Luke Proctor. He goes to 39. Northamptonshire to 108 for no wicket. Because Laurie Newell tried to reconstruct it and work out how many balls Fender faced, because of course it was about 35 minutes, but now we talk about balls.
Yeah.
And he got it between 40 and 46, but he couldn't get any more specific than that. Rees in bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives, super bit of fielding at extra cover. Took a hand off the bat, Vasconcelos, trying to find the gap, didn't manage to do so. And Caleb Jewell out in the covers, that's a wonderful bit of fielding. diving absolutely at full stretch. Certainly saved, not quite sure he'd have had the legs to go for 4 over to that long boundary, but certainly saved 2 or 3 runs, for which I'm sure Lewis Rees is very grateful. Runs in again, bowls to Vasconcelos. This time Vasconcelos has found the gap. Jewell has set off in pursuit. There's certainly a couple of runs. A bit of joint enterprise out there with Caleb Jewell and Anuj Dahl. Jewell flicking it back to Anuj, sends in the return. 2 more to Vasconcelos. He goes to 61. Northamptonshire to 110 for no wicket at the end of the over. Vasconcelos 61, Proctor 39, and we have about a quarter of an hour to go till tea.
I've been bumped.
Have you really?
For a package and a song. It's outrageous. I've got about 4 or 5 minutes, so I thought I'd come back.
Story of our life, isn't it?
Derbyshire desperate for a breakthrough here, I think it's fair to say. The women showing the way, 40 without loss in the 8th over, with Jessica Cowser on, I hope I pronounced that right, I apologise, 16, and Lara Shaw on 19. One of my stopwatches is beeping in a bag. And here comes Zach Chappell from the racecourse end, bowling to Luke Proctor, who plays the ball straight back towards him. And there is no run. I've asked for another message for when I'm required, so...
You get paged, or do they still have pages?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. We have to find this blinking stopwatch. I don't know which one it is, though. No, it's not that one. Here comes Chappell again. In bowls to Proctor and beats him with one that keeps a bit low. Scuttles along the ground and isn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
I thought he was telling you your egg was ready or something.
It is that kind of thing. Oh, it's all right, about 3.5 minutes from now. Excellent.
Put on Hotel California or something. While away the time.
Just heard a handbrake turn in musical styles mentioned. Here comes Chappell again in bowls. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Proctor. David Lloyd starting to windmill his arms around. Expect to see some off spin shortly. They have plenty of options, or Wayne Madsen has plenty of options. Already used Chappell, Rees, Dahl, Tickner and Anderson, and there's still Lloyd and Morley, who are regular bowlers, regular-ish. Harry Kane doesn't bowl an awful lot. I haven't seen Caleb Jewell bowl. As Chappell is in, and that one is driven but not timed up towards Kane at mid-off by Proctor. Overall run rate just dropping to 4.3, which is still good, but it had got slightly out of hand a little earlier. From a Derbyshire perspective, that is. Here comes Chappell again, the sun threatening to break through the cloud. Bowls to Proctor, who defends this one back to Chappell. Bends down rather wearily to pick the ball up.
The many joys of sort of researching in the history of a county is that you never reach the end of it. There's always something.
Yeah.
And even this morning I was looking for something else and found out a chap that played a couple of games for Northamptonshire called Cyril Partridge read his own obituary.
Oh. Here's Chappell bowls. That's defended by Proctor. It's the end of a maiden over from Zach Chappell. His third, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 22 for him. Northamptonshire with Vasconcelos on 61 and Proctor on 39 or 110 without loss. Only read it, he didn't write it.
No, well, no,
Just
he was apparently I know he was inevitably involved in the boot and shoe industry, but he had then gone to take a pub in Bedfordshire in Silsoe, just over the boundary, and it was reported that he'd been killed in a bus accident, but he said he actually had to contact the paper and say, no, I haven't. And the headline, gloriously, was Cyril Partridge is not dead. Which sounded like to be a sort of name for an indie band album, really. But anyway, 110 for no wicket, and we're going to see a bit of twirl. David Lloyd coming into the attack to try something a bit different. Fair enough, bowling his off-spin, 2 left-handers in. Possibly why he's getting the go ahead of Jack Morley. He's going to bowl from the far end, from the city end. There's a slip in, Wayne Madsen, and at the moment that's it in terms of close catches. They've got a deep backward square, a deep square just in front. Both of them on the boundary. Mid-wicket in fairly tight, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. Man sweeping on the cover boundary and a backward point. So we feel fairly well spread. And here's Lloyd round the wicket, bowling first ball to Vasconcelos, who pushes it out to extra cover. And there's no run. Zach Chappell, as Fletcher was saying earlier, his voice you can always hear echoing around the ground, encouraging the bowler. As Lloyd in bowls to Vasconcelos, who is pushing that back down the pitch. And there's no run. Lloyd twirling his arm to get loose. In again and bowls, and Vasconcelos is in behind it, playing it back down the pitch. The batters, I'm sure, mindful of the fact that there's, 10 minutes to go till tea. Having come out together after lunch, they would dearly love to go in together at tea. Driven by Vasconcelos, out to extra cover. And there's no run, smartly fielded there by Caleb Jewell. Lloyd. In again and bowls, and Vasconcelos drives up to mid-off again, doesn't really time it. And there's no run. Northamptonshire's batting and bowling coaches, Rory Kleinveld and Greg Smith, having a wander round the boundary now, anti-clockwise. Lloyd bowls to Vasconcelos, forward. Plays it back down the pitch. Tidy maiden to start with for David Lloyd. 110 for no wicket. 61 to Vasconcelos. 39 to Luke Proctor. Zach Chappell it's going to be to continue from this racecourse end. And indeed, the sun is doing its level best to break through the cloud.
Nobody with tops off yet.
Well, yeah, unless it's the sort of the third cagoule that might have been dispensed with, but no, nothing more drastic than that. There's a few huddled. We were talking yesterday about the East Midlands demolition stand, the covered stand. There's a few huddled together at the back row. They look absolutely frozen.
They don't look happy, do they?
No.
There's Zach Chappell from the racecourse. Send balls on leg stump, turned away by Proctor for a single, and fielded down there in the distance by Lewis Rees. Proctor moves to 40, 111 without loss. They are within 8 minutes of going through the entire session without losing a wicket. What we have had in this session, I would reckon by the end of it might have had 29, 30 overs possibly, which is a bit slow. No over 8 up yet as Chappell bowls wide of the off stump. Vasconcelos leaves alone. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Be a good time to be in the new stand away to the left as we look out from the media centre, because it's sort of on an angle to the wind, so you might not get the worst of that. And the sun is coming out, so it'll be in your faces now.
Oh, how lovely!
Don't forget to put the sun cream on if you're in there. There is Chappell again, bowls, and this one is driven, but straight to Dahl at backward point by Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Middlesex now have a lead of 54 against Glamorgan, 253 for 3. At Lords, Lancashire 224 for 6 at Old Trafford against Leicestershire. Kent 172 for 5 now, trailing Gloucestershire by 300 at Canterbury as Chappell bowls. That comes off on edge, but there's a third man, which means that they only get a single instead of the 4 runs that they would have got. Martin Anderson down there in front of these Midlands demolition stand doing the fielding. A couple of stewards look lost in the car park to me. They're sort of standing there. Which way? Where should we be? You go over there and I'll go around this way. Excellent. And off they go. There's a car there with its lights on. As Chappell is in, and that one is defended by Proctor up to Harry Kane at mid-off. So unless he's going somewhere, he's left his lights on. I couldn't tell you what make of car it is. I'm not very good at cars.
It's posh.
Is it?
It looks posh to me.
Is it one of those infant? No, I don't know what sort it is. It could be anything.
Well, it's not mine.
Well, it's the same colour as mine, just about, but it's not mine either. It's about twice the size of mine.
Yes.
112.
You get mine in the boot.
Yes. Yes. Here's Chappell in bowls. That one is played by Proctor. Gently out into the offside. Fielded by David Lloyd, who holds onto the ball initially because he's going to bowl next, but then he throws it to Anujdal and removes his cap at the end of the over. Derbyshire. No, not Derbyshire. Northamptonshire are 112 without loss, with Vasconcelos on 62 and Proctor on 40.
This has been a really, really good partnership between these two. I hesitate to call it a sort of makeshift opening pair, but say Luke Proctor probably wouldn't normally be opening the batting for reasons that we've already touched on, with the departure of Emilio Gay and Matt Britsky not around because of IPL commitments. But these two have done a good job so far today. Here's Lloyd trying to break this partnership round the wicket. He comes in bowls to Vasconcelos, who's forward. Playing it out to Jewell at extra cover, no run. Jack Morley is limbering up, so maybe he will come on and have an over before tea. Just about out of time. Lloyd in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who on drives and sets off straight away for a single to mid-on, who's fairly deep. He's at least halfway back. So there was a fairly straightforward single. Vasconcelos to 63, and Northamptonshire to 113 for no wicket. Lloyd bowling to Proctor. Forward comes Proctor, plays it out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Wondering whether our friend Chapper's umpiring this afternoon is still listening to us with his earpiece in. Here's Lloyd bowling to Proctor, who just drops a bat on it, rolls out into the offside for Jewell to field. Jack Morley definitely, I think, set to bowl the next and probably the last over of the session, depending on how the bootlaces go. Lloyd bowls quicker, flatter, shorter, and it's cut away down towards third man. There's a long chase down there, and it's just about reeled in by Martin Anderson. Sends in the return, and they're back for 3. That was, well, it's trying something different, but it was short and wide, and Proctor cutting it away for 3. He goes to 43, 116 for no wicket. Northamptonshire, here's Lloyd in, flights that one up, driven nicely by Vasconcelos, but straight to Jewell at extra cover. End of the over, and Lloyd, Jack Morley's now doing some, what do they call those, not star jumps, but...
Really exhausted.
Well, I'm exhausted watching his warm-up, but anyway, he is indeed going to bowl what I would imagine will probably be the 30th and last over of the session.
Indeed. I find David Lloyd a fascinating spinner, because obviously he was a medium pacer for much of his career. Even when we went to Glamorgan, and when they came out, we went to Glamorgan at the start of last season, he bowled some off spin, and Nick Webb nearly fell off his chair. But I know his knee isn't great, which might explain the lack of medium pace, but he's worked hard on his spin bowling as well. He's a man who's always been a spinner. Jack Morley to bowl, as Andrew says, the final over of the afternoon session, which has belonged so emphatically to Northamptonshire, it's almost not true. But it is. 63-2, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Luke Proctor, who'll be on strike, has got 43. More Lancashire against Lancashire action here. As Morley is in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Proctor for a single. Not sure exactly. Where does Proctor come from in Lancashire, do you know?
He is born in Oldham.
All right, it's not too far away. This is the other side of the M62 from Jack Morley, who's a Rochdale man.
The Oldham Chanderpaul.
It'll never catch on. It's 117 without loss. Morley bowls. Vasconcelos defends it out into the offside.
Luke's from Oldham, and his big mate Simon Kerrigan is Preston.
Which is quite a distance north, really. It's north of where I live. Morley in again. Decent delivery, turned into the leg side by Vasconcelos, and Jewel. The Tasmanian picks up. Tickner claps his hands for his batting partner, Morley, who's in again, and that one might just have kept a touch low. Vasconcelos keeps it out nicely, though. 2 deliveries until tea. Wayne Madsen still in at slip. Morley on his way in, bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side. A cry of no. As Caleb Jewell moves to his left to do the fielding. And so we reach the final delivery. It'll be 41 overs, the evening session. As Morley is in and bowls, Vasconcelos defends, and Northamptonshire go into tea at 117 without loss after just 30 overs, with Vasconcelos 63 not out from 95 balls. Proctor 44 from 86, and it means that they trail by just 190. If the morning was good, the afternoon has been spectacular from a Northamptonshire perspective.
Yeah, eminently satisfactory for Northamptonshire. As I say at lunchtime, it's a question of which Northamptonshire batting lineup decided to turn up today. Was it going to be the team that was bowled out cheaply twice against Kent, or was it going to be the one that piled up nearly 500 at Old Trafford? And fortunately for Northamptonshire supporters, it's so far been the latter.
Certainly has. Derbyshire's women have just lost their first wicket, sadly. In fact, it looks like they might have lost... No, they've only lost one. Although the scorecard here is not telling me who's gone. They're 57 for 1 in the 13th over. They need 150 more runs at just under 6 and over to beat Gloucestershire at Bristol in the one-day cup. We'll see how that goes on as things progress throughout the course of the afternoon. But here, it's been Northamptonshire's morning. It's definitely been Northamptonshire's afternoon. We'll have 41 overs in the evening session as long as the light holds. Northamptonshire 117 without loss. Vasconcelos on 63, Proctor on 44, and they trail by just 190. We'll be back in just over 15 minutes' time with the evening session.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Northamptonshire 117 without loss going into the final session of the second day. Ricardo Vasconcelos on 63. Luke Proctor has 44. And interestingly, Ben Aitchison is running onto the field with the rest of the team, which means somebody is still off, and I'll try and work out who it is in a moment. Northamptonshire trail by just 190, and all we have to watch between now and the close is 41 overs, so it's going to be about 10 past, quarter past 7 if the light holds, I think. Although we did see a couple of overs of spin from either end. And David Lloyd is removing his cap, so he's going to continue. The over rate is -1. That's nothing to be too concerned about at this early stage. But
no, we were just discussing next door as to whether we thought they would get through the overs. It's got to be odds against, I think, bearing in mind when they came off last night. But it's okay at the moment. There is still a little bit of rain that's not too far away.
There's a lot of rain over there. There's a plane just flying into it.
Yeah, just going into East Midlands Airport. So, well, we'll see. There's nothing much we can do about it.
No, there's nothing we can do. No, absolutely. You can only control the controllables.
Oh, yes. Well, I must make a note of that.
Yeah.
I'll use that in my next team talk.
I hear it quite a lot in football. David Lloyd. City end. Luke Proctor on strike. First ball played back towards the Welshman. And there's no run. Who else is warming up? Well, nobody at the moment is the answer to that. There's Lloyd. Is in and bowls. That comes off the edge of Proctor's bat. Little chase on here for Morley. They've come back for the second and they'll get them comfortably. Up and running in the evening session. 119 without loss. Proctor moves on to 46. So a fairly safe blow away from a half century to join Ricardo Vasconcelos, who got his off 61 balls. Proctor's will be slightly slower as he defends this next delivery from Lloyd into the offside. Caleb Jewell does the fielding. I can't see any of the bowlers.
No.
Wheeling their arms around as this one is turned into the leg side by Proctor for a single. In off the boundary comes Anuj Dal. It's Zach Chappell who's not on the field, incidentally. Ben Aitchison down at deep backward square leg in front of the groundsman's hut. He didn't appear to be struggling before tea, so I just wanted an extra sandwich. 120.
Who can blame him?
Absolutely. Lloyd bowls, goes back into his crease, does Vasconcelos, pushes it back to Lloyd. Lloyd's third over. Morley's had one. Blair Tickner now just stretching a bit at the far end. He might bowl, I suppose, as his next delivery is driven out into the offside. Half stopped by Caleb Jewell, and they get through for a single. Vasconcelos keeps the strike as well as he moves on to 64. Proctor has 47. And Northamptonshire 121 without loss. And it is indeed Blair Tickner who removes his cap and scratches away at the crease, removes his sweater. Just about get a glimpse of the body art down the left-hand side of his torso. His right leg, or is it his left leg? I can't remember now. It might be his left leg. He's heavily tattooed.
Yes, I noticed this when he was warming up in his shorts this morning.
Yeah, some very fine body art. 121 without loss, and he's going to bowl over the wicket. That's a discussion we just had in the media box, a very brief discussion, saying that Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad had perfected the art of bowling around the wicket to left-handers, but they were moving the ball off the pitch. If you're not moving the ball off the pitch, then it's almost entirely pointless.
Well, Tickner it's going to be, with 2 slips and a gully. Deep backward point on the boundary down by the main scoreboard. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And in just in front of square on the leg side and a long leg. And Tickner over the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, whose feet have started moving early on in this innings, and we've seen this year he's been a little bit firm-footed, feet not moving, but they've just started to just get towards the pitch of the ball a bit more, and reflecting the fact that he's 64 not out, played some handsome shots. Tickner running on the spot before he starts to make progress forward, and played by Vasconcelos out to mid-wicket where Jack Morley fields, and there's no run. Yeah, if that's the weather coming from over there over towards the airport, it's just a little bit dark.
Sort of coming from our left, isn't it?
From over the top of the Elite Performance Centre. Tickner. And again to bowl to Ricardo Vasconcelos, short and pulled away by Vasconcelos. Doesn't quite get hold of it, but it's going out towards the boundary. It's going to get there, and it's 4 runs. Just plugged a little bit, probably caught it a little bit higher up on the bat than he would have liked, but nevertheless, it's a boundary. 68 to Vasconcelos, 125 for no wicket. Tickner in his 6th over, no wicket for 21. We've already seen 7 bowlers tried by Derbyshire. The 5 seamers, Chappell, Rees, Dahl, Tickner and Anderson, plus the spin of Lloyd and Morley. Tickner in again to Vasconcelos. That's full, and that's throw him. Well bowled. Just did enough. Vasconcelos drawn into playing at it. Brooke Guest might have thought he was in business for a moment, but not to be.
Just keep putting it there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's enough in this surface, even with the, I mean, the ball's only, what is it now, 32nd over. There's still potentially a little bit of movement to be had, particularly on this surface, which we noticed this morning, even before just not long before the second new ball was due, was doing a little bit. That hits Vasconcelos on the pad as he aims to work it into the onside. Hence the fact that Justin Broad is just getting it to nip back in a little bit, shape in as well through the air. So there's a little bit of help there. You've just got to keep putting it in the right place and be patient, I think. This has been a very good platform for Northamptonshire so far. A bit of a textbook day, really, for Luke Proctor's side. That's outside the off stump from Blair Tickner, left alone by Vasconcelos, end of the over. 125 for no wicket. 68 to Vasconcelos, 47 to Luke Proctor. Blair Tickner, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. And yeah, it's just maybe it's just getting a little bit darker. I'm just having a quick look at the radar, because there's, as I say, there's been this little bit of rather fragmented showery rain that's been lurking down to the south for a good part of today, and it's not a million miles away from us now, but it can stay where it is.
Yes. Lloyd begins a new over from the city end, bowling to Luke Proctor. First ball is defended straight back. Two Derbyshire's women have lost their 2nd wicket. Natasha Allen out for 20. They're 111 for 2. Need 96 off 16 overs, as this next ball is a full toss from David Lloyd. Proctor pushes it up to mid-on, and then there's a very wild throw comes in, I think, from Blair Tickner. Eventually it's backed up by Jack Morley. They get back for a couple. It was Caleb Jewell who flung himself to the floor to try to stop it, but couldn't. Tickner standing with his hands on his head. Lloyd furious. It's all going wrong out there. Lara Shaw has got to a half-century, 50 or 57 balls for Derbyshire's women, as this next delivery is pushed by Proctor straight back to Lloyd. 127 without loss. They trail by 180. Northamptonshire with all 10 first innings wickets in hand. This next ball is just stroked very nicely. Backward of square on the offside for his half century, Luke Proctor. He even comes back for the second for good measure. And Proctor reaches the milestone of 94 balls. And he has hit in his half century 6 fours. He gets a very small round of applause for his efforts.
Back-to-back half centuries for Luke Proctor, who made 64 in the only innings at Old Trafford.
He waits now and then gets another full toss down the leg side that's claimed on the full by Brooke Guest. That wasn't the best bit of first-class cricket you've ever seen. 129 without loss. Lloyd in around the wicket again. Bowls to Proctor, who leaves another very full delivery alone outside the off stump. And that concludes the over. 4 from it, so 8 runs added in the 2 overs since tea. No, there's been 3, hasn't there? That's nonsense. 129 without loss. Vasconcelos has 68, Proctor has 51, and they've added 12 in the 3 overs since tea.
Yeah, well, for Luke Proctor, another half century to add to his collection as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, for whom he's played, of course, since 2017. It is his 35th time past the 50 mark. He's only converted 5 of those into hundreds. But Tickner in and bowls to Vasconcelos on his hip, works it away down towards the boundary at deep backward square. The comeback for 2. I think Vasconcelos has set himself to go for 2 more or less from the moment the ball left the bat. A bit of work to be done by the fielder down on the boundary to make good ground in front of the members' stand. So a couple of more runs to Vasconcelos. He goes into the 70s, 131 for no wicket.
Still Ben Aitchison on down there, so
Yeah.
still no Zach Chappell. There's a slight concern.
Here's Tickner. In and bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives beautifully through extra cover, running out towards the boundary. That's going to get there. And it crosses the rope before Harry Kane can do anything about it, apart from retrieve it from the other side of the boundary board. 4 more to Vasconcelos, 74 to him, 135 for no wicket. And Tickner decides he's going to bowl round the wicket to Vasconcelos.
Yes, I'm not sure that's a great idea, but
2 slips and a backward point, one sort of deepish gully really, rather than a sort of one saving backward point. Here's Tickner, and that's wide outside the off stumps, taken by Brooke Guest in front of first slip. So the rest of the fielders trying to G up Blair Tickner, just get a little bit of something going out there, but at the moment, say from Northamptonshire's point of view, it really has been a very good day. Still a lot of work to do. Tickner in again to bowl short, pulled away by Vasconcelos. It's in the air, it bounces just in front of Jack Morley out there at deep mid-wicket, and they're through for a single. Wasn't completely in control of that, nevertheless got away with it. 75 to Vasconcelos, 136 for no wicket. Comes down and has a chat with his captain. The obligatory fist bump.
Zach Chappell is now on the boundary's edge. I'm feeling slightly better about life.
It's alone and palely loitering, waiting to come back on the park. Tickner around the wicket to Proctor. Proctor in behind that. Very solid backward defensive stroke. David Lloyd comes into field and there's no run. Another one of Fletcher's alarm clocks is going off. I think.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I think you're right. I'll see if I can sort this.
Well, either that or his hard-boiled egg is ready.
I don't know which one it is. This is.
Got a bag of watches in there and clocks and
There
what
it
have
is.
you. Here's
Got it.
Tickner in and bowls short, and Proctor ducks underneath it, taken by Brooke Guest, and that's the end of another over. 136 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 75, Proctor is 51, and Tickner 7 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 28.
The Vultures circling.
Yeah, Zach Chappell is on the field, which is good news.
It's not a vulture, it's some kind of bird of prey, though. Just circling the
Oh, yes, it
county
looks a bit
ground.
like a red kite. We have a lot of those round our way. Which is it, do you think? Yeah, I think it is.
It could be. It's circling.
It's the sort of the unofficial Northamptonshire box next door, isn't it? Really?
Yes. The back. Greg Smith's back. 136 without loss. David Lloyd begins a new over to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Turns the ball into the leg side where it's fielded by Martin Anderson with 2 S's. 136 without loss it remains. Anderson's bowled 3 overs for 20. This next delivery from Lloyd is played straight back to him by Vasconcelos. 36 overs and 4 balls to be bowled today. In comes Lloyd again. This one is driven. Nicely stopped by Lloyd. That looks like he's swimming on dry land. As he tries to commando crawl towards the ball. Another dot. Lloyd, at this time, is cut away by Vasconcelos out towards Zach Chappell, who is back on the field, but he's delighted he's now patrolling the entirety of the cover boundary. His punishment for not being back on time is to stand in a very windy part of the ground with nobody within 100 yards of him. Next delivery is defended by Proctor. Final ball of the over coming up. 137 without loss, 76 to Vasconcelos. Proctor on 51, trailing by 170. He tries to cut that one away. He does cut it away, but into the ground it bounces through to Jack Morley at backward point. And it is the end of the over. Derbyshire need a spark here, and there doesn't appear to be one anywhere. Just something to get them going. Wayne Madsen is in conversation with Blair Tickner. Cross has come Lewis Rees as well to have a chat, perhaps volunteering his services. Rees has bowled 6 overs for 23, Chappell 9 overs for 24, Dahl 4 overs for 20, Anderson 3 overs for 20. I mean, they've tried everything.
I'll say 7 bowlers used, and we saw the 5 frontline seamers inside. Was it 14 overs? I think something like that. So he's tried everything. Just waiting for something to work. Tickner it's going to be, round the wicket, starting a fresh over, edged and dropped. Vasconcelos, a little firm-footed waft. It's gone to second slip and it's gone down. So Vasconcelos gets a life on 76. He was dropped in almost identical fashion. I was saying about the game at Old Trafford when he was dropped on naught. The only difference was that one actually went down to the boundary for 4 at Old Trafford to get him off the mark. But that has gone down. Wayne Madsen at second slip. Captain is kicking the ground in frustration. Tickner didn't look exactly chuffed either. Tickner in bowl short, pulled away by Vasconcelos, and that's 4, which will make him feel not a great deal better, I think it's fair to say. Takes Vasconcelos to 80 and Northamptonshire to 141 for no wicket.
I kept a tally last season of the drops. I haven't this season because there's hardly been any, and it has been the rarity. But I didn't make a note of all the drops off Blair Tickner. But I would say he'd have had 15 more wickets by the time he left, and all the catches been taken. So even if only 2/3 of the catches were taken, he'd have an extra 10 wickets.
That's an interesting one. Here's Tickner in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, short again, pulled, and another long chase for Zach Chappell. This time no, it's not Chappell out there, is it? It's Jack Morley, beg your pardon. And that's a really good bit of fielding out on the boundary in front of the Elite Performance Centre. Keeps it to a couple. Say lost to 82, 143 for no wicket. Had to make a lot of ground round there. And 43 for none.
Lewis Rees offering a word of consolation to Blair Tickner there, I think. I don't think it worked, but...
No. Tickner in again, bowls and pushed out into the offside by Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Talking as we have been about the women's matches, and Derbyshire in action today down at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire play tomorrow, and David Ripley, coach of the Northamptonshire women's team, has just announced his first squad of the season, and Isha Patel captain the side, as we knew, in the 50-over game at Leicestershire tomorrow. Run down the squad in a moment as Tickner is in, bowls, and Vasconcelos solid in defence, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. So Anisha Patel, the captain, Beth Ascott, Abby Butcher, Emily Carpenter, May Drinkel, Amelia Kemp, Michaela Kirk, Gemma Marriott. I think I'm right in saying will captain the side in the T20 games later in the season. Ella Phillips, Alicia Preston, Bethan Robinson, Lenny Sims, and Poppy Smart. That's the squad for the game at Leicestershire tomorrow, and of course we'll keep tabs on that for you. Bring you some updates. Here's Tickner in, and a drive and caught at backward point, so the drop was not expensive, and Vasconcelos played another expansive drive, and he's going to have to be prized away from the middle again. It's flown to backward point, and Tickner has his man. Vasconcelos goes for 82, and Northamptonshire 143 for one. Having a conversation with his captain as he walks off. Cannot believe that he's got out with 100 beckoning, but nevertheless, not going to be 100 for him today. 82, 143 for one.
Yeah, it was a straightforward catch, wasn't it, really, for Martin Anderson at backward point, square gully. Call it what you will, it was that kind of area. And Blair Tickner just raised his arms in relief as much as anything, I think. Well, the first wicket finally falls in the at the end of the 36th over.
Yeah, the frustration for Vasconcelos will be the fact that he had a let-off earlier in the over, and when that happens at 76, you think, well, it's my day, and I'm going to go on and make them pay. But it was wide outside the off stump, went for the drive. And, I mean, he's one of the slowest walkers off in county cricket.
He's still on the steps now.
He does take a very long time to prise himself off the field, and for a good sort of 10 seconds or so after the catch had been taken and they were celebrating it, he hadn't moved. He was just, really was rooted to the spot. But anyway, he's back in the pavilion now, eventually. 143 for one it is. And
He's there.
Well,
just disappeared out of view up the stairs.
And George Bartlett comes out to take his place. Bartlett played nicely in the second innings against Kent. Alone, really, made over half the runs, 60 not out of 114 all out, batted at 3, so wasn't far off carrying his bat. Only made 18 up at Old Trafford, but comes out with a decent platform laid by the opening there.
143, not bad.
But, well, Northamptonshire, having batted themselves, well, bowled and batted themselves into a strong position today, will be very keen just to keep their foot on the throat, as it were.
Well, Derbyshire ring the changes at the City end by bringing Anuj Dal back, 4 overs for 20 in his only previous spell. That's the word I'm looking for. He'll be hoping to do slightly better than that. He's got a couple of slips in place. Caleb Jewell at first, Wayne Mountain at second. Backward point as well. He's on his way in now to bowl to Luke Proctor, who clips this one into the leg side. It's fielded by Harry Kane, but they get through for a single. Proctor moves to 52. It's doing it again. What is going on?
Something.
I think it's a different one this time.
What?
It's starting to get exceptionally irritating now, though. Cause no, it's not that one. I've got 3.
It does beg a question.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, well, one of them broke, and then it's
okay.
two different people. I do apologise, everybody. It's this one. It's Dal in. No, it's not that one either. That one's clipped into the leg side. Just let me go and try and. I've got to go on the radio as well.
I'll take over
Thank you.
for now. And Anashdal, with the lights just starting to close in a little bit, and you mentioned earlier, Fletch, about how Brooke Guest will stand up to Anashdal, and that's exactly what he's going to do now. So the helmet's out there. He is going to be standing up. 2 slips in there, and now a man tight in there catching short mid-wicket. As Dahl is in, bowls to Bartlett, who's in defence, plays it back down the pitch. Anashdal fields, and there's no run. An opening partnership of 143 for Northamptonshire. As we say, laying a very strong foundation, but Northamptonshire won't want to squander that position in this last session. Forced away off the back foot nicely by Bartlett. His first runs. It's going out towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? Yes, it is. Little teaser for Harry Kane, who chased it all the way out to the boundary directly in front of the main scoreboard, but couldn't reel it in. So Bartlett's away with the boundary. 4 to him, and Northamptonshire to 148 for 1. So chasing by, trailing by 159. Keeper still standing up as Anashdal bowls, and very well taken down the leg side by Brooke Guest. He may not have been slightly perturbed at the thought of keeping with Bob Taylor's old gloves, as we were discussing earlier, which he was having a look at this morning, but that was a lovely take down the leg side. Nipped to bail off as well. George Bartlett hadn't moved his back foot, but classy bit of keeping from Brooke Guest. Here's Anashdal in, bowls turned away by Bartlett, behind square on the leg side. Jack Morley comes in off the boundary. 1 more to Bartlett. He goes to 5. 149 for 1. Northamptonshire. We still have 34 overs left in the day, which is at least 2 hours. At least 2 hours.
Or more.
Yeah, I mean, unless we get a lot of spin. So, as I say, potentially, if you're trying to plan your evening,
Don't.
anything can happen in the next half hour. But it's going to be 7 o'clock, I think, if we get the overs.
Comfortably, 7 o'clock. So the successful Blair Tickner, 1 for 34 off 8 overs, has come on. Is going to continue to bowl, rather. Lara Shaw is out for 74 for Derbyshire's women. She made it off 71 balls with 9 fours and 2 sixes, but she was stumped. She was dismissed. Derbyshire now 143 for 3 in the 29th over. They need 64 off 56 balls. Could be a nipper. It could be a nipper. Who knows? The 2 batters out in the middle at the moment are Ella Porter and Megan Pittman, the wicketkeeper, bat as the first delivery of a new over from Blair Tickner is guided to backward point, where it's picked up by Jack Morley, hurls it at the stumps and misses, but they went through for a single in any case. I thought I would have started concentrating slightly earlier there, because if that had hit,
Yes.
he might have been in a spot of bother, Luke Proctor, running to the danger end, but as it is, Morley didn't hit. Proctor wasn't in a spot of bother, and Bartlett moves on to 650 up for Northamptonshire after 37.1 overs. There is Tickner again. on his way in, bowls to Proctor, who turns it neatly into the leg side. They'll just take an agreed single on this occasion. Ella Porter's out now for 5. Derbyshire in danger of not winning at Bristol at this point. 64 off 55 balls, 143 for 4. 151 for 1 here, Northamptonshire. Proctor on 53 after that single. Umpire Anthony Harris swaps sides with the right-handed Bartlett. And just flexes the knees and then, he's beaten outside the off stump by Tickner. Nice delivery from the Kiwi. Wickets just perk them up a little bit. I mean, it'll take 3 or 4 wickets to really perk them up. They're almost halfway to overtaking Derbyshire, our Northamptonshire. 156 behind. It's going to take something fairly impressive to turn it around from a Derbyshire perspective, you would have thought. Playing all matches at the moment, including at Birmingham. As Tickner is in and he reaches for one outside the off stump, short of a length, Bartlett, and he's just bashing it into the ground to David Lloyd.
It was one of those cricket is a loser moment, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
When it was short and wide and
not hit properly.
not hit properly.
At least David Lloyd picked it up without fumbling. Nottinghamshire 94 for 1 in their first innings, lead Warwickshire by a single run at Edgbaston. Here's Tickner in and bowls to Bartlett, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper, Brooke Guest.
Yes, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Looking in from outside, Mark Robinson being moved on from head coach of Warwickshire, presumably thinking that things were going to improve as a result.
New coach bounce.
Yes, but may not quite have happened that way.
Hit the ground with a thud. Tickner. 3 slips for Blair Tickner. He's in and bowls, and that one is pushed up to Harry Kame at mid-on. This time it was the final ball of the 38th over. Tickner's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 36 now. Proctor has 53. Bartlett has 6. And Northamptonshire are 151 for 1, trailing by 156 runs.
Yeah, what are we going to have from the far end? Are we still going to have Anujdal? Yes, we are. Anujdal, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 26. Martin Anderson, the one that was just a little bit costly, 3 overs for 20. That's tidy enough. Just the 1 wicket to show so far. Keeper still standing up, coming round the wicket, Anujdal, to bowl to the left-handed Proctor, and Proctor works it away into the onside, just behind square. I must say of that shot, if I had a £1 coin for every time I've seen that since Luke Proctor came to Northamptonshire, I'd be able to retire now. 1 more to Proctor, 54 to him, 152 for 1. It's a very Proctor shot.
Drinks being served on the
Oh yes,
members' balcony. Right,
and they are being served as well.
They are. There's a couple of waitresses there, bringing the refreshments out.
I wonder if we'll get any. If the Northamptonshire dignitaries will take pity on us and send us a cream cake round. Probably not.
Pint of beer might be better.
Short extra cover in there now, catching for Anujdal. Is over the wicket to Bartlett, who jams it hard into the ground. It bounces up for Martin Anderson in that position at short extra cover to field, and there's no run. You can tell the temperature out there. Well, I think it's might be one of the Derbyshire committee has got a very bright yellow
The blanket.
blanket on his knees.
I can see the blanket.
Anujdal is in, bowls to Bartlett, defensive, back down the pitch, and there's no run. Northamptonshire's president, Gavin Warren, once again has his bobble hat on.
I don't recognise the gentleman with the...
No.
Doesn't feel very. I think there are a few of them because if you look to the right, there are a couple more blankets there,
Oh,
just sort of
yes,
wrapped
yeah.
up on the benches.
Well, I can't see Ian Peck there. He may have retreated inside. Here's Anuj Darling, bowls and worked away by George Bartlett, just standing tall, using his height, getting on top of the bounce, working it into the leg side. David Lloyd fields, no run. 152 for one. Like not much different really to what it was when we came out after tea, but it's just a little bit.
Sort of filled in up above, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
that's
You can see the definition of the clouds before, like you can to the south.
Anuj Darling bowls a little bit wider of the crease and driven by Bartlett up to mid-off. And Zach Chappell, having stopped it,
Knocked off his feet.
knocked off his feet by the power
Knocked off his feet.
of George Bartlett's stroke, which is clearly not the case. But he is what we in the summer game call a character.
Yes, indeed.
Chappell, good fun. And a very good
Character
cricketer.
as a box of frogs.
Stahl, just that's a very full length to Bartlett, who digs it out to extra cover where Anderson fields. 152 for one it is, the end of the over. 32 overs left in the day. And still we're just on the edge of this. There's this bit of rain around that we've been keeping half an eye on all afternoon. We're just on the sort of northern extremity of it, and hopefully it'll stay away to the south, but it has caused a few issues at other grounds today. Thankfully not here. It rained for about 30 seconds didn't it, this afternoon.
Ground staff got very excited momentarily, but it was momentarily. I'm happy to say. Here's Blair Tickner continuing from the race course end. Bowls to Proctor, who turns this one down. Fine to fine leg and picks up 4 runs. Short and misdirected from Blair Tickner. 156 for one. Northamptonshire trail by 151, so they're more than halfway to Derbyshire's total of 307. And Proctor moves on to 58. Disappointing. Here's Tickner again. Bowls and Proctor goes up on his toes and defends that one into the ground. There is no run. Derbyshire's women have gone past 150, but they need 56 off 43 balls now. They're 152 for 5.
Could be a squeaky one.
Adriana Darlow out for 1. Rhiannon Nolan Davis has joined Megan Pittman out in the middle. Tickner goes in again. Proctor defends once more. Tickner fields off his own bowling.
They are off for bad light at Chesterley Street,
Okay.
where Durham are 264 for 1 against Yorkshire, just 43 runs behind. Alex Lee's 148 not out, and Emilio Gay 105 not out, including 13 fours.
Name rings the bell, but here's Tickner. Bowls a short delivery that goes across Luke Proctor and through to the keeper.
Well, the interesting thing now for Northamptonshire supporters is that it's a match-up involving the 2 players, 2 sort of high-profile departures from Wantage Road last year. Jack White opening the bowling for Yorkshire and Emilio Gay batting 3 for Durham. Jack White's 14 overs, no wicket for 46, but Emilio Gay has a Durham 100 under his belt. George Hill picking up just the 1 wicket to fall.
Next delivery from Tickner is just guided out into the offside by Proctor. David Lloyd runs to the ball, but the batters had already decided that there was a run there, and as a result, they're able to scamper through for a single. Proctor moves to 59, 157 for 1.
At Chelmsford, Essex 145 for 5 in their second innings against Worcestershire, so they are 122 runs ahead with 5 wickets standing. Fascinating game there at Chelmsford. Paul Walter opened the batting, still there, 73 not out. But Matthew Waits picked up 3 of the 6 wickets to 4.
It's a season for makeshift openers. Rian Ahmed opened the batting for Leicestershire against Derbyshire. Tickner in and bowls. That one is clipped away off his pads nicely by Bartlett for 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary. So despite getting the wicket, it isn't getting much better for Derbyshire, really. 161 for 1 at the end of the over. Bartlett into double figures. He's got 10. Proctor has 59. And they trail by just 146 runs now.
Hampshire 129 for 3, replying to Somerset's 184 all out. Down at Southampton, Nick Gubbins 34 not out. Tom Prest just out for 42. Sussex grinding on against Surrey down at Hove, 425 for 8. Sussex now.
I think that's the future for Sussex, though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they've had a wonderful start to the season. Tom Haynes finally out for 174. One of 4 victims for Gus Atkinson, 4 for 113. So he's had a long bowl. Is Anishdal starting a fresh over, keeper still standing up, and pushed out into the offside by Proctor, and there's no run. Zach Chappell going through his limbering up routine up there at mid-on, so he may well be into the attack presently. Notts 100 for 1, replying to Warwickshire's 93 all out, as we were discussing just a moment or two ago. Hasib Hamid and Freddie McCann. I think it's his birthday today as well. The batters at the crease is Anishdal in and Proctor is forward. Back down the pitch, fielded by Anishdal himself. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 472 all out. Kent 215 for 6. Bit of a recovery from Kent, who were in a spot of bother at 129 for 5. Harry Finch made 44, and Ben Compton still there, like old Father Thames, keeps rolling along. 92 not out for Ben Compton. Here's Anishdal in bowls, edged by Proctor. It's gone past second slip, didn't carry, and it's gone down with no third man in place.
Well, no third man.
Mention that just for Fletcher's benefit. 4 more to Proctor. He goes to 63, and Northamptonshire to 165 for 1. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 263 all out against Leicestershire. Marcus Harris made 77. George Balderson a painstaking 51. 5 wickets for Tom Scriven for Leicestershire. Anishdal bowls again to Proctor, who's pushing that up to Chappell at mid-on, and there's no run. And Lords, Glamorgan 199 all out, Middlesex 276 for 4. So Middlesex building a handy looking lead there. Max Holden out for 107, but Leas Deploy is still there on 49.
Unfortunately, it's a couple of weeks before Derbyshire play Glamorgan.
Is Anishdal in again, bowls, and Proctor is forward, playing it back down the pitch. And there's no run.
But it is only a week before they play Middlesex.
Yes.
The late Kevin Hand will be with us.
So I was looking at that, the game at Bristol. That really is, that's a tight old
Isn't
game
it?
now, isn't it?
42 off 31. Rhiannon Nolan Davis 13 off 10. Anishdal's lost his run up again. Already hit a couple of 4s since coming out to join Megan Pittman. Can they do it? Tie, I'm going for. All the way to Bristol for a tie.
Good start. Outside the off stump goes Anishdal, taken by Brooke Guest, left alone by Luke Proctor. Another over ticks past. 165 for 1. Proctor is 63. Bartlett is 10, and Northamptonshire trailing by 142.
It's not much better for our local non-league sides, are there? Every single one of them has lost. All 4 of them have lost this afternoon. Mickleover did win last night, I noticed, against League Town. They're already relegated. Buxton are back in the playoff places in the National North. Here is Zach Chappell coming on to bowl to replace Blair Tickner. Tickner bowled 5 overs, 1 for 28 since tea. Oh, it's made me laugh. They go out there and they measure their run-ups with a tape measure, which we never ever did. And then they spray paint the ground. You can see the little green marks and blue marks out there for the various bowlers. They come on to bowl and they have to mark their run up again, and then they have to practice it. Nobody used to do that.
It just uses up a bit more time, doesn't it?
Well, 30 to go today, 30 overs that is. We might sneak in under the 7 o'clock barrier, who knows. Here's Zach Chappell bowling to George Bartlett. He's on 10. Chappell bowls and Bartlett defends. Wayne Madsen, the most optimistic cricketer in the world, oos and puts his arms out wide. He does like an oo, but you don't get anything for an oo. Tickner talking to Chappell, who moves his mark a foot further forward before receiving the ball from Lewis Rees. And he's in again now to Bartlett, who turns this one into the onside, where it's fielded by Martin Anderson. Sixth wicket falls for the Derbyshire women. That is disappointing. Adriana Darlow, the skipper, is out. No, she was already out. It's Rhiannon Nolan-Davis who's out for 13. Harriet Parkin has joined Megan Pittman. Next delivery is on the stumps, but turned into the leg side by Bartlett. They're going to come back for the second. The throw comes in from Dahl, but they get back comfortably enough in the end. Bartlett adds 2 to his score, moves on to 1,267 for 1. 37 off 26 balls is the Derbyshire women's equation now. It's looking, unfortunately, slightly less likely than it was earlier.
Good one to win from there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Laura Shaw, 74. Really good knock from her. As this next delivery is again a straight delivery from Zach Chappell. Turned into the leg side, fielded by Anderson, who's got his sun specs perched on top of his cap still, optimistically. David Lloyd appears to have his on. They have to be light enhancing glasses, surely. There's Chappell in once more. Short delivery. Oh, Bartlett reaches for it. Goes through to Guest. Had to reach a long way for it, and as far as he could reach, but he still couldn't make contact. Ball flies through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. It remains 167 for 1. Parkin has been run out for 1. They have 3 wickets left. They need 36 off 25 balls. Derbyshire women. Chappell is in and bowls. That one is just flicked away. Whether it was bat or pad, I'm not entirely sure, but it's gone away for 4, and it was bat. And Bartlett picks up another boundary down to fine leg. He moves to 16. Northamptonshire on to 171 for 1. Proctor on 63. Deficit is just 136 now. They're in a position here, Northamptonshire, to go on and build quite the first innings lead.
Yeah, that's certainly looking in a very strong position at the moment in what has been, as we mentioned earlier, pretty much the perfect day for Northamptonshire.
How thin is the crowd on the permanent temporary stand now?
Yeah, it's
not many at all on there now. I can't say I blame them.
No, I've just seen 1 or 2 heading out. It's, you know, we say all the time about how important it is that people that pay good money to come and watch get their money's worth, but what the sort of powers that be sometimes just seem to overlook is the fact that people very often have travel plans or their own meal times all set, and it doesn't matter if you say, right, we're going to play until 7:30 or something. If somebody's going home for dinner at 6, they're going to go home for dinner at 6.
Yeah.
And especially on a day like this when it is, let's be honest, fairly bleak in terms of temperature, however absorbing the cricket, and it is, it's good stuff. Anuj Dahl round the wicket bowling to Proctor. That's a super take down the leg side by Brooke Guest. Goodness, that's a terrific bit of keeping because it bounced as well. It was down the leg side. And that is a very, very fine take by Brooke Guest. 171 for one. It's not necessarily the delivery you want when you're standing up, though, to a sort of brisk medium pacer. Two slips in. Anujdal round the wicket, bowls and cut away by Proctor down towards wideish third man. Is it going to go all the way? No, it's not. It's reeled in by Jack Morley about 3/4 of the way back towards the boundary, but they come back for two. Proctor to 65 and Northamptonshire to 173 for one. Trailing by 134 now, if you're just joining us, catching up with what's been happening. Derbyshire, who resumed this morning at 216 for four, bowled out for 307 in the morning session. Brooke Guest out for 91. 4 wickets for Justin Broad, 3 for Luke Proctor and 3 for Liam Guthrie. Anujdal in bowls and Proctor drives back down the pitch, no run. And then in Northamptonshire's reply, just the 1 wicket to fall. Ricardo Vasconcelos caught by Martin Anderson at backward point off Blair Tickner for 82 after he and Luke Proctor had shared an opening stand of 143. It's now 173 for one. Anujdal into bowl to Proctor, who's beaten outside the off stump. Taken by Brooke Guest. Not an awful lot has gone past the bat in the last couple of hours, but as we say, there's just enough in this pitch just to keep the bowlers interested. But the ball's starting to get a bit old and a bit soft now. We're in the 43rd over. Anujdal in, bowls and pulled away by Proctor. He's only going to get a single down to deep square. Fielded out there by David Lloyd. One more to Luke Proctor. Northamptonshire's captain goes to 66 and Northamptonshire to 174 for one. Field changes over for the right-handed Bartlett. Rob Bailey trudges over from one side to the other. Just looking round, Rob, to see, I think, which way the wind's blowing and if there is any rain in the offing. Don't think so. Here's Anujdal in again to bowl to Bartlett, who clips that a little bit uppishly, but on the bounce to short mid-wicket, no run. End of the over, 66 to Proctor, 16 to Bartlett, 174 for one. The deficit now is 133. And Anujdal, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 34. Almost just had not a word, they just sort of gestured to each other. Whether they think it might be almost time to get the lights on, I don't know. It doesn't seem that dark to me.
It seems a bit brighter.
Yeah, it does.
Bizarrely. Perfect timing because I've just been summoned. I do apologise for this. My penultimate update of the day. I've got no good news to tell them at all because Derbyshire women look like they're about to lose as well. They're 8 down now.
That's been a bit of a collapse,
Yes,
hasn't
it has.
Well, it's going to be Chapel to continue from this racecourse end. Madsen just having a chat with Blair Tickner, who's in there at mid-off. Madsen returning to his fielding position at second slip. And here's Chapel into bowl to Luke Proctor, and Proctor pushing it out on the onside, and there's no run to be had. In fact, saying about the light, the sun is over to our right. The sun's just starting to come through, casting a shadow for the first time really since about midday, when we did have a sort of bright spell. When we must admit we thought it was just going to clear up and be a lovely afternoon. Didn't quite materialise like that, but quite pleasant now, apart from the temperature and the fact that we still have 27 and a bit overs to go. Now, changes in the field backward points coming into Martin Anderson. He seems to be going back to backward point. Mid-wicket is going back onto the boundary. And fine legs just being, or long legs just being moved a little bit finer. So short ball, we'll see, or is it the double bluff? It is a short ball, it's down the leg side, and Proctor getting everything out of harm's way. So Derbyshire now with two men back on the boundary on the leg side, a deep backward square and a long leg down in front of the members' pavilion. With a man sweeping on the cover boundary. Two slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and Lewis Rees at a sort of wideish mid-on, almost a mid-wicket. That's on the hip of Luke Proctor, who, as he has done countless times in his career, just helps it on its way down to long leg for a single. Proctor to 67, Northamptonshire to 175 for one. Batters just having a little chat in mid-pitch. As we've been mentioning, 7 bowlers used already by Derbyshire. Now change in the field. Second slip is coming out to short mid-wicket for George Bartlett. Anuj Dal is being moved a little bit deeper and a little bit squarer, so we've got a sort of catching mid-wicket and then one a little bit deeper and a mid-on. As Chappell is in, bowls to Bartlett, who's in behind that, plays it up to the man tight in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Have things improved at all, Fletch?
No. I had to
Just
go,
wondered.
I had to go. I had to go back to last night to find a victory for our local non-league sides when Mickleover beat League, but they're already relegated, Mickleover. So
the big Mickleover League game.
well, they're not too far apart. Different counties.
No, I was going to say,
not too far
not a
apart.
million miles away. Here's Chappell in and bowls to Bartlett, short, and Bartlett nudges it away down to deep backward square for one. Bartlett to 17, and Northamptonshire to 176 for one. And my son apparently got a few runs and bowled a couple of tidy-ish overs, so he's happy enough.
Yeah.
I don't think they're probably going to win that game, but a couple of pre-season games, firsts and seconds. I think the first looks like they were going to get a big score. I haven't seen the score from there recently, but the new overseas looks a bit handy. Chappell in, and what's a little fiddle from Luke Proctor. Just lost concentration for a moment. He was just trying to nudge that down towards third man with a couple of slips in, not necessarily a business shot, which is unlike Luke Proctor, but he stays on 67, Bartlett 17. 176 for one. Northamptonshire trail by 131, 27 overs remaining in the day.
Martin Anderson's back from the city end. A helmet. I'm not sure if the helmet was coming on and then was told we don't need it, or it's being removed, but it's in the hands of Ben Aitchison now as he walks off the field away to our left. With 27 overs remaining, Northamptonshire can get very close to Derbyshire's 307 before the close of play, assuming that we carry on. Caleb Jewell, who, despite being Tasmanian, which is as far south as you can go in the world, wants some more hand warmers. He probably lives as close to the Antarctic. I don't know. I shouldn't say that really. I have no idea where the Antarctic starts. Below Tasmania or south of Tasmania. I think if you go in a straight line, that's what you get. So there's a conference going on. Blair Tickner's waving his arms around. Wayne Madson's pointing. Martin Anderson is going through his bowling action, bowling the ball to Lewis Rees. And now Tickner and Anderson will have a chat. Jack Morley, who is out on the square leg boundary. Nobody else in the same postcode. And he just shrugged his shoulders and put his arms out wide. Here is Martin Anderson, then in and bowls to Bartlett, who gets a straight one and pushes it straight back to the bowler. There is no run. More problems for Derbyshire women because Caitlin MacDonald has retired hurt. And they still need 32 off 3 overs. It's starting to seem unlikely. 175 for 8, but can't imagine that Caitlin MacDonald will come back. As Anderson bowls a fullish delivery, Bartlett digs it out, pushes it up towards mid-on, where a tumbling Lewis Rees does the fielding. 177 for 1 it remains. One more update to do, and that's it. We can all relax.
You've earned your corn this afternoon, Fletch.
And then tomorrow, Sunday tomorrow, isn't it? Nothing after 1 o'clock on a Sunday. I'm not sure what's happening on Monday, if I'm entirely honest with you, because it's a. Oh, I am. You know, there's a game of 2 games of football on from 2 o'clock onwards, so I'll be required at some point during those. If we're still playing on Monday, who knows? If we're not, Northamptonshire will have won. Here is Anderson in and bowls a wide delivery, very wide outside the off stump. Not signalled a wide because we're playing proper cricket, but it was very wide. And as a result, Proctor had absolutely nothing to do with it. Quite right, too. If this had been a 50-over game, he would have smashed it to the boundary. But in red ball cricket, showing great restraint. Seen Twiggy in his camel haircoat. Here is another very wide delivery from Anderson, who looks down at his shoes and sort of, I don't know, he's got a bit of a hobble. Might just be because it was a disappointing delivery. And he goes back towards his mark at the far end of the ground. I'm trying to think of everybody who would normally bowl has bowled. Whether Harry Kane's going to persuade Wayne Madsen that he can come on and do a job. He has bowled a fair bit in the 2s. As Anderson is in, Proctor has to play this time and pushes it out to Kane in the offside. And now Caleb Jewell puts his arms out wide. Jack Morley talking to Ben Aitchison. They may have come across each other at Lancashire. I think Ben's a little bit older than Jack.
Yeah.
More former Lancashire players than he can shake a stick at here.
There's a few.
Rees and Proctor, Guest. Anderson bowls, former Middlesex man, of course. And I think he's got an issue here. He's just waving towards the changing room. He's called for something over on the far side, which isn't going to help anybody. Caleb Jewell's hand warmers have come on, 177 for 1. That's the first bit of good news we've had. Brought on by Ben Aitchison, but I don't think Martin Anderson's 100%. The way he pulled up, but I think he might be jamming his toe on the end of his boot. Now is he going to go off here? He had been feeling down by the East Midlands demolition stand. He's sort of wandering around aimlessly at the moment. Come on, Martin, where are you going? He's putting his sweater on. He's going to stay out there, quite right too.
So, Zach Chappell to continue. Running in to start his 12th over. In and bowls to George Bartlett, who punches that nicely off the back foot. Good stop at extra cover. He's gone down.
He's just warmed his hands.
I know, he's gone down like the proverbial sack of spuds. And they run through for a single.
It wasn't Jewell, it was Lloyd.
It was David Lloyd there.
Yeah, it was my mistake.
One more to Bartlett. He goes to 19, 178 for 1. Chappell back at the end of his mark, and it's as bright now as it's been for most of the day. I say, apart from that little tantalising spell before about midday when we thought it was going to come out and be glorious. Chappell in bowls on the legs of Proctor. Meat and drink, turns it away through mid-wicket for a single. Lewis Rees tracks back to field. One more to Proctor. He goes to 68 and Northamptonshire to 179 for 1. But sun up to our right, which presumably, as we were saying, was the reason they turned the square round, because that would be,
Yes. Oh, yeah.
as it was before, that would be straight into the batter's eyes. Here's Chappell, in and bowl short, and George Bartlett has nothing to do with it at all, just sways inside it and watches it go through to Brooke Guest, who continues his conversation with Wayne Madsen, the only slip.
The daft thing was, it used to be orientated like this, but because the grandstand was the only seating, they said, well, we need it turning round so the members can be behind the bowler's arm. So they turned it round and realised why it was this way around in the first place. Oh, Zach
Chappell comes in and has to go back and reload. Dead ball, signals umpire Rob Bailey, looking for all the world as though he's practising the Charleston for the next series of Strictly. Well, I can remember, the first time I reported a game here, which should have been mid-80s, I suppose. Yeah, we were over that side. Here's Chappell in, bowls and tickled away by George Bartlett down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Just on leg stump, and all Bartlett had to do was get a little bit of bat on it, which he did. He goes to 23. 23 off 30 for George Bartlett, so a positive start from him. 183 for 1. Deficit now just 124. Feeds into what Fletcher was saying, that if Northamptonshire keep going as they are, 25 overs to go, if we get them all in, then they may not be too far adrift, but well, long way to go. There's Chappell in and bowls, and dropped out into the offside by Bartlett. He sets off for a single. No, says Luke Proctor, and I think that's a very good idea. Smartly fielded there by Morley. And they're playing going into East Midlands. It's leisurely descent. If I was very sad, I'd get my app out and
Don't do
find
it.
out.
Have you got one?
Oh, I have. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, sit in the garden of a summer evening and watch. If it's Daventry Departure and they all go over our house, brilliant. Chappell outside the off stump, and that is a very good leave by George Bartlett. But it was very, very tight, to the extent that Northamptonshire's bowling coach, Murray Kleinveld, who's sitting immediately to my left, the other side of the glass,
His reaction was the same as
was the same as ours. Ooh! 183 for 1, the end of the over. Chappell, 12 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket for 38. 183 for 1 it is. Proctor is 68. Bartlett is 23.
I'm more interested in this app. The only other person I know who's got, you know who the other person who's got one is, don't you? Works at Chester Street a lot.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've got absolutely no interest in where people are going.
Oh, I have. I love it. I absolutely love it. No, seriously, we sit in our garden.
You're not making it any better, Andrew.
You're
not sounding any cooler.
A lot of the Atlantic flights do go over us, so we can sit there. And in fact, when I was coming back from South Africa on holiday, I was flying back from Paris, and we actually flew over Northampton.
Yeah.
I could see it down there.
Yeah.
What a wonderful, awe-inspiring sight! All the
lift shaft and everything.
all the warehouses and.
Beautiful, as far as the eye can see.
Yes.
Here's Martin Anderson beginning a new over from the city end. Bowls to Proctor, who turns it into the leg side and pinches a single. Moves to 69, 184 for 1. Yeah, no, where I stay when I'm down here, thanks to the good grace of Andrew Twigg with an E, is a lot closer to the airport. And if the wind's blowing in a certain direction, they scream overhead, and they are quite low by that stage, because they're not far from landing. As Anderson is in bowls, that's Bartlett turning the ball into the leg side for 1. They're thinking about a second, but Morley's in quickly off the boundary to do the fielding, almost overthrows Brooke Guest, who leaps in the air to claim it with 2 hands. Bartlett wants some gloves. He's settled, 24 from 33. .185 for 122 behind now. In comes Anderson. Oh, beats Proctor. The ball that just goes past the outside edge. Didn't seem to deviate in any way, but The picture's barely changed the entire time. You can't even see, because it's a hybrid, you can't really even see footmarks.
No, that's right.
Which must be a concern for the left arm spinner, you would have thought. In comes Anderson again. Bowls, and that's left alone by Proctor. Who just turns and walks towards a square leg. Derbyshire women are going to lose there. They required 20 off the last 2 deliveries. 8 down, but with Caitlin MacDonald already out, retired hurt, or not out, but retired hurt. Here comes Anderson again, bowls a full-length delivery. Proctor just gets his bat down in time, pushes it out into the offside. Picked up by Harry Kane. Lovely.
Told you it was interesting.
Yeah, isn't it? It's just a map with a straight line on it.
It's got lots of aeroplanes on it.
Can you see them? Oh, yeah.
It's fascinating. I love it.
There I do. I think less of you as a result. This one's left alone by Proctor to go through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. End of the over, thankfully. 185 for 1. Martin Anderson's now bowled 5 overs for 23. Extra gloves or fresh gloves being brought out for George Bartlett. And Luke Proctor as well, possibly. Yeah, I think so. He's going to have a drink instead.
Yeah, Rafi Weather all out there doing the necessary. Yeah, that was Emilio Gay's maiden first-class 100 for Durham today, so he will be a happy man. Still off for bad light there, but Chester Street, too far north, I think is what we always say, isn't it? Essex 178 for 5 against Worcestershire. It really is a fascinating game, that one. Over at Chelmsford. So Essex effectively 158 for 5, and Paul Walter really keeping them in that, 89 not out. Keep chipping away at the other end. Worcestershire, but Paul Walter, all 6'8" of him, whatever it is, has stood firm. Here's Chappell, one slip now, and Bartlett has got him caught behind. Little push at that one, thin outside edge, and Chappell has his man, and Rob Bailey just, I think, waiting for Bartlett to go, and when he didn't, he sent him on his way. So Bartlett goes for 24, second breakthrough for Derbyshire. Zach Chappell picks up his first wicket of the innings. He goes for 24, and Northamptonshire are 185 for 2.
Well, they needed that as much as they needed Vasconcelos around about, what was it, nearly 45 minutes ago, that kind of time. And Bartlett will be disappointed, I think, because he was looking well set. He just got his fresh gloves. That's always dangerous, isn't it, getting fresh gloves? I never
batted long enough.
I neither batted long enough nor had gloves. I used to take them out of a little bag. So if I'd have asked for more, there would have been all sorts. But yeah, little feather through, as we see a replay on the big screen now, and and he knew it as well. He turned around and looked at the keeper, and he didn't stand his ground.
No.
He was barely still. Just disappointment, isn't it, as much as anything? And umpires know the difference, especially the ones who played at a very high level, know the difference between disappointment and dissent. There was certainly no dissent there. Derbyshire's women have lost by 9 runs to Gloucestershire, despite that lovely knock of 74 from Lara Shaw.
James Sales comes to the crease. Played beautifully for his 92 up at Old Trafford last week. And having got within sight of the 100, just had a little bit of a rush of blood and went to try and hit the spinner over the top of mid-on and didn't manage to clear mid-on. One of 3 batters in that game out in the 90s. James Sales 92 and Lewis McManus 95 for Northamptonshire. Keaton Jennings 96 in the first innings of Lancashire, what we used to call jug avoidance, wasn't it, in
Yes.
in club cricket. He would dearly love to have got there. I know how keen he was and indeed is to get a 100 on a test ground. Got 2 championship hundreds at the back end. Well, last season, one early on, one late on. Both of those at Northampton. So he got within reach of another one. He comes in at number 4. Son of David, of course. David Sales scored a vast number of runs for Northamptonshire and very possibly, I have to say, one of the best, probably the best player for Northamptonshire not to have won a test cap. 3 slips in for the new batter. There's Chappell with his tail up. Runs in to bowl the first ball to James Sales. The Sales is forward in defence, pushes it past the stumps at the non-striker's end. And there's no run. Tickner comes across to field. 185 for 2. So Northamptonshire have lost Vasconcelos for 82. Bartlett for 24. Derbyshire just need to keep chipping away. Chappell in bowls and hits Sales on the pad, going down, I think. Yeah. I think that was certainly, as I say, we were in a very, very good position up here.
It didn't look right.
It didn't look right, and again, given the stroke that James Sales was attempting to play, you would hope it was going.
Well, yes.
You would hope it was going down, and that was certainly what old Bailey thought. But Zach Chappell asking questions. Runs in again. Bowls to Sales, and Sales in defence, plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run. We still have, was it 23 overs to go after this?
Hour and a half.
So it's going to be,
Or more.
I think, sort of 7 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Often the case, of course, when you do have the slightly longer days to make up the time lost yesterday. Here's Chappell in again, bowled short, and in doing so, goes down in a heap. Zach Chappell, but I think he's okay. He's up and marching back to his mark. Sales just ducked underneath it.
Tickner, who is off the field at the moment, hasn't fallen over in his follow-through once today. He must have done it a dozen times at Grace Road. I don't remember him doing it last season either.
Here's Chappell. And again, bowls to Sales outside the off stump. He lets it go through, and that's the end of a successful over for Zach Chappell. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 38, 185 for 2 at the end of it. Luke Proctor is 69. James Sales still to get off the mark.
So Chappell gets a little tap on the back from Brooke Guest, and obviously says something to him because Guest has a huge smile on his face, as he so often does. Hardest working man in cricket. Always at the ground first, straight into the nets for a little bat, and then he does all his wicket-keeping warm-ups, and he is extremely hard-working. Jack Morley has gone all the way out to the cover boundary, bless him. He's got some company out there. I assume that's Pat Brown. Here's Martin Anderson beginning a new over from the city end and bowls very wide of the off stump. Proctor leaves alone. Allows the ball to go through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Yeah, Pat Brown, who is now acting 12th man on account of the fact that Ben Aitchison is on the field as a 12th man. Substitute fielder, call them what you want. Here comes Anderson again, bowls. That one is driven into the offside, but straight at Harry Kame. And there's no run. 185 for 2, trailing by 122 runs now. And Anderson sets off once more. Towards us, bowls a very wide delivery again. Oh, this is deliberate, just trying to stop the scoring. He's bowled a long way wide of the off stump, unless he's trying to set Proctor up with a surprise straight one. Signed permanently over the course of the winter, having spent a couple of games on loan from Middlesex at the end of last season. Similar to Morley, really, from Lancashire. He was on loan at the end of last season. Anderson is in again. That is wide and cut away. There is Morley to do the fielding, which just bobbles in front of him. Can be a bit awkward out there. And they get through for another single. Proctor moves to 70, 186 for 2. There are suggestions that at the end of next season, the outfield will be replaced. They need the whole of September for it to grow, so they'd have to play all their games in September away from home, which is no bad thing for those of us who like the trips.
Well, as Northamptonshire used to have to do, of course,
Yes,
with
the football
days of the football ground.
Yeah.
Couldn't play in April or September.
Just want to play in the nice warm months, please.
Well, yes, hopefully.
Certainly warmer than it is today. Martin Anderson to Sales, who quite wristily turns the ball up to mid-on. Ben Aitchison leading the applause out there at mid-off. He will be very keen to spend as much time on this field as he possibly can, I'm sure, even though he can't bowl. Nice gentle introduction back to the first team. As Anderson is in again, that one is on the pads and clipped away down to Anuj Dal at long leg. They've run one, there is only one there. Dal gets the ball very quickly and returns it. Sails off the mark with a single. 187 for 2. Oh, it's the final ball of the over as well. Proctor has 70, so Sales pinches the strike off the last ball of the over.
It's going to be interesting, these Tier 2 matches with the women's competition, because as you say, it's such, usually we come into these games and we do all our prep and we say, last time they won against such and such here, and we can look at the matchups of the players. And so many unknown quantities of these matches. It's going to be really interesting. Here's Chapel starting a fresh over outside the off stump, left alone by James Sales. Still 3 slips in for the new batter. Yeah, so an awful lot of players that we won't know much about at the moment, but after a couple of games we will, and hopefully some new names that will, well, make a name for themselves in this new competition. Here's Chapel and bowls, and clipped away by James Sales down to fine leg for a single. Sales to 2. Northamptonshire to 188 for 2, trailing by 119. Northamptonshire having named their 2 captains, Anish Patel for the 50 over, Gemma Marriott for the T20. Of course, there are some double headers, and colleagues around the country, certainly on some BBC Radio Northampton, we will be covering those double headers, both matches. Here's Chapel and bowls to Proctor, works it up to Lewis Rees at mid-on, and there's no run. June the 1st is the first of those at Wantage Road, and I think off the top of my head July the 9th. There's also a double header at Northampton. So hopefully a couple of nice days and a big crowd for both matches. Chapel bowls wide outside the off stump, and Proctor just steers it into the gap between second slip and backward point. There is no third man, and so it's 4 runs. Proctor 74, Northamptonshire to 192 for 2. The deficit 115. Chapel, I thought he might be just going to change his angle, but no, he's not. He's still going to stay over the wicket. Sun that we had visible up to our right just a few moments ago seems to have disappeared. I think, in fact, looking at the radar, we've probably been very lucky because I don't think the rain's been too far away, but thankfully we've managed to avoid it. Here's Chappell in bowls and pushed away by Proctor, this time in the gap between backward point and cover, or extra cover, down to the sweeper on the offside, and it's another run to the Northamptonshire captain, 75 to Proctor. 193 for 2. No floodlights on yet. We still have 21 overs to go after this one. The light is okay at the moment. Here's Chappell in again, bowls to Sales outside the off stump. James Sales leaves it alone, through to Brooke Guest. End of the over, 193 for 2, 75 to Proctor, 2 to James Sales. And Northamptonshire still 114 runs behind. Brooke Guest trotting from end to end, just to try and make sure the over rate is reasonably good. Haven't seen a lot of spin, of course. We've had, what, 5 overs of David Lloyd, only one of Jack Morley. So of the 50 overs we've seen in the innings, 44 have been from the 5 Derbyshire seamers, which explains why at 10 to 6 we've still got 21 overs to bowl. Mind you, Northamptonshire we didn't see a lot of spin in that innings either, of course. In the Derbyshire innings, just a little bit of Calvin Harrison bowled 5 overs, 3 of them yesterday, 2 of them today. It's going to be Anderson to continue. With a slip and a gully, bowls outside the off stump to Luke Proctor, who leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper. It's as though everybody's still playing, apart from at Durham, where they're still off for bad light, and you would imagine probably may not get a lot better up there. Here's Anderson in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Luke Proctor. So Hampshire closing in on that Somerset, modest looking Somerset total of 184 all out at Southampton. Hampshire now 171 for 3, so just 13 runs behind. Nick Gubbins is 48 not out. Liam Dawson on 37. Sussex have finally been bowled out against Surrey down at Hove, 435 all out. Anderson in bowls wide outside the off stump, so wide it is signalled wide by umpire Anthony Harris, diving Brooke Guest in front of Madsen at slip. One more onto the total, 194 for 2 Northamptonshire. So Surrey starting their response with Rory Burns and Dom Sibley. Here's Anderson in bowls, and much better ball on the line of off stump, just a touch outside maybe. Proctor just pushes it back down the pitch. Nottinghamshire 136 for 4, replying to Warwickshire's 93 all out, so they've just lost a little bit of ground there, losing 3 quickish wickets. Hasib Hamid is still there, 53 not out, but well, they were 102 for 1, now 132 for 4. Outside the off stump goes Anderson, left alone by Proctor, taken by Brooke Guest. In Division 2, Kent 287 for 6 against Gloucestershire. It really is a strong recovery from Kent. Ben Compton holding things together, as he so often does, 125 not out. Grant Stewart, 4th right as ever, 39 not out off 39 balls. Anderson in, bowls to Proctor, who runs it down to Caleb Jewell on the gully, and there's no run. Harry Finch made 44 there, but Kent were in early trouble against Gloucestershire, but they've pulled that round pretty well. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 263 all out, as we mentioned. Leicestershire 46 for no wicket in reply. And at Lords, Glamorgan 199 all out, Middlesex 315 for 4. Max holding out for 107. Leas deploys 51 not out. Just a bit of a pause while they change the field, bringing a man over onto the leg side, just in front of square Anishdal. Putting him across from the offside. Anderson in and bowls to Proctor, who drives out to short extra cover. There's no run. End of the over. 194 for 2. 75 to Proctor. 2 to James Sales. Northamptonshire 113 runs behind. And there are 20 overs left in the day's play. And 12th man for Derbyshire coming out. And looks like hand warmers, I think.
More hand warmers. Sorry, that took an eternity.
And who can blame them?
No, it's unpleasant, isn't it? It's unpleasant, but we carry on. It's not getting any lighter. In fact, it's going to get lighter because the weather coming from the east is that there's blue sky away to the east. It's going to arrive too late to warm anybody up, but it is on its way. And we have 20 overs to go. An hour and a quarter's worth of cricket, if you're lucky. And here's Zach Chappell bowling from the racecourse, sent 1 for 44 from his 14 overs. He's in and bowls to Sales, who clips that into the leg side. David Lloyd moves to his right, bends down, picks up on the move. And there is no run. The entirety of the Northamptonshire coaching staff was in there earlier.
Still got Greg Smith and Rory
Still
Kleinfeld in.
Two-thirds of the Brains Trust.
Aaron Lehman was there, but perhaps he's...
I'm sure they'll be very happy with what they've seen.
It's been a decent day, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's Chappell, 2 slips in place, bowls to Sales, who drives. Tickner back on the field, does the fielding at mid-on. And there's no run.
3 of the spectators...
I was just counting the rest of them.
Yes.
I think 10 left now.
I think that's roughly about 20% of the crowd in the far end of the ground have decided to give it best.
Yes, it has thinned out. As Chappell is in, bowls wide of the off stump, and he goes fishing for that one. Sales didn't need to play at that at all. Almost fell over as he tried to reach it. Goes through to Guest, but Derbyshire could get a couple more wickets here. It would just cheer them. Before the close, still 113 in front, Derbyshire. Or Northamptonshire trail by 113, whichever way you prefer. And Chappell is in again, bowls to Sales, that's better. Full face of the bat, out the ball, defending it out into the offside. And there's no run. Derbyshire's 2 substitute fielders are now sitting with their Derbyshire gilets on at the bottom of the steps away to our left-hand side. The stand away to our right isn't particularly well populated, I think it's fair to say. Don't know what the new stand is like. That's away to our left as Chappell bowls, and that one is driven back towards the stumps. Tickner moves across to do the fielding. What does he want? Yeah, Zach Chappell's had enough. He's just said he wants to go off. He's got one more ball of this over to go, and then he's out of here. He just has a glance up at the scoreboard, or even up at us. And he's on his way in again. Final ball of the over, bowls to Sales, who defends it. Up towards Tickner, turns around. He looks weary. Aitchison races onto the field. Chappell takes all his sweaters off umpire Bailey. And the over comes to an end at 194 for 2 with 2 to Sales, 75 to Proctor. I'm not sure we'll see Zach Chappell again tonight, if I'm entirely honest with you.
Bailey is just noting the fact that Zach Chappell has gone off. Could be relevant at the time, of course, could be relevant in case of has to come back on when he can bowl again.
Well,
and all that sort of
19 overs tomorrow morning if he doesn't come back on before he can bowl again. So he might want to just pop on towards the end.
Yes, that might be a thought, but he might once he's in the warm.
Yeah, you might not want to come back.
If it was me, I think it'd struggle to prize me out of there.
Yes, I may.
194 for 2. Still a little bit of sort of milky sunshine over to our right, but as I say, I think we've dodged the bullet a bit today, weather-wise, because there's been rain not too far away. Anderson in, bowls outside the off stump, carved away by Proctor between slip and gully, and it runs down for 4 because altogether now there is no third man. 79 to Proctor, 198 for 2. Proctor's.
We could do the commentary and we'd say the same things for an entire day. That would be really good, wouldn't it?
You have things on the desks in radio studios called hotkeys where you can just put like the same thing if you want a little jingle or a stab or something. And you could do that, couldn't you? Because there is no third man. You just keep pressing the button.
Wear it out.
198 for 2. So the deficit now 109. Proctor up to 79. Off 147 balls. Here's Anderson in. Bowls wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Proctor.
That one in the last over was horribly wide.
It was very, very wide. Madsen's fairly wide at slip. I mean, he's the only slip in there, but he's almost a sort of second. In fact, well, he's wondering exactly where to stand. He's sort of more or less a second slip at the moment. Still within conversational range of Brooke Guest and Caleb Jewell in the gully. Anderson is in, and Proctor drops a bat on it, asks if it's all right to pick it up. Somebody says it is. Tosses it to Caleb Jewell.
A bit of slower ball. Attempted Yorker, obviously, but just a little bit of pace off. We don't get that kind of information at this level, sadly. It'd be great to have it.
It would, yeah. Here's
no money in cricket, though.
Anderson in again, bowls outside the off stump. Left alone by Proctor. Yeah, there were. Now, the Northamptonshire former analyst, James Maybe, who's now, I think, at Warwickshire, he was telling me about this because I was asking about sometimes you do get that information, and I think there were a certain number of cameras that were funded by ECB, and I think I've got this right. If there were particular bowlers they wanted to look at. Yeah. So if you happen to be in a game where there was a couple of players that they were keen to get some more information on, then you would have sometimes a speed gun. 3 slips in now, 2 in a gully really, and that's a serious leave from Luke Proctor. It has shaped back in towards the left-hander's off stump, and it's missed the off stump by not a great deal. The only thing I'd wonder about that, and I'll have another look at it on the replay, is whether it actually went over the top of the stumps. No, it didn't.
That was close.
That was
very,
very close. It swung back in late from Anderson. With the ball being what, in its 53rd over. But we saw this morning, didn't we? Justin Broad in particular, just straight shaping it around. That's outside the off stump. That just goes straight on, and it's left alone by Proctor. Much more comfortable, stress-free leave. End of the over, 198 for 2, so maiden. Anderson, 8 overs, no wicket for 30. No, sorry, it wasn't a maiden, was it? It was the boundary. 8 overs, 0 for 30, 198 for 2. Now, we're going to see a change of bowling. We're going to have a bit more Lewis Rees.
Well, Jack Morley's just left the field, and he's still trying to attract the umpire's attention to tell everybody that he's gone. Pat Brown is now on the field as well as Ben Aitchison. Aitchison will be standing at mid-off. Pat Brown has come all the way into the middle, but you may well have to go back out to the boundary shortly. We'll wait and see where he ends up. Lewis Rees's laces need tightening. So he's done that. Aitchison practicing his bowling action, but of course will never be allowed to bowl unless somebody gets clonked on the head. Because he is only a substitute fielder and the game has basically ground to a halt. It's the over 8's -1. We've got to 6 o'clock. There are 18 overs left. And Lewis Rees, the meeting now is adjourned for the time being. And Lewis Rees is going to come over the wicket by the look of it. But Wayne Madsen still deep in discussion with him as he walks backwards towards his position in the slips. There are going to be 2 of them. Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen by the look of it. Jewell at first, Madsen at second. And David Lloyd's gone across to the gully by the look of it. Pat Brown's at point. Anuj Dal at mid-wicket, which is an unusual position for him. Martin Anderson down at long leg, and then there's a mid-on and a mid-off as well. And here comes Lewis Rees into bowl to Sales, who clips that straight to Anuj Dal. It is remarkable how often that happens.
Yes.
There's nobody else in the leg side, and he didn't have to move. There was a mid-on and a long leg, but apart from that, it's Anuj Dal. I was in conversation with umpire Harris, who's at square leg, but he didn't have to move a muscle to field that one. Rees has the ball back. Oh, well, the gully has gone.
It'll take long.
No, the gully's still there, but one of the slips has gone, and Caleb Jewell has gone into a straight mid-wicket, shortish, as Rees is in, bowls wide of the off stump, and it's left alone by Sales to go through to the wicket-keeper. Fair play to Derbyshire. There are a fair number of close-ish fielders.
Oh yeah, they're not just ringing save the one, and
They still have a three-figure lead, just about 109 runs in front. Harry Kane just threw the ball to Caleb Jewell there, and it hit the ground before it reached him. I don't think the umpires are
they don't like that.
very pleased with that.
They don't like that.
Rees is in and beats the edge of Sales' bat. Is it Sales' bat or Sales' bat? It's probably Sales'.
Sales
isn't
is,
it?
I suppose it is, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's an awkward one, isn't it, when your name ends in an S. Either way, it went past the edge of his bat. 198 for 2. This last 50 runs seems to have taken forever. We got to 150 off 37.1 overs. We're up to 53.3 now. I mean, it hasn't taken forever, but this next delivery is bowled him. And Lewis Rees gets the breakthrough that he's been looking for. That one swung, no question about it. And straight into the stumps, and Sales goes for just 2. Northamptonshire are 198 for 3, and they lead, trail rather, by 109.
And a bowling point for Derbyshire.
It's all kicking off.
That was a beautiful bit of bowling from Lewis Rees, as you say. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because we saw it this morning with a ball that, how many overs have been bowled? It was in the 49th over when they resumed this morning, and certainly Justin Broad in particular was getting it just to go around a little bit, and it's a ball of comparable age.
Yeah.
And we've seen that, I think, it's certainly the first 2 matches of the season. I don't know what your experience has been, Fletch, but it does seem as though a slightly older ball is still, I suppose, overhead conditions or
They've
whatever.
certainly held together
They
better
just,
than they have been.
Well, you've seen very few instances of the dreaded box of balls coming out to repair. Brings Rob Keogh out to the middle. This is interesting because it's a question of whether he goes in ahead of Safe Zame, and I'm assuming they want to keep the right-hand, left-hand thing going. So let's just hit off stump, isn't it?
Bowling at the top of off stump, it's revolutionary.
What will they think of next?
I can't imagine.
But it's Rob Keogh coming in, made 64 in his first innings of the season, continuing his extraordinary sequence of scores in the first championship match of the season. He's got 300s, I think, the last 4 years. Made 64 in his first innings against Kent. The last 2 innings have been naught in the second innings against Kent and naught up at Old Trafford.
He seemed quite cheery when he walked out to have a net this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Said hello in a jovial manner.
Well, he's seen it all before, hasn't he?
Yeah, but yes, that is true.
14th season, 14th successive season of Championship cricket for Northamptonshire.
The highs and the lows. So, having got the breakthrough, Lewis Rees is on his way in to bowl to Keogh, who leaves the first ball he faces well alone as it goes across him and just holds its line through to Brooke Guest.
It's an important little stage, this, isn't it? Because if Derbyshire,
if there's a clatter, then Derbyshire will feel the back in it, won't they?
if Derbyshire can nip another couple out tonight, then they will feel they are certainly very much in the game. Northamptonshire equally could just add another sort of, I don't know, 50 runs or so without losing another wicket, they will feel they've had a very, very good day.
Reese with 3 slips in place is in, and that's defended by Keogh up to Ben Aitchison at mid-off, and the over comes to an end. Well, we were talking, well, I was certainly talking, about the prospect of them wiping out most of the deficit by the close. So Derbyshire wrestled a little bit of control back as far as the scoring rate's concerned. It's down to, overall, down to 3.7 now, so, and it had been up at 4.5 overall, and sometimes higher than that. So fair play to the Derbyshire bowling attack for doing that. They just need a few more wickets. Jack Morley's going through his bowling action away to our left.
And the lights are coming on.
Yeah.
It's just started,
But
again,
the east, I think the dark cloud is immediately above us, but
Yeah.
of course the sun is away to the west.
West.
Yes, that's where it sets, isn't it? I remember. And that's where the big clouds are, whereas in the east, the blue sky looks great, but there's no sun there.
No.
If that makes any sense.
Here is Anderson, and that's all very close to the stumps as Proctor goes forward. Just a little bit of inside edge maybe onto pad. Rolled down very, very close to the stumps. It was an anxious moment for Luke Proctor and for Northamptonshire. Yeah, it was inside edge onto pad and it very close to the stumps. But he survives. He stays on 79, 198 for 3.
Tails are up.
They are, and rightly so. 3 slips in place. Anderson bowling to Proctor on off stump. Proctor blocking it back down the pitch, trying to put one across the left hander, and of course 3 slips in place. Ready for a nick.
No point in them starting to take wickets now. I've finished my updates. So.
They were just waiting for that to happen.
Unmitigated gloom throughout the course of the afternoon from a Radio Derby perspective.
Yes. Anderson in, bowls wide outside the off stump. Proctor not to be tempted. He knows now that he's obviously used to anchoring the innings, but it's important now that he doesn't do what Ricardo Vasconcelos and to a less extent George Bartlett did, which is get in and then get out. He will be aware to go on and play an innings of real substance. Here's Anderson bowling short, pulled away by Proctor, runs for him here as it runs away through mid-wicket out towards the East Midlands demolition stand. Not quite going to go, but they're going to come back for 3, chased out towards the sparsely populated stand, I think it's fair to say. There's about half a dozen people huddled together for warmth at the very back of the stand. 3 more to Proctor, he goes into the 80s, 82 to him. And the 200 up for Northamptonshire, 201 for 3. So they're trailing by 106. Rob Keogh taking guard from umpire Anthony Harris. Keogh closing in on all manner of career milestones. This is his 295th game for Northamptonshire across all formats, and needs just under 500 runs to go to 10,000 for Northamptonshire, which is will be a serious achievement. Anderson in, bowls to Keogh's, just digging that one out, very full, well bowled. Much better second spell this from Martin Anderson, who was a little bit wayward in his opening burst, but much, much better in this little spell. There's not too many have gone past 10,000. Of course, Rob Bailey, as we mentioned, has scored more runs for Northamptonshire across all formats than anyone else in the club's history. Keogh defensively out into the covers, no run. And that's the end of Martin Anderson's 9th over. 9 overs, no wicket for 33. 201 for 3, 82 to Proctor. Rob Keogh still looking for his first run. Rob Bailey, 31,191 runs for Northamptonshire. Just over 20,000 in first-class cricket and 11,000 in one-day cricket.
Yeah, not bad, is it? Steady.
Just ahead of Alan Lamb, about 800 ahead of him. Wayne Larkins, Jeff Cook, Dennis Brooks, the top 5 who scored sort of upwards of 29,000.
Lamb and Larkins would have missed a fair chunk of Northamptonshire cricket. They were playing for England, weren't they? So
Yeah. Jeff Cook, who was admitted to Northamptonshire's Hall of Fame last year, having made more appearances for Northamptonshire than he was. 774, 415 first class, 359 one day. Astonishing.
Reese from the racecourse end bowls to Proctor. Sales has gone Proctor, who allows it to go through to Guest.
The amazing thing about Jeff Cook is 376 of those, so very nearly half of those appearances he was captain.
You don't get players like that these days necessarily, do you? Wayne Madsen obviously here, but he started in 2009 or whatever it was.
About the same time Rob Keogh started.
Yeah. In goes Reese and bowls. And that one is kept low and it's swung away. I think if Proctor had got bat on it, it wouldn't have carried to any of the slips. There are two of them at a gully. But yeah, that's kept very low indeed, I thought, outside the off stump. Proctor did play at it, but got nowhere near it. 201 for 3 it remains. 106 Northamptonshire trail by Wickets for Chappell, Reese and Tickner. The most recent to Reese, who's in again now, bowls to Proctor, who drives it back towards the bowler, gets his left hand on it, deflects it into the onside where it's fielded by Harry Kame.
Yeah, only 30 players have scored over 10,000 for Northamptonshire across all formats, so Rob Keogh hopefully will do it this season, and he'll be the 31st, so he really is in sort of illustrious company.
He's at the non-striker's end at the moment as Proctor drives this out to the cover boundary for 4. Glorious shot to complete silence, which is a shame. And Proctor moves to 86, 205 for 3.
Well, it's
People
not.
don't want to take their hands out of the pockets.
I was going to say it's absolutely no lack of sportsmanship. It's just lack of feeling in their extremities, I think, and also the fact that, let's be honest, there's hardly anybody in the ground.
There aren't many left, are there?
No.
There aren't many left. David Griffin's standing over by the players' pavilion with Proctor just 14 away from a century. He doesn't have his camera trained on him at the moment, but suffice to say, when he gets very close, he will. 205 for 3. The deficit 102 as Reese bowls. That's on the pads and it's clipped away down to long leg where Jack Morley does the fielding. Single taken. Proctor moves to 87. 206 for 3. 15 overs left after this, the final delivery of Lewis Reese's 8th over. 1 for 28. Sort of underused a bit, Lewis Reese, really. Opened the bowling, and in this spell, it's only his 2nd over, 1 for 4. Martin Anderson's bowled 6 overs from the City end. So Wayne Madsen might be thinking about changing him. As Reese is on his way in to complete his 8th over. Bowls, and a flash at that one by Keogh. Ball goes across him, went for the big drive, missed. The ball goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Zach Chappell is back. Good to see. He's bringing a helmet out as well because Jack Morley's going through his bowling action with a ball, which rather suggests that he might be coming on from the City end.
Well, 15 overs remaining.
And he has removed his sweater.
And Rob Bailey making a note of the fact that Zach Chappell is back on the field.
I think as long as he stays on for the rest of today, should be all right in the morning. I don't think he's been off for 15 overs, has he?
He's also come on with hand warmers
for everybody.
Jack Morley.
Get Lloydie on is the cry, but it's going to be Jack Morley. He's got a bowl from the far ends, the City end. He's going to be bowling with his captain Wayne Madsen at slip. Let's see if there's anybody else Going in by way of close catches, no. There is a deep backward square, mid-wicket tight in there, and then a deeper mid-wicket, about halfway back, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, backward point, and a man sweeping out on the cover boundary.
I've got an existential question for you in a minute.
All right, here's Morley over the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who comes right across his stumps and nurdles that down to deep backward square for 1. Proctor to 88, Northamptonshire to 207 for 3.
David Lloyd's an off spinner, and Jack Morley is a slow left arm spinner. He's a left arm off spinner, isn't he? That's what he is. I don't.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
One gets a proper description, and the other one, he's just a slow left armer. I've never really understood that.
Here's Morley round the wicket to Keogh, who cuts it away for 4 through backward point. Timed that beautifully. Thought he was just going to get a single down to the man at deep cover. As it is, it raced away down the hill for 4. 4 to Keogh, 211 for 3. Yeah, I mean, Northamptonshire do have, of course, a left arm wrist spinner.
Yes, no, I don't mind that.
Freddie Heldrick.
Yeah.
Plays a lot in the T20 side. There were 1 or 2 around. Jake Lintott, I suppose, is the other one.
Even call him a left arm finger spinner then.
I think I know a coach friend of mine calls them a left arm orthodox spinner.
Yeah.
But,
It's just that slow left arm just seems a little bit dismissive of the art. He timed that one well, didn't he, Keogh?
He did. It brings Northamptonshire within 100. 96 runs behind now, 211 for 3. That was a little bit short, a little bit wide from Morley, who's in and bowls, and forward goes Keogh. Plays it back down the pitch. Well, as I say, Morley and Proctor had a terrific duel on that 8th day pitch at Old Trafford 2 years ago. Proctor played one of his long adhesive innings. Morley in bowls to Keogh. Pushes it out into the covers. Anderson fields. And there's no run. Lots of hands in pockets out there, at least until the ball is almost airborne. Morley in again. Bowls and off the back foot. Punched by Keogh. Well fielded off his own bowling by Jack Morley. Lights are on. Not too many people left in the ground. Morley is in, flights that one up, and forward goes Keogh, plays it back down the pitch, end of the over. 211 for 3, 88 to Proctor, 4 to Keogh. We have 14 overs left in the day.
Almost a case of lights on and no one at home.
You have to fight shy of that one, isn't you? But exactly, very good. Well, there's one fewer now, because one of the hardy souls in the East Midlands demolition stand has now decided to give it best. I think there's 5 left there now.
He might be going to the bar.
He might be going for
straight past the bar to the new facilities at the far end of the ground. You never know. Very nice in there. But there's a heater as well. Lewis Rees to continue from the racecourse end. Jack Morley has gone down to long leg. Harry Kane is now the man patrolling the mid-wicket boundary to the left-hander in front of the players' pavilion. Away to our left, Martin Anderson has gone off. So Ben Aitchison's back on. As in goes Rees, bowls to Proctor, who gets the inside half of the bat on that one to drive it up towards Zach Chappell at mid-on. Hand in one pocket, polishing the ball with the other hand.
Any consolation, I think the only game that has finished at the moment is Durham Yorkshire, when they came off a bad light. Though they finished for the day, but everybody else is still playing.
Yeah, there was a tweet about the Lux yesterday, I noticed. Just illustrate as this next one is short, pulled into the leg side, not particularly well timed by Proctor. He'll pick up a single. Ball goes out to Kame. He once tried to persuade me that Durham had been given special dispensation by the ECB to play on under the lights, even when they'd taken over from the natural light because they were so good. Unbelievable.
I thought you were going to say because it was so far north it was darker or something.
Then I had Mr. Chris Rushford's dad joined in the argument at the back of the box. Here is Reese bowling to Keogh. Fiddles it out into the offside where Kame does the fielding. We've had many a reasonably heated discussion, myself and Martin, on air over the years.
We had an interesting one, of course, down at Hove last year because John Philby, the Sussex chairman, very kindly came up and spent a lot of time with us in the box. Had a good hour chatting with colleague Adrian Harms. Very interesting it was too.
Reese in again. That one's on leg stump, but it's turned away down a fine leg. Dahl is down there, and they pick up a single. Keogh moves to 5, 213 for 3.
And one of the things he revealed exclusively, as it were, was the fact that they weren't going to use the floodlights for four-day cricket because A, on grounds of cost, and B, because they felt that four-day red ball cricket ought to be played under natural light. So they said we're not going to use the lights for championship cricket. Come back to that in a moment.
Reese in bowls to Proctor, who defends it straight back to him.
And of course, what happened last afternoon? Northamptonshire 9 down in their second innings and a handful of runs ahead. Come off a bad light, lose 20 overs. It did rain, but it didn't rain until after the time had sort of run out.
Hoisted by their own
well,
baton.
indeed, match drawn.
In goes Reese and bowls a little inside edge onto his pads there from Proctor. Pushed out into the offside, or the ball ends up in the offside. The over comes to an end, 13 to go, 213 for 3. It's even cooling down in here now. 89 to Proctor, 5 to Keogh.
Do you know, I was just thinking, I'm very glad I've got my fleece to go around and do the
Big coat.
post-match, because it's going to be a bit parky round there. I think
I think I've got a bobble hat now.
don't think any of the Northamptonshire players will be in a great rush to dash down and have a chat with me.
Oh, they will.
Well, we'll see.
Andrew.
We'll see how we'll see how it pans out. Anyway, Morley will be the bowl from the city end with the Pentagon roundabout behind. Bowls to Keogh, forward he goes, pushes it out to mid-wicket where David Lloyd fields and there's no run. Morley into his third over, on 1 before tea. Round the wicket, bowling to Keogh, forward he goes, and Keogh with exaggerated care playing it back down the pitch. Northamptonshire still 94 runs behind, 7 wickets in hand. Here's Morley in again, bowling to Keogh, once again forward, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Which might just be heading into night watchman territory, maybe a little bit early yet if a wicket fell. Not sure he'd do night watchman actually. Here's Morley in, onto the back foot goes Keogh, plays it out to Lloyd at mid-wicket and there's no run.
Dom Leach might
Leach
volunteer.
might, yeah. I don't think Liam Guthrie, on the evidence of what we'd seen so far, might not be the ideal candidate. Here's Morley. In again, bowls and cut away by Keogh, and that could be 4 more, very similar to the one in the previous Jack Morley over, a little bit of width, and Keogh timing that beautifully. And I say placement as well, because it's actually gone through the gate.
It's twice he's gone through the gate.
Which leads to the groundsman's area. So 4 more to Keogh. He goes to 9. Northamptonshire to 217 for 3. 90 runs behind.
And Dallas brought a ball back. Whether it's the ball, heaven only knows. Surely the umpires will want to have a look at that. It's disappeared out of view. They normally want to have a look at it, don't they? But they don't.
No, I don't think so.
They just dry it. Probably fell in a puddle. Jack Morley's fuming. How's he going to hold on to it? He's asking. He wasn't very happy with the placement of Manoj Dal, I don't think.
Well,
He wanted him squarer.
Yeah, he's just in front of square, isn't he? There.
Yeah, he wanted him backwards.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a, can sort of see his point really. That's 2 now that have gone. Mind you, if you bowl short and wide outside the off stump, then there's every chance that you're going to be hit down there, isn't there?
That is very much true.
Keogh is 9, 2 boundaries, both of them off Morley, who was just coming into bowl, and then
I think the ball's still a little bit damp.
He's just doing a bit of frenzied polishing or drying maybe on his backside. Here is Morley. In again, bowls to Keogh, who is forward, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. End of the over, 217 for 3. Luke Proctor is 89. Rob Keogh is 9. There are 12 overs left in the day. But even with the lights on, it's starting to get just a little bit gloomy. Although, as you say, Fletch, there's a bit of blue sky ahead of us.
Clear up above, but the sun is obscured.
Yeah.
Any remaining sun is obscured by that dirty black cloud away to our right, unfortunately.
Blue sky smiling at me. Nothing but blue sky do I see. Old song.
Is it?
Al Jolson.
Blimey. Ben Aitchison's going off because Martin Anderson is back on. Back up to the complement of 11 starters now, Derbyshire, which is nice to see. Rees to continue from the race course end. It's his 4th over in this spell. He's got 1 for 7. Bowls to Proctor, who defends it straight back to him. He tosses the ball to Martin Anderson, who pretends to polish it. It's now in its 60th over. So by the time we get to the end, there will be 9 overs until a new ball tomorrow, which may or may not be a factor, who knows. And Rees is in once again. That one is defended again by Proctor, straight back to the bowler. Still going. It's remarkable, isn't it, really? Everywhere else. Of course, they'll be playing extra overs at most grounds.
Yes,
Leicestershire's
that's right,
79 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 263. Middlesex lead by 143. 4 down, second in first innings against Glamorgan at Lords as Rees is in again. Bowls to Proctor, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And Kent at 317 for 6. They're 155 behind Gloucestershire. So an opportunity to avoid the potential of being asked to follow on. Nottinghamshire not finding it as difficult as Warwickshire did to bat at Edgbaston, 177 for 4, leading by 84. As in goes Rees again and bowls. That's driven down the ground. I might just have got something on that, Rees, because it seemed to be hit fairly cleanly by Proctor, but it was an easy move to his left for Blair Tickner to complete the fielding. Essex 218 for 6, lead Worcestershire by 195 at Chelmsford. Surrey miles behind at the moment, but they are only just beginning their innings. 54 for 1, 381 behind Sussex. As Rees is in full toss, driven down the ground but not timed, and he doesn't get the runs he perhaps should have done there. Luke Proctor was 11 away from a century. Hampshire 187 for 3, leading Somerset by 3 at Southampton, where they lost an awful lot of play yesterday. .217 for 3 Northamptonshire, trailing by 90. And the final ball of Rees is over. He's in and bowls. Proctor leaves it alone as it swings away from him. And it remains 217 for 3, 9 to Keogh, 89 to Proctor, 11 overs to go. Northamptonshire trailing by 90.
I was just looking at a lovely picture that good friends John and Erica Whiting sent me, great Northamptonshire supporters, and it was up at Old Trafford to watch the game there, and sent me a just the ideal way, as he says, John says, to watch the cricket today, which is listening to us, watching the stream with a very nice bottle of red on the table and in the warm. But apparently they're planning to come up tomorrow, so it'll be nice to see him.
Bring your coat.
Bring a couple of layers, but hopefully it'll be a little bit warmer tomorrow. Morley, it's going to be to continue bowling to Rob Keogh, and Keogh's on the back foot, working it out to mid-wicket, no run. Still just a slip in as the close catches, and Morley now moving Zach Chappell, who's on the 45, saving one a little bit finer. I think he's taken one step to his right. Morley in again, bowls to Keogh, forces nicely off the back foot out through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. And again, Keogh timing that beautifully. It races over the turf to the boundary in front of the main scoreboard. His 3rd boundary off Jack Morley. Keogh to 13, Northamptonshire to 221 for 3. Again, that was a little bit short. And Fielder out on the Anuj Dal out there on the boundary keeps getting moved squarer, finer, and not quite sure whether he's coming or going. That next one is pushed down to backward point by Keogh, and there's no run. Tickner is warming up. That's mid-off. So perhaps he'll be on maybe from this end. Here's Morley. And again, bowls to Keogh, and again he's on the back foot, punching it out to deep cover this time. Anuj Dal comes round and fields, and it's only a single. Keogh to 14. So Richie, 222 for 3. Northamptonshire 85 behind. Brings Luke Proctor on to strike on 89. Over the wicket comes Morley, and down the leg side, another good take by Brooke Guest, whose work today has been very, very good, and a couple of terrific takes. That one down the leg side, standing up, was of the very highest class. Morley, past umpire Harris, and nudged out into the leg side by Luke Proctor for the single that takes him into the 90s, and he keeps the bowling as well. Well counted, Skip. 90 to Proctor, 14 to Keogh, and Northamptonshire 223 for 3. They trail by 84, and we are into the last 10 overs of the day.
Glory be. Nudged out to nudge. The last delivery. Lewis Rees to continue from the racecourse end. I've now finished at Canterbury, Kent 318 for 7, 154 behind. They're ploughing on everywhere else, including here. 2-2-3 for 3. Proctor on 90. Rees on his way in. Bowls a short delivery to him that actually discomforts him a little bit there. He just thought he could duck underneath it, and then he ended up running backwards.
It followed him, didn't it? Because of the angle on the left arm. That was a good bouncer.
Good bounce from Lewis Rees, yeah. Tickner goes through his bowling action, which is another burst from him, possibly. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 45. Anuj Dal used sparingly, 8 overs for 34. Proctor's ready again. And in goes Rees. Bowls, and that one just comes back at Proctor a touch. Defends it nicely enough. Back towards the bowler. Thoughts turn towards what I'm going to eat tonight. Well, actually, they don't turn. I've been thinking about it for hours. A very nice pork pie last night.
Oh, lovely.
Chesterfield pork pie.
Yes, you see, that might not be a bad idea.
Might be something slightly warmer and spicier this evening. Here is Rees in again. Bowls, that takes the edge and then bounces awkwardly in front of the slip, who I think is Caleb Jewell. No, it isn't. Caleb Jewell's chasing the ball. Who's that, Martin Anderson? David Lloyd. Could be anybody. It's David Lloyd.
David Lloyd. He's being helped up anyway,
Yeah,
obligingly, by his captain.
He's back on his feet, but that was a genuine edge off Proctor's bat. Do you think he'll hit a 6?
I have my doubts.
Okay.
I have my doubts. I think
Well, if he does, I'll do him justice.
I'm
But
sure you will.
6 away from 3 figures now. I commentated on Wayne Madsen for quite a while the other week, and then he was out for 94 or 96. In comes Rees and bowls. That one is on the pads and turned into the leg side by Proctor for a single. Fielded by Zach Chappell.
It's one of these nice little sort of traditions that we have that we was try and get the commentator from the county whose batter's about to go to 3 figures. It's amazing the number of times that you do it, and they either spend about an hour in the 90s or they get out.
That's why we do it.
Yeah, well, well, Northamptonshire have had 1 century this year. It was safe save, and I wasn't on at the time when he was on because we had a bit of a rota up at Old Trafford. So Scott obviously did him more than did him justice.
There are some who might not. Here is Rees in and bowls to Keogh. That one comes back at him. He manages to get bat on ball, pushes it up to Tickner, who with the ball in his right hand goes through his bowling action now, which rather suggests that he is going to come on for a burst before the day is done. 3 wickets only for Derbyshire, 1 for Chappell, 1 for Tickner, 1 for Rees. 7 bowlers used to varying degrees. And Rees is in again and bowls to Keogh. That one strikes him high up on his thigh pad, having pitched outside leg. And the over comes to an end. Keogh has 14, Proctor has 95, 228 for 3. Northamptonshire trailing by 79.
And the umpires are coming together to have a little chat.
See that cloud up there? That's blocking the sun out. We know.
Perhaps Rob Bailey heard you mention pork pie. He's quite fancies a little dabble at that. They do some rather fine pork pies down our way, which is with Brixworth pate, which is quite a sort of highly flavoured pate on top, and it's very nice. Very partial to those. Bit of piccalilli or something.
Yeah.
Here's Morley over the wicket, bowling to Proctor, and forward goes the Northamptonshire captain on 95.
Who doesn't like piccalilli?
Wow.
Who invented it? That's what I want to know. Must have been a mistake.
It must have been. Morley in again, bowls to Proctor, who squeezes that one away down behind square on the leg side. It's only going to be a single. Fielded down there. And they come through for a single. Proctor to 96. Northamptonshire to 229.
I don't think I've seen Caleb Jewell field as far away from the bat as he is now.
And that was his left-handed throw in. Morley round the wicket to Keogh. Forward comes Keogh, plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run. It's just a cloud, as you said, it's been sort of stuck over the sun for a while, although we do have quite a lot of blue sky ahead of us. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Keogh, pushes it back down the pitch, bowler fields. So I imagine we're facing south?
Yes.
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 It's taken me a day and a half to best part of 2 days to work that out, but never mind. Morley in bowls and Keogh on the back foot, punches it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Of course, at Northampton, we look due north, don't we, from our commentary position up towards the old golf club. Here's Morley, flights that one right up and swept away by Keogh on the full, and it's gone down for 4. So a 4th boundary for Rob Keogh off Jack Morley. 18 to Keogh, 233 for 3 at the end of the over. We have 8 left, assuming we get them all in. 74 is the deficit. And Luke Proctor is on 96. And umpire Anthony Harris is just loitering. just wonder if they may
Blair Tickner coming on, that might just...
wonder if they may just be getting a little bit concerned about the light. Lights are on, but it's just I don't know, it's a little bit gloomy. But what is it the law says about it being dangerous or unreasonable? Well, I'm not sure it's either dangerous or unreasonable, but
I always wonder how tinted these windows are as well. There is a bit of tint on them, I think. It's because north-facing is the way it should be. There wasn't room to build this at that end.
oh, this is a it's a magnificent facility.
It is. But when the sun comes around,
Yeah.
if it is out, you can get a bit warm in here, and it can be in your eyes, which is why it should be north-facing. Really. Football grounds also have the main stand facing the north.
Well, I always bring my club cap with me just in case it's required. Proctor on 96.
Off you go.
Facing Blair Tickner back in the attack with a slip and a gully, and that's outside the off stump and left alone by Proctor, and Tickner's follow through.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
It is. It's like a sort of a big, wide semicircle.
Everything about him's remarkable.
He's
His
just
batting, his bowling.
He's a real one-off, isn't he?
Yeah.
But it was a terrific acquisition. He seemed very, thinking about this last year, he seems very dedicated to the cause and a good sort of club man. Tickner in. The bowl to Luke Proctor. Cut away by Proctor, but can't get it past slip. Wayne Madsen fields, and there's no run. He's jammed it hard into the ground. Luke Proctor come close to 1,000 runs in 2 of the last 3 seasons in Championship cricket, without quite getting there. He would dearly love, I'm sure, to go past that milestone this year. Tickner, elbows jutting, comes in and bowls, and turned away by Proctor, and he's just got to get a single down behind square on the leg side. He goes to 97. And Northamptonshire to 234 for 3. Field changes over for the right-handed Keogh. Batter's just having a conflab. I was trying to work out, and I did, only it took a while, the last Northamptonshire player to play some championship cricket for Northamptonshire in 14 successive seasons, which is what Rob Keogh has done now. Tony Pemberthy, the Cornishman, captain at Red Bull side at the end of his career. Made his debut in '89, finished in 2003.
Proper Cornish name as well, isn't it?
Fine all-round cricketer. Tickner to bowl to Rob Keogh. And Keogh is forward defensively, and I say defensively, he's just timed it back past the bowler, and he's going to get a single. Actually, timed that. His timing actually, since he's been out there today, a couple of those cuts away off Morley that he hit much harder than it was apparent at the time he played the stroke, but that
Part of the issue there was that Lewis Rees and Zach Chappell both thought that Tickner was going to stop it, and they just didn't bother.
After you, Claude. Proctor on 97, 235 for 3. Tickner round the wicket, bowl short, and Proctor leaves it alone. Goes through to Brooke Guest, so just 1 ball to go in this over. Does make me laugh sometimes when you watch cricket out in other countries and they say, oh, the light's awful, and you think, well, if this is awful, they would never play in England. We'd never get no cricket at all. Tickner round the wicket, bowls very short to Luke Proctor, who ducks underneath it. He was having a little look, wide. I think that's fair enough. But he was having a little chat with. He sort of gave Anthony Harris at square leg the eye, as though to say, surely, and I think it was, certainly in terms of consistency. So wide call, 236 for 3. It was a long way over Luke Proctor's head.
He didn't seem to get any help from umpire Harris there, umpire Badley.
Here's Tickner then on 97, Proctor, and Proctor is into line, playing it up on the onside, and that's the end of the over. 2:36 for 3. Proctor is 97, Keogh is 19. I think the umps are going to have a chat, you know.
Yeah.
We have 7 to go. I don't know, to my eyes, it doesn't look a lot.
But they took a reading yesterday from this end.
Yes.
They put the, whatever it's called, the light, I know it's a light meter, but they have another name, something Tron in it. I can't remember what it is. It's not Jumbotron, that's a big television screen. They're going to stay on, I think, but they're basically saying if you bowl Blair Tickner in the next over, you will go off. Because Blair Tickner's just thrown his head back in disgust.
He's not happy, is he?
No, and you don't often see him unhappy. But he doesn't look massively happy. I think that's a one-over spell for Blair Tickner, unless Derbyshire. It's not... What is Rory?
Rory Kleinfeld's got the snood on.
and the hand warmers. And the hand warmers. He's been indoors all day. What's going on? He did do a couple of laps earlier, to be fair.
He did look as though slightly he was going to go and rob a bank, didn't he?
Well, and they're going off. They're going off. So bad light, I think that'll be it as well today. It's not going to get any better, is it? So bad light stops play at 6:46 with Northamptonshire on 236 for 3. They're still 71 behind. I don't suppose Luke Proctor will be too disappointed because
no, I don't think
if he gets some better light in the morning, he's on 97. And it'll enable him to get over the line. Rob Keogh has started nicely, but again, won't be too disappointed. The game is fairly well advanced. He's on 19 off 29.
And that's it. That's it for the day. It's just had the signal from Rob Bailey to the scorer, so I imagine it will be announced shortly, but he gave the...
Jane's got her script out. That means that she's going to read, don't forget we're back here tomorrow.
We won't. But yeah,
we have to.
The signal from Rob Bailey just to make it quite clear that that is it for the day.
I haven't helped the ground staff in any way by removing the stumps, of course. Here we go. Is the announcement.
Following the bad light, Derbyshire County Cricket Club would like to thank all spectators.
Oh, well, she missed the first bit, but that's the announcement to say don't forget to come tomorrow. Rory Kleinfeldt has removed his snood from around his mouth, incidentally, as he walks out to have a look at the pitch at the end of the day's play. So Northamptonshire, well, it's been their day. It was a great morning as they dismissed Derbyshire for 307. It was a pretty good afternoon as well as they got to tea, 117 without loss. Derbyshire picked up 3 wickets in a lengthy but ultimately slightly curtailed final session. And with Luke Proctor on 97 and Rob Keogh on 19. They're 236 for 3 at the close, trailing by 71. We'll have 96 overs because we can't get any of these back because it's after 6 o'clock. So it'll just be 96 overs tomorrow, as it will indeed on day 4 as well. No further overs can be clawed back. It ought to be enough to try and force a result one way or the other. Northamptonshire, you would say, we're in the box seat. Derbyshire with a lot of work to do in the morning, when we will return just before 11 o'clock. Thanks for your company today. We'll see you tomorrow.